words. Tomorrow, I'll resume my regular pace of 10,000 words per day. By Linglong's sudden insight, it almost seemed as though Cassidon, the god of the void himself, had taken her under his wing. Though few believed such a thing truly possible, once the idea seized the crowd, imitators sprang up everywhere. One by one, they approached the ancient stone tablet laid before the temple's inner sanctum. First they knelt in reverence, then they laid trembling palms upon the cool rune-carved surface, yet felt nothing. Undeterred, they tried every conceivable ritual. Some chanted Buddhist sutras, others invoked ancestral spirits, grandparents long gone, still others prayed to old gods and new. All desired the same boon, the void's blessing to lift them skyward. But despite their hopeful murmurings, none sensed the slightest stir of power. Meanwhile, Bai Linglong descended from the temple platform and headed along a narrow path that wound between towering pines. She paused, examining a curious glyph carved into the wood rail beside her, when suddenly, the earth beneath her foot cracked with a sharp bang. The ground gave way like paper, and she was hurled forward with such force she cleaved clean through a low-hanging branch. Leaves and needles showered around her as she vaulted into the air, her body rigid and precise, cutting an arrow-straight arc toward the forest's depths. Despite the abrupt shift in the air, Damien landed with the grace of someone who'd done it 1,000 times. In the same instant, a hairline crack ran up the ancient tree's trunk, then branches snapped free and crashed to the forest floor with a thunderous bang. Startled, Damien froze. He pressed both hands over his mouth, his chest tightening with dread. It can't be. Miss Sonia must not have noticed, he thought frantically. In the blink of an eye, his mind raced through every possible consequence. Miss Sonia had bent her own rules to let him practice between those tree trunks. She trusted him because he'd always had impeccable control over his abilities, never so much as a stray spark to scar the bark. But after touching the mysterious stone tablet, something inside him had shifted. Techniques that were once routine now erupted with raw, unpredictable power. Normally, gaining strength from an ancient relic would be cause for celebration. Instead, Damien felt panic rising. Before he could even process the change, he'd already sent half the canopy crashing down. He peered up through the tangle of branches, hoping to glimpse Miss Sonia's reaction. But there was nothing, only silence. Relief flooded him, and he let out a shaky breath. Then a soft rustle behind him made his heart skip a beat. Without warning, Miss Sonia materialized at his shoulder, her dark eyes fixed on him with uncanny calm. "Well," she said quietly, "it seems we have an unexpected development." Sonia couldn't help but feel a flicker of amusement when she saw Bai Linglong's frightened expression. After all, the trees had only been damaged by accident, an unintentional mistake that could be easily repaired with the proper compensation. Yet as she studied Bai Linglong more closely, she detected a faint but unmistakable pulse of void energy emanating from her. Aside from members of the void god cult, no one else could produce that same signature aura. "Miss Bai Linglong," Sonia said, her voice cool and measured, "why are you carrying the void's presence within you? Have you somehow been touched by its blessing?" At that moment, the familiar voice behind her startled Bai Linglong so badly that she nearly tumbled forward. She whirled around, quickly sank to one knee, and bowed her head low. "Miss Sonia, please believe me. I never intended to destroy those trees," she hurried to explain. "Something shifted inside me, and for a brief moment I lost control of my power. That's why I accidentally—" She trailed off, ashamed, but her words hung in the air, honest and pleading. "I promise I'll repay you, whatever you need," Damien said hastily, bowing his head. Sonia, messenger of the void god, cut him off with an impatient wave. "Don't bother making excuses. You're in no position to negotiate. One wrong move, and I'll have you banished from this island. Even Lord Kyle and Miss Lacey couldn't protect you then." Damien's heart sank. He knew all too well how easily Sonia could wield her authority. He'd witnessed her temper firsthand, and he wasn't sure Kyle or Lacey had enough influence to stop her if she chose to act. "Listen," Sonia continued, her tone cooling but still firm. "I saw exactly what you did. It wasn't an accident, but it was only a broken branch. With a proper pruning, it's perfectly repairable. No real harm done." Damien exhaled, relieved that Sonia was letting the incident slide, for now. but she held up a slender finger, signaling him to wait. "Before we put this behind us," she said, her eyes narrowing, "explain something for me. Where did that void aura in your body come from?" Sonia had been observing him during the ceremony at the Void Temple. Even a simple blessing of the Void God shouldn't manifest as such palpable energy so soon. If Damien truly possessed that aura, something extraordinary or dangerous must have occurred, and Sonia intended to learn exactly what. Sonia watched from across the plaza as Bai Linglong approached the stone monument, its surface carved with Master Cassidon's ancient runes. In one smooth motion, Linglong reached out and traced her fingers over the glyphs. Then, almost at once, she bent low in a reverent bow. Sonia's heart skipped a beat. What had just happened? Void essence? Sonia ventured, stepping closer. Bai Linglong straightened and shook her head, bewildered. Void essence? I don't know what you mean. Linglong's brow furrowed as she touched her forearm, as if feeling for something that wasn't there before. Master Cassidon had promised her a chance at awakening, but she hadn't expected this sudden surge of power. The moment her skin met the tablet, a current of energy had raced through her veins, sharpening her senses and amplifying her strength. If she hadn't been so startled, she might have realized she was now drawing attention. "You felt something," Sonia said gently. "Right when you touched the commandment monument. Not just touch, but something else. A pulse of energy." Still uneasy, Linglong glanced around, her voice dropping to a whisper. "This place is sacred," she cautioned. "We shouldn't speak of it here." With a furtive look over her shoulder at the silent stone edifice, she motioned for Sonia to follow. Whatever had just awakened within her, Linglong clearly intended to discuss it somewhere more private. Together, they slipped away from the monument's shadow, Linglong's thoughts racing with the promise and danger of the power she had only just begun to understand. At that moment, Bai Linglong realized that all the attention she'd ever received before was negligible compared to what was happening now. All around her, and even from the distant sky, countless eyes were fixed on her. Dozens of Void Cult disciples hovered overhead, looking down with unflinching scrutiny. Any hint of curiosity or gentleness in their gazes had vanished, replaced by a cold, appraising stare. Never, not even earlier that morning on the island, had she attracted such intense notice. It was obvious why. The Void God's envoy, Miss Sonia, the living symbol of the Void God religion, had just appeared. Wherever the envoy went, all eyes followed, and any mistake, however small, could cost Bai Linglong her life. She meant no offense. Sonia's calm voice broke the tense silence. "I am simply speaking with Miss Bai Linglong," another disciple protested, bowing respectfully, but still watching Bai Linglong closely. Sonia raised a hand. "There's no need for theatrics. Attend to your duties and stand down." At her words, the gathered cultists stilled. From a distance, they had heard the exchange and converged soundlessly, like leaves rustling on a breeze. In the Void Cult, an envoy's command was nearly absolute, and Sonia's word was law. Bai Linglong pressed her lips together and forced herself to breathe evenly. Surrounded by vigilant eyes and under Sonia's unwavering gaze, she knew that every move she made now would be judged, perhaps even judged to death. Yet she refused to falter. This was her chance to prove she belonged among these formidable believers. After Sonia finished the Void Cult members who'd been lurking at the edges quickly melted away. The ice-cold pressure that had clung to the air vanished as they left. Bai Linglong exhaled in relief and rubbed at her still numb skin. Cultists could be astonishingly kind until they suddenly turned terrifying. "I'm sorry for the scare," Sonia murmured, her tone gentle. "I can usually handle things head-on, but they insisted on making a fuss. Let's move somewhere quieter." Sonia stepped forward and laid a reassuring hand on Bai Linglong's shoulder. In the blink of an eye, the world around them shifted. When Bai Linglong opened her eyes again, they were standing just outside the Record Temple's stone gates. The courtyard was deserted, silent beneath the moonlight. "There shouldn't be anyone here at this hour," Sonia said. "Let's go inside and talk." Sonia already knew that, before heading to the Void Temple, Bai Linglong had come to the Record Temple to meet Sarah and pay a fee. Sarah might have information relevant to their mission, so it made sense to discuss everything together. With that, they slipped through the temple doors and into the hushed corridor beyond. Damien's eyes went wide the moment he caught sight of the record temple looming before him. The sheer scale of it was breathtaking, and it only underscored how formidable Miss Sonia, the Void Goddess, must be. He didn't dare linger. As soon as Sonia moved, he fell in step behind her. Inside the temple, Sarah sat at a long desk, engrossed in her books. With many of their fellows away on errands, this was one of the few moments she could devote entirely to study instead of cultivation. Still, she was always on alert for any urgent summons. A faint rustle at the entrance drew her gaze upward. She blinked twice, surprised, as Sonia and Damien crossed the threshold. Pushing her chair back, Sarah hurried over. "Senior Sonia, why are you here with Damien?" she asked, concern and curiosity warring in her tone. Sonia didn't pause. She simply nodded toward Damien. "Take a closer look." Sarah stepped in front of him and peered intently. Though he stood perfectly still, something about his aura had shifted. Her brow furrowed as she whispered, "Is that void chi?" Sonia watched in silence, her expression unreadable. "How could Damien have it?" Sarah murmured, more to herself than anyone else. "Did he receive a blessing from the Void Goddess as well?" She shook her head, puzzled. "No, that doesn't make sense." Damien swallowed, feeling the weight of their stares. Whatever had happened to him moments ago was already setting him apart. But why, he wondered, had the Void's power chosen to manifest in him? Even with the Void's blessing, you shouldn't have awakened your Void power so quickly, Sonia warned, her voice low and steady. Damien turned to Bai Linglong. "Miss Bai Linglong, is it true you gained something from the Commandment Monument?" He recalled her telling him about a strange aura in the Void Temple and had insisted on seeing for himself. Bai Linglong gave a small nod. "Yes, when I passed before the monument, I was honored to commune with Lord Cassidon, the god of the Void." Damien's eyes narrowed. Bai Linglong glanced around to make sure no one else was listening, then leaned in and spoke softly. "I didn't just see him through ordinary sight. The monument itself revealed him to me." Sonia crossed her arms. "And what did this Lord Cassidon look like? Not the human-like figure we've heard about?" Damien's pulse quickened. He'd heard Sonia describe Cassidon as vaguely humanoid, but this sounded different. So what form did he take? Bai Linglong paused, choosing her words carefully. His presence was boundless, vast and majestic like a star-filled sky. Damien took a step closer, eyes bright. "Tell us everything that had happened." At his urging, Sonia raised her right hand. Void energy spiraled from her palm, coalescing into a shimmering veil that wrapped the entire Temple of Records in an otherworldly glow. Sonia stepped out of the mountaintop villa, her brow furrowed in confusion. She knew Lord Cassidon was still inside, and there had been no sign of any void manifestation. Yet Bai Linglong insisted she'd glimpsed his true form through the Commandment Monument. Something wasn't right, and Sonia was determined to find out what. "After Mr. Niklov and Lady Butterfly returned for dinner this morning," Sonia began, "they told me they wanted to pay formal respects at the Temple of the Void. Since it was my first time on the island, I seized the opportunity to learn more about this place and accompanied them to the temple." She paused, recalling the moment she first set foot inside the ancient hall. "The instant I crossed the threshold, I felt a strange electric hum in the air, an aura unlike anything I've ever encountered. It was as though the temple itself exhaled secrets, pressing against every stone and pillar." Her eyes darkened as she continued. "The mystery of that place runs deep. Neither Mr. Niklov nor Lady Butterfly could fully explain what they felt there, only that something watched them, something powerful and unknowable. And if Bai Linglong truly saw Lord Cassidon's true form through the Commandment Monument, then we're dealing with forces far beyond ordinary understanding." "Neither Niklov nor Madame Butterfly noticed it," Sonia observed. Bai Linglong nodded. "I dug through several records and discovered that the strange breath is actually emanating from the Commandment Tablet, engraved personally by Lord Cassidon." Sonia raised an eyebrow. "Never before have you encountered anything like this?" "It's my first time on Void Island," Bai Linglong admitted. "Although I'm curious, I'm reluctant to touch the monument without fully understanding it." Sonia pressed on. "Does the Void Temple itself carry any unusual aura?" Sarah, standing quietly nearby, shook her head. "I've never sensed anything out of the ordinary. Admittedly, I can't worship there daily, I'm on duty most of the time, but I make a point of visiting whenever I can. Sonia's expression softened as realization dawned on her. Of course. That's why the Commandment Monument was created in the first place, so that pilgrims seeking blessings would approach with a deeper reverence for the Void Cult and for Lord Cassidin himself. I requested that he carve it personally. Bai Linglong exchanged a glance with Sarah before Sonia, the picture growing clearer in all their minds. The monument was not merely decorative, but a sacred link meant to inspire devotion among the faithful. The Great Commandment Monument standing in the heart of the plaza is, on the surface, nothing more than a tribute to Lord Cassidin, the god of the void. Yet recently its ancient runes have begun to shift, as though Cassidin's power, long thought dormant, is quietly stirring again. Sonia studied Bai Linglong across the table. Tell me everything you saw and felt. The more precise you are, the better. Bai Linglong took a steadying breath. When we made our first inspection, Mr. Nikrov paused before one particular inscription. He sensed a subtle aura, something foreign to this monument's original magic. He believes that if we return and examine it more closely, we may discover hidden layers in those carvings. Sonia tapped her chin, weighing the possibilities. She knew she could question Lord Cassidin himself for answers, but even his divine perspective wouldn't reveal what Linglong experienced in person or how she felt about it. Linglong pressed on. That very morning, we hurried to the site together, but I didn't have time to focus on that aura. Afterward, I withdrew to Lady Lacey's villa to clear my head. I spent several hours on the training grounds, unleashing my frustrations on the sparring dummies. My form sharpened, at least. Then later, as I was chatting with Mr. Kyle and the others, Nikrov's advice struck me again. We need to go back, study the obelisk's shifting runes, and see what they'll reveal. She paused, her gray eyes bright with determination. I intend to return as soon as possible, and this time I won't leave anything to chance. Bai Linglong paused, then launched into a full explanation of her thought process. Nikrov was the one who first suggested it, she said. Since I didn't have anything urgent to occupy me, I thought I might as well stop by the Void Temple. Honestly, at that point, I just planned to take a quick look. It wasn't until I spoke with Miss Sarah that I learned the Commandment Monument was actually safe to touch. That bit of reassurance was enough to set my mind at ease. She smiled wryly. Mr. Nikrov's comment was really just a friendly nudge. He couldn't feel the monument's aura himself, so he had no solid advice to give. And even if someone does sense something unusual, most people barely notice it in the first place. They wouldn't dwell on it. They'd just move on. To be honest, I'd almost forgotten about his suggestion as I wandered around the training grounds. It wasn't until I stopped to chat with Mr. Kyle and the others that Nikrov's tip popped back into my head, and the moment it did, I knew I had to head straight to the Void Temple. If I'd let that thought slip by, I might never have gone at all. She leaned back, reflecting. It just goes to show how easy it is to overlook things when you're bombarded with information every day. If you don't act on an impulse right away, it's gone before you even realize it. The Commandment Monument is indeed tangible, Sarah began, and hardly anyone before you has managed to touch it. But I've never heard of anyone actually gaining anything from the monument, Sonia interjected. And I've never sensed any special aura at the Void Temple either. Sonia exchanged a look with Sarah. Go on, she urged Bai Linglong. Bai Linglong nodded and continued. Not long ago, I returned to the Void Temple. With deep respect, I placed my foot on its first step, and immediately, that strange aura I'd only heard rumors of began to strengthen. With each step upward, my body grew heavier, and I was seized by an almost overwhelming reverence. At one point, I slipped into a trance. Before my eyes, the steps themselves glowed with a silky purple light, as if veiled in twilight mist. In that moment, a startling thought crystallized in my mind, and I believed it completely. She paused, letting the gravity of her words settle in the air. The great Lord Cassidin, the god of the void, lies dormant at the pinnacle of this temple. She shook her head. Of course, it wasn't his true form I saw, rather the imprint of Cassidin's will, woven into the very stones of the Void Temple. Damien lay asleep atop the worn stone steps of the Void Temple, beside the ancient Commandment Monument. Faint violet light pulsed from the runes carved by Lord Cassidin, the god of the void, bathing the temple's facade in a haunting glow. Bai Linglong stood a few paces away, watching two of the Void Church's most formidable officers approach. One was Miss Sonia, the god's own emissary and one of the church's highest leaders. The other was Miss Sarah, the official scribe charged with preserving every sacred event. Bai knew her own account would not violate the strict rules against revealing testing procedures, so she steadied her voice and began to speak. After I completed all the prescribed rituals, Bai Linglong said, I dared to place my hand on the monument. The moment my fingers touched the carved stone, everything around me vanished. Sonia and Sarah exchanged astonished glances, but remained silent, urging her on with their expectant gazes. I was pulled into an endless pitch-black void, Bai continued. There, suspended in that emptiness, I saw a presence larger than any star cluster, a figure as vast as a galaxy. It was Lord Cassidin himself, the god of the void. She paused, recalling the overwhelming sense of awe that had washed over her. He spoke directly to me, Bai Linglong whispered. He revealed truths the church has long kept hidden, the real teachings of the void god. And in that moment, I understood why only the chosen may glimpse such knowledge. As she finished, a deep silence settled over the temple steps. Above them, the violet runes on the monument seemed to burn more brightly, as if eager to record Bai's testimony for all eternity. Damien sat opposite Sarah in the half-lit chamber, while Bai Linglong leaned forward, her tone earnest. Master Cassidin, the god of the void, told me that the void grants every being a chance to partake in its glorious evolution, she began. But to earn that gift, you must pass 3 trials. 1. Absolute piety. You must bow before the boundless majesty of the void. 2. Unshakable faith. Your conviction must be so strong that you'd willingly lay down your life without hesitation. 3. Moral integrity. Your conduct must be beyond reproach, your principles immovable, so that no desire can ever corrode your resolve. Sarah's eyes narrowed. And then, he asked if I was ready to begin, Bai Linglong went on. I'd been taken by surprise. I couldn't honestly say I was prepared, so I told him so. He simply nodded and granted me leave to go away, prepare fully, and return when I was ready. Sarah drew in a breath, astonished. So Master Cassidin himself personally revealed these rules to you, and you intend to tackle this unknown trial alone? Sarah's reaction spoke volumes. She recognized, as did we all now, that Bai Linglong had just described the very core of the void god's ultimate test. Damien sat quietly in the shadowed recess of the training hall, his gaze fixed on the dancing motes of void energy that swirled above the dais. He'd spent weeks poring over every scrap of doctrine about the void's essence, trying to grasp its true nature. Yet, he knew as well as anyone, until you hear its call or receive its blessing, its secrets remain hidden. And even when you think you understand the rules of the test, that knowledge can make the trial even more daunting. Ignorance, after all, cloaks danger, but so does overconfidence. He thought back to his own first encounter with Master Cassidin's examinations. At the time, none of them realized that knowing the test's parameters didn't guarantee success. In fact, the closer you felt to mastery, the harder the fall could be if you weren't truly ready. Rumors circled that Bai Linglong had been recalled before her trial even began. No one knew how Cassidin administered his trials. No one except the invincible Lord of the Void himself, whose power spanned from the deepest chasms of the universe to the very stars above. A soft voice broke through Damien's reverie. They sent you back without sufficient preparation? Sonia's tone carried both concern and astonishment. Damien glanced up, catching the firelight in her dark eyes. Before he could answer, she reached out and lightly brushed her fingers against his forearm. Her touch recoiled as pale wisps of void energy, barely perceptible, traced along his skin. "What's this?" she whispered. "Why do you bear the breath of the void?" At that moment, Sonia understood. Bai Linglong had never been granted the true blessing of the void. And if the rumors were true, she hadn't faced Master Cassidin's trial at all, but remained, like Damien moments before, on the threshold of mysteries few mortals had the courage to confront. Damien hesitated, rubbing the back of his neck. Master Cassidin told me I was the very first to enter the trial. He gave me an opportunity I still don't fully understand. All I know is that, at that moment, a surge of violet energy flooded my veins. It's probably why you sense that void aura in me. He sighed. I never meant to tear those trees apart. After the energy flowed in, my body changed in ways I couldn't control. My power went haywire, and well, those accidents happened. Silence fell for a heartbeat before Bilinglong spoke up, her tone mild but insistent. The first candidate, I thought Lord Cassidon extended his blessing to everyone who took the trial, 784 people in all. Sarah, who had been quietly taking notes, looked up with a wry smile. Actually, there are 784 members in the Void Cult, yes, but only a handful ever passed Cassidon's trial. Being the first doesn't refer to our membership roster. It refers to you, Damien, the first among those who truly succeeded. Damien met their eyes. Then that means I really am unique in this. No wonder I felt something shift so dramatically. Bilinglong exhaled slowly. All right, if Cassidon intended this for you alone, I'll admit I was mistaken. But that also means we need to figure out exactly what happened and how to help you master this void energy before it masters you. Sonia offered Bilinglong a gentle, reassuring smile and laid a hand on her shoulder. I know you didn't mean any harm, so please don't be so hard on yourself. Damien stood close by, his concern plain on his face as he watched the exchange. After a moment, Sonia continued, her voice soft but confident. Whatever appears on the Commandment Monument must reflect Master Cassidon's original intent when he first carved its runes. In all these years, no one has truly sensed that intent until now. That's why it's only fitting that you, Miss Bilinglong, be the first to test it. Bilinglong's shoulders relaxed at Sonia's words. Damien caught the faintest spark of hope in her eyes. Sonia folded her arms thoughtfully. When Master Cassidon agreed to re-engrave the monument at your suggestion, he did so with the best of intentions. Yet the inscriptions have only hinted at the trial's true purpose. I suspect that, at the time of the first carving, his strength wasn't fully restored, so his will never fully imbued the stone. She paused, letting her theory sink in. But now, Master Cassidon has reclaimed his place among the multiverse's most formidable powers. He may not yet be at his zenith, but his abilities have returned in force. That resurgence should be enough to awaken the monument's latent powers, whatever special gifts those runes were meant to bestow. Damien met Bilinglong's gaze. Her expression had shifted from fear to resolve. Whatever ancient power slept within the monument, they would face it together, and the time for its revelation had finally come. That shimmering pulse was the birth of will. To date, Lord Cassidon had personally tested and blessed well over 700 seekers. Damien's trial, Sonia realized, must be the very challenge Cassidon had hidden at the heart of the stone monument for those who came in search of his blessing. Though unspoken, her confidence in this theory was high. Damien, stay calm, Sonia said, placing a steady hand on his shoulder. Close your eyes and feel within yourself. From what we're sensing, your body is already radiating the breath of the void. That means you've somehow awakened void energy. She waited patiently as Damien obeyed. He closed his eyes and drew a slow, steady breath, reaching deep into his core to explore the strange new power coursing through him. In the entire St. Nicholas civilization, only members of the Bai family, through a rare biological transformation, can wield true magic. Everyone else can rely only on the strength of their physical bodies, with no alternative energy to draw upon. Yet here was Damien, a living exception, channeling the raw force of the void. Damien had never stopped to wonder if there was a foreign force stirring within him. Now, at Sonia's prompting, he closed his eyes, drew in a steady breath, and probed his own body with careful attention. What he discovered was nothing less than an unprecedented power, an energy far stronger and stranger than anything he'd ever known. Sense it, Sonia said softly. He followed her guidance, gathering that hidden energy and coaxing it toward his palms. Almost instantly, his hands, delicate, tipped with fine white fur, became wreathed in a deep violet glow. The void energy shimmered like distant stars against the darkness, drifting and coalescing between his outstretched fingers. Damien's eyes shot open in alarm and awe. "Is void power," Sonia exclaimed. "Lord Cassidon's initial trial is meant to reveal whether you resonate with the void. It isn't overly difficult. Most who come for his blessing pass in just a few days." You're doing exceptionally well for your first attempt. Now try to hold it there. Straining every ounce of concentration, Damien steadied the violet light. Under his control, the swirling radiance locked into place above his palms, illuminating the tiny silvery hairs on his hands. It pulsed gently, as if alive, and for the first time he understood that his life had just taken a turn into the truly extraordinary. Not merely the power of the void, but the power of the void's dark star. As expected of Lord Cassidin, the boon he grants his first tester is truly remarkable. Sonia's eyes widened at the shimmering radiance. So far, only 4 individuals in the Void Cult had ever mastered the Dark Star's energy: Lord Cassidin himself, Sonia, and by his decree, Sarah and Lalatina, both sworn to guard Void Island. Yet now, it appeared a 5th person had tapped into that mysterious power. The aura she sensed wasn't as intense as the others. The newcomer, Bai Linglong, hadn't even received the sacred blessing, but there was no denying she wielded an extraordinary force. Even without the formal sanction, this raw power alone would make Bai Linglong far stronger than before. The Dark Star's energy was, after all, infinitely more enigmatic than ordinary void magic. Damien had been working with the Void Dark Star's power for 6 months now, yet he still hadn't unraveled its full potential. So far, he'd only managed to channel it in 2 ways: to reinforce his body, or to unleash a devastating blast. Both were impressive, but Damien knew there had to be something more hidden within the Void Dark Star's mystery. "Will there be a second subject?" Sarah asked, her eyes widening as she watched Bai Linglong's aura flare. "Lord Cassidin always seems generous to his first disciple," Bai Linglong replied softly. "I wouldn't count on the same treatment for anyone else," Damien said, shaking his head. "Because this blessing is traceable, the Void God cult will surely grow more cautious about offering it. If latecomers don't realize that, they might just assume the trials are getting harder." In truth, Damien recalled the words carved into the stone tablet by Cassidin's lingering consciousness. Unity among the 3 chosen souls was the key. Once all 3 wills aligned and were recognized, the blessing would naturally follow. Anyone who truly met the requirements wouldn't need days of preparation. They could step forward, take the test, and emerge blessed. Even a first-time visitor to Void Island can be blessed in a single day. "Miss Bai Linglong," Sonia began in a quiet tone, "you mustn't share your experience, or the power you've just acquired, with anyone outside this island." She paused, letting the weight of her words settle. The Dark Star Void power is far more potent and mysterious than ordinary Void magic. Only a handful of Void cult members have mastered it. As one of them, you must understand just how important and how dangerous this gift is. Sonia's instructions were deliberate. While many in the Void cult proudly display their mastery of standard Void abilities, the Dark Star Void power is a different matter entirely. It cannot be obtained through simple evolution, and it has never been flaunted, not by Sonia, not by Sarah, and not by Lalatina. It is their ultimate trump card, reserved for the darkest of times. Bai Linglong nodded, meeting Sonia's steady gaze. She understood the stakes. From now on, the secret of the Dark Star Void would remain locked away, her most formidable weapon hidden from prying eyes. The blessing of the Void is immensely powerful, but it has never been easy to master. Bai Linglong hesitated. "If it weren't for you two, Miss Sonia, Miss Sarah, I wouldn't have made it through today. And honestly, I still can't explain everything I saw." She rubbed her temples, wrestling with the memory of the Dark Star's energy surging through her. Though she knew nothing about the Void beforehand, she'd heard tales of Cassidin, the Void's god, and his terrifying might. And now she understood just how precious and dangerous this symbol of opportunity really was. She couldn't risk blabbing about it to just anyone. Sonia studied her quietly for a moment, then said, "If you want to dig deeper into the Dark Star's power, talk to Sarah. She's been through this before and can guide you." Sonia knew Bai Linglong was smart and curious enough to learn on her own. Too many orders or prohibitions would only make her rebel. Better to offer guidance and trust her to take it. "All right." At Sonia's words, Bai Linglong's mind snapped into focus. Only a handful of people had ever mastered the Dark Star's power in the Void, and Miss Sarah, with her calm aura and gentle smile, had to be one of them. "And you haven't officially passed the test to receive its blessing," Sonia continued. There's no need to rush. Take your time and follow your own path. It's perfectly normal if you can't secure the blessing right away. Lord Cassidon, the god of the void, left his will in the commandment monument, and the trials he sets for each individual can vary. She gave Bai Linglong an encouraging look. Once you truly discover your faith, the blessing will come to you. Now I must return to my duties. You and Sarah should continue talking. With that, Sonia stepped away. Although Bai Linglong had been the first to approach the test, Sonia's parting words reminded her that opportunity alone didn't guarantee success. Determined, she turned back to Miss Sarah, ready to learn whatever she could. Sonia had to report to the Temple of the Void, observe the proceedings there, and afterward return for a proper discussion with Mr. Cassidon. With a courteous nod, she excused herself and slipped silently into the Temple of Records before Bai Linglong could even reply. It's always so nerve-wracking to face Miss Sonia, Bai Linglong admitted once Sonia's graceful figure had vanished. She patted her chest and let out a soft laugh. She never raises her voice or makes unreasonable demands, quite the opposite, in fact. She's always so gentle. But knowing she's the god of the void, that alone is enough to make anyone's heart pound. She's the best teacher I've ever had, Sarah said with a warm smile, noticing the tension still lingering on Bai Linglong's face. I think she's incredibly kind. Bai Linglong managed a sheepish grin. You're right, she really is gentle, yet I can't shake the feeling that I have to be perfect when she's around. Sarah tilted her head. But isn't it a shame she couldn't stay longer? I'd love to hear more about her experiences. Bai Linglong's brow furrowed as she considered the idea. Yes, I wish she could have stayed and told us more. She glanced toward the entrance of the temple, where faint echoes of chanting drifted on the air. But duty calls. Together, the two friends stood in thoughtful silence, each privately marveling at the quiet power and grace of the void's own goddess. Sarah checked her chronometer and then turned to Damien with a wry smile. Sonia-senpai's days are scheduled down to the last second. She never veers off her timetable. Only once every duty is complete, late in the evening, does she allow herself a moment's rest. She tapped her foot against the stone floor. I showed up here so suddenly today, and I'm almost certain it's because of you. If you hadn't arrived, Sonia-senpai would already be at the Void Temple conducting her inspection. Sarah's tone grew softer as she glanced at Bai Linglong. Until recently, she'd kept her distance, until she learned that Linglong had awakened the power of the Void Dark Star and fully understood the trial's rules. Technically, Linglong hadn't yet received the final divine blessing, but with the Dark Star's power already coursing through her, bestowed by Lord Cassidon, the great god of the Void, she was effectively counted among the faithful of the Void divine religion. Bai Linglong's amber eyes flickered with curiosity as she studied Damien. What drove Miss Sonia to investigate the Void Temple in the first place? She asked. Damien listened intently as Sarah laid out the secret rites of the Void cult. To win the Void's blessing, ordinary outsiders must first catch the eye of Lord Cassidon, she began. Only if he takes an interest in you or learns that your character and conduct are irreproachable will he launch the hidden, invisible trials. Unless you're truly remarkable, drawing the attention of Cassidon, the god of the Void, is no easy feat. So the path divides into two stages. First comes an assessment by Senior Sonia. If you pass her scrutiny, you then face Lord Cassidon's personal examination. Only by clearing both tests can you claim the Void's favor. Sarah paused, letting her words sink in. Even Odin's own Asgardian warriors undergo this exact process to earn their lord's blessing. I know because Odin and Lady Frigga asked me how to make the best impression on Senior Sonia, what qualities she values, how to present themselves so that she thinks highly of them. Damien frowned thoughtfully. The stakes were higher than he'd realized. Not only did he have to prove himself worthy in Sonia's eyes, but he also needed to remain remarkable enough to draw Cassidon's own attention. Failure at either stage meant no blessing and no power. He steeled himself. If he hoped to stand among the chosen of the Void, he had to master both trials, and there was no time to waste. Bai Linglong drew in a slow breath and met Sarah's gaze. Miss Sonia holds tremendous power. Sarah inclined her head. So you're wondering whether you must earn Miss Sonia's approval before you can even begin the second trial? Bai Linglong hesitated. Originally, anyone seeking a blessing had to complete that very process. Yet I've already seen Lord Cassadin's will clone through the commandment monument. I know the rules in advance, but I still don't know what the test will actually demand. Sarah shook her head gently. Isn't it an advantage to go in with the rules in hand? Bai Linglong realized the warning behind Sarah's words. Knowing the rules can be a double-edged sword. True, Sarah agreed. Entering in ignorance isn't necessarily a weakness. If you take each step with faith, you refine your resolve as you go. But if you learn too much too soon, you risk becoming impatient, always chasing results rather than focusing on the trial itself. She gave Bai Linglong a reassuring smile. Don't let that pressure weigh on you. Remember Damien. He faced his first trial blind to its secrets, yet he trusted his instincts, and he succeeded. Cassadin will leave a message for you. Make sure you're fully prepared before you proceed. There's no time limit on Void Island, so train at your own pace. When you feel ready, step forward and take the final test. And don't be discouraged if you don't pass. Even mastering a fraction of the dark star of the Void's power will make you immeasurably stronger. Sarah offered Damien a reassuring smile as she laid out the plan. Senior Sonia had deliberately kept the details sparse at first, worrying that too much information might only intimidate him. The simple instructions were, work hard, remain on the island, and when he felt confident, face the test. If he still didn't succeed, he could return to the Celebrity Hotel, draw his salary, and continue working there until retirement. I'll train until I'm truly ready, Damien promised, determination shining in his eyes. If I fail, then it only means my resolve wasn't strong enough. In that moment, he understood Miss Sarah's gentle warning. Aim high, but not so high that a single setback destroys your confidence. Bai Linglong reminded herself of a simple truth. The higher your expectations, the deeper the disappointment when they fall short. Even so, she couldn't help but feel lucky. By sheer chance, she'd become the Void's very first test subject, chosen by Lord Cassadin himself to wield a fragment of his power. It wasn't enough to put her on equal footing with the seasoned members of the Void cult, but it was a start. That new spark of ability would reshape more than her magical aptitude. It would reshape her entire outlook, her confidence, her decisions, even her sense of self. She planned to visit Mr. Niklov later to thank him properly. After all, he'd been the one to suggest she put her gift to the test. Still, she would resist the temptation to race off to the Void Temple the moment she felt its strange aura calling to her. Such recklessness might squander the very chance she'd been given. No, she'd wait. When the time was right, her power would reveal itself fully, and she'd be ready. Bai Linglong approached Sarah hesitantly, her brow furrowed with questions. How do I truly tap into the Void Dark Star's power? She asked. Sarah offered a gentle smile and motioned for her to sit. Over the next several hours, she patiently shared every scrap of guidance she possessed. Yet, even after their lesson, Bai Linglong realized just how little she and Sarah had mastered. For now, the Void Dark Star's energy only sufficed to reinforce the body or fuel rudimentary energy bursts, far from full command. Sarah leaned forward, her voice low. Take Master Cassadin, for example. When he regained his hold on the Void Dark Star, his strength transformed on a cosmic scale. He ascended to saintly status, his very form expanded across light years, and his strikes didn't just crack planets, they resonated through entire star systems. That is the true extent of Void Dark Star mastery, power that shakes the universe itself. Bai Linglong's eyes widened. Then we still have so far to go. Sarah nodded. Yes, but remember, the Void Dark Star can also be refined into pure void energy, far more efficient, far more potent. Unfortunately, since you haven't yet pledged yourself to the cult of the Void God, I can't teach you the deeper rites. Instead, I'll begin with the basics, sky skimming. Bai Linglong frowned in curiosity. Sky skimming? It's the art of flight, Sarah explained, rising to her feet. She moved to the center of the training ground, closed her eyes, and drew a single silvery mote of void energy into her palm. The mote expanded, swirling into a miniature void star halo. With a focused breath, Sarah bent her knees and effortlessly rose into the air. Bai Linglong watched, breathless, as Sarah hovered inches above the ground, the air shimmering around her. You feeling that subtle push beneath your feet? Sarah asked. That's the Void Darkstar's energy acting as a counterforce. It's nothing like simple levitation spells. Here, the Void itself supports you. Steeling herself, Bai Linglong tried to mimic the gesture. She summoned a slender thread of Void energy along her spine, channeling it downward like a rushing river. She flexed her knees, and to her surprise, lifted a few inches off the earth before wobbling back down. Sarah landed beside her. Not bad for a first attempt. Keep your core stable and let the energy flow evenly through your limbs. Void energy isn't about brute force, it's about harmony with nothingness. Encouraged, Bai Linglong rose again, this time reaching a foot above the ground. Her heart thundered with exhilaration. Sarah watched, arms crossed, a proud glint in her eyes. In time, Sarah promised, you'll learn to ride the currents of the Void Darkstar like an endless sky, but mastery comes only with patience, and, eventually, a true bond with the cult. Bai Linglong nodded, determination blazing in her gaze. Though the path ahead was long, and the shadows of the Void Darkstar ever treacherous, she resolved to press on. The gift of flight was only the first step toward cosmic power. Bai Linglong carefully copied down each technique Sarah had demonstrated, intending to practice them bit by bit. Once she was finished, Sarah looked over her notes and said, "From now on, if anyone asks, just tell them you received a gift from Master Cassidon, a fragment of void energy, and that you've begun to harness its power." She paused, choosing her words. Void energy is limitless. How you use it will depend entirely on your own research and ingenuity. If we make any new breakthroughs, you'll be among the first to learn. Sarah's tone turned serious as she continued. Remember, the Dark Star of the Void belongs to Master Cassidon. He first opened a minor void gate for Senior Sonia, and Senior Sonia then extended that same gift to me and to Lalatina. We were entrusted with safeguarding the island during its most perilous hour, and we've sworn never to reveal how we did it. You, however, stumbled onto this power by pure chance. There's no guarantee you'll be able to keep it as tightly under wraps as we can. So be prepared. If you ever need an explanation, have one ready to share with the outside world. All right. Bai Linglong gave a serious nod. Just being able to learn to fly and strengthen her body was an incredible gift. She exchanged a few silent signals with Sarah. Senior Sonia had also entrusted something important to her, though Linglong hadn't yet met Lalatina, something they would have to discuss once they'd been introduced. Before she realized it, the clock read 3 o'clock in the afternoon. A handful of members were already making their way to the Temple of Records, so Bai Linglong decided it was time to head out. She planned to catch up with Sarah after her training and studies, and, if possible, slip in a word with Sonia, though Sonia's schedule was far busier than Sarah's. Linglong wasn't especially hungry. She'd only just finished lunch, but she still made her way to the cafeteria for afternoon tea and a light dessert. Mealtime was the fastest way to find people here. Void cult members typically ate 5 times a day, spending several hours in the canteen in total. The mess hall on the island never truly slept. No matter how erratic your schedule, food was always within reach, because the canteen was open 24 hours a day. That convenience, our instructors liked to remind us, was one more way the island welcomed outsiders. This late in the evening, it was especially busy. Clusters of trainees huddled over steaming bowls, swapping stories of drills and shrines and strange new abilities. When Bai Linglong slipped through the door, she immediately spotted Mr. Kyle and the others tucked into a corner table. Even more surprising, Mr. Nikrov and Madame Butterfly were there too. The two of them had vanished into the island's shrine hours ago, and no one knew where they'd gone. Bai Linglong approached cautiously. From the looks on Kyle's and Nikrov's faces, she could tell they were sizing her up. The change was unmistakable, her posture straighter, her eyes sharper, her presence somehow denser. Kyle grinned. "I take it the shrine lived up to its reputation?" Madame Butterfly tipped her head, her smile gentle. "You look stronger already, Linglong." Nikrov's brow furrowed in concentration as he reached out to lift a teacup with telekinetic force. The porcelain trembled in his invisible grip. "Your aura's different. I can't tell exactly, but I have to adjust how much force I use. I nearly shattered this cup just now." Bai Linglong allowed herself a small, proud smile. The shrine's power had done more than just awaken something within her. It had reshaped her. and if she could already feel the difference, she knew her comrades would notice it too. She took a seat and accepted the steaming bowl Kyle pushed her way. "It's good to be back," she said. Around her, the gentle hum of late-night conversation picked up again, but for the first time since she'd arrived on the island, Bai Linglong felt entirely ready. Though her posture and movements still struck ordinary onlookers as graceful, none of it escaped Niklov's watchful eyes. Even from a distance, he sensed something unsettling about Bai Linglong, a faint but unmistakable resonance of void energy. It wasn't exactly the signature of the void cult, yet the similarity was too close to ignore. Could she truly have tapped into that power? Madame Butterfly hadn't noticed anything unusual, yet she knew better than to doubt Niklov's instincts. Her eyes widened in surprise. Nearby, Lacey, Kyle, Renoli, and the Predictor all felt the same ripple of void-like energy radiating from Bai Linglong. They exchanged stunned glances. It had been less than a day since she'd arrived on the island, and she'd already met Master Cassidon and Miss Sonia in person, but this new aura was entirely unexpected. What was she up to? With measured caution, Bai Linglong stepped forward and bowed deeply to Niklov. "Thank you, Mr. Niklov. Your warning has opened a valuable door for me." "All you did was sense the Void Temple's breath and hold it in your hand," Niklov said softly. "I only knew, based on experience, that the Void Temple wasn't an ordinary place, so I sent you to investigate. I never expected you'd actually get lucky and bring something back." Niklov accepted her thanks with a calm nod. Feeling a strange aura in an everyday location might be nothing more than an illusion, but the Void Temple on Void Island was different. Its breath was real, not imagined. Capturing it, however, was another matter. Even when Niklov unleashed his full mental shield to probe the temple, he sensed nothing. Perhaps Bai Linglong's unique biological transformation, an ability far beyond ordinary perception, allowed her to perceive what he could not. Of course, that was only his guess. He had never encountered anything like it before, and why she succeeded where he failed remained a mystery. Kyle studied Bai Linglong with a mixture of curiosity and surprise. He could sense a faint ripple of void energy around her, an aura he'd never expected her to possess. "Miss Bai Linglong," he began, voice low, "have you been blessed by the void?" Bai Linglong smiled and shook her head. "Not directly by Cassidon. I was simply fortunate enough to draw a sliver of power from the Temple of the Void." Kyle frowned. "From the temple itself? That's unheard of, especially for someone without a direct blessing from the Void God." Lacey, standing beside him, exchanged a look with Renaud, the prophet. "How did you manage that?" she asked, her tone a mix of skepticism and awe. Renaud's expression had grown serious. He had tried to divine Bai Linglong's fate, only to find his visions blocked, shielded not just by her own will, but by three other presences on this island: Sonia, Sarah, and Lalatina. Clearly, Bai Linglong had tapped into more than ordinary void magic. Whatever she'd gained ran deeper than any of them realized. Damien had always assumed that his inability to divine Miss Sonia's future was simply because he spent so much time in Master Cassidon's presence. Being near the great Void Lord tended to cloud his visions. Yet, even after honing his sight, he found that while he could still foresee the fates of ordinary Void cult members, Miss Sonia, Miss Sarah, and Miss Lalatina remained utterly opaque to him. One morning, their destinies vanished entirely from his prophecies. The court prophet wrestled with this anomaly. He could read every ripple of shadow and light that foretold the lives of the other acolytes, but these three women eluded him. He finally arrived at a single, irrefutable conclusion. They must have been touched by some extraordinary blessing of Lord Cassidon himself. No other explanation would account for the blank space in his visions. Keeping his thoughts to himself, the prophet watched and waited, eager to hear Bai Linglong's side of the story. He knew that not long ago, Miss Sonia had escorted her away for a private audience. When Bai Linglong finally reappeared, she was radiant, and she carried a new confidence in her eyes. Smiling, she met the prophet's gaze and said, "I sensed a special aura around the Temple of the Void. Drawn by reverence, I approached the shattered monument of commandments and allowed my hand to rest upon its carvings, and in that moment it spoke to me." She paused, flushing faintly, as though the very memory thrilled her. Damien and the prophet leaned forward, curious for every detail. Bai Linglong glanced at Damien, then continued softly. It's difficult to explain, but the monument revealed what I needed to know, and now I carry its secret with me. Her words hung in the hush that followed, inexplicable, yet undeniably powerful. The prophet nodded slowly, realizing that whatever Bai Linglong had received from the commandment monument might be the key to unlocking all the unanswered questions about Miss Sonia, Miss Sarah, and Miss Lalatina. And perhaps most importantly, it was the one thread that could tie their fates irrevocably to the will of Lord Cassadin. Chapter Text: Whispers of the Void. Kyle and the others crowded around Damien, eager to learn exactly what had happened when he'd touched the commandment monument. Damien glanced at Miss Sonia and then at Miss Sarah. Both had warned him that certain secrets were too dangerous to share, so he offered only a brief summary, careful to leave out the most unsettling details. I recovered it from Lord Cassadin's engraved tablet, Damien said. He laid the smooth, rune-inscribed stone on the table, but kept his voice low. Kyle's eyes lit up. Incredible. What an opportunity. Congratulations, Damien. Kyle didn't press for more. Instead, he gave Damien a hearty pat on the shoulder. Lacey leaned forward, curiosity dancing in her gaze. Can you feel anything from the Void Temple now? She asked. Damien hesitated. I'm not entirely sure. The moment I took the tablet's message into my mind, the air around the temple shivered, as if it were alive. Lacey looked to Miss Sarah, who offered a small, knowing smile. Could it be the cat's perception? Lacey asked, nodding toward Midnight, Damien's sleek black panther lying quietly at his feet. It might be, Damien admitted, stroking Midnight's head. But honestly, I can't say for certain. All I sensed was a pulse of energy, ancient, almost hungry. Kyle tapped his chin thoughtfully. So the tablet's message, was it a warning or a promise? Damien closed his eyes for a heartbeat, recalling the rune's cold echo. Something in between. It spoke of an old covenant. Once the monument awakens the temple, it will usher in a new era. Whether that era brings salvation or ruin, no one can yet tell. Silence followed as each of them weighed the implications. Finally, Kyle broke the quiet. We need to prepare. If the monument has already stirred the temple, who knows what might come next? Lacey nodded. Miss Sonia stressed that the fewer people who know, the better. We'll have to be discreet. Agreed. Damien gathered the tablet and rose. Let's keep this circle small for now. We'll study these inscriptions more closely, and when the time is right, we'll venture into the temple ourselves. As they dispersed, Damien felt a sharpened resolve. The fate of their world might depend on the ancient covenant he had unwittingly revived, and he would not let that power go unchecked. Damien sat forward, recounting every detail as clearly as he could. Nekrov himself suggested I take a look at the breach. While exploring, I stumbled across the Monument of Commandments and, out of curiosity, laid my hand on it. Almost instantly, I felt my strength surge to levels I'd never known. In my excitement, I accidentally smashed some nearby crates, and the crash echoed through the hall. That noise drew Miss Sonia to investigate. Once she arrived, we spoke at length, and I discovered I'd absorbed a fragment of the Void's power, but not its true blessing. If I had been truly blessed by the Void, I'd be starving again within minutes. Instead, my hunger remains entirely normal. Bai Linglong listened closely, then nodded. That's exactly what I'll tell everyone outside under the name Miss Sarah, she said. In fact, whether or not the Void leaves you perpetually ravenous is one of the clearest ways to tell a mere power infusion apart from a full blessing. Presenting it this way should satisfy the other cult members. Lacey sighed, her expression softening with regret. It's too bad, Damien, she murmured. You tapped into the Void's strength, but you didn't receive its true blessing. Damien knew that true mastery of the Void depended on two things, earning its blessing and understanding the path of evolution. With the blessing, one could tap into ever greater reserves of Void power, each surge more potent than the last. Without it, however, even an immense initial grant of energy would quickly hit a ceiling, leaving the unblessed practitioner stranded. That's why Bai Linglong's sudden boon, arriving barely a day after she set foot on the island, caused such a stir. Lacey and the others were surprised, but not resentful. As some of the Void God's earliest disciples, they already understood how blessings worked. There was no fixed trial period to endure. The moment you won Lord Cassadin's favor, you could be consecrated, sometimes in mere minutes. After all, the Void God's whims were inscrutable. He might grant his grace on a whim, simply in a good mood. And even when latecomers eventually received their own blessings, they would seldom match the head start enjoyed by those first few chosen. To secure Cassidon's blessing and close the gap as swiftly as possible, they resolved to recruit only those with prodigious strength or untapped potential. Figures like Star-Lord, Nikrov, and Thor, whose exceptional starting points guaranteed rapid progress. The more formidable the members of the Order of the Void God they could gather, the better. Ideally, their ranks would span every conceivable specialty, ensuring that in future battles they'd never face an adversary they couldn't handle. In that way, no one need feel resentful. Above all, they wanted to solve every problem themselves, instead of constantly relying on Lord Cassidon to intervene whenever they proved too weak. What might seem a trifle to Master Cassidon would, to them, underscore their own inadequacy, and that realization was deeply humiliating. "No one can truly divine Lord Cassidon's intentions," one of them murmured. "Perhaps this is simply another test." Renaud nodded thoughtfully. He knew all too well that tapping into the Void's power did not automatically confer its blessing. Star-Lord himself had undergone a grueling 2-year trial, and only on the eve of his departure from the island did the blessing finally manifest. Nikrov and Madame Butterfly had unknowingly stepped into Lord Cassidon's trial weeks ago, and now, almost without warning, they'd each been granted a blessing. Somewhere else in the universe, another candidate might also be facing Cassidon's test. Those who claim the Void's power first, people like Bai Linglong, tend to draw the Void Lord's attention. Securing his blessing is a gift, but if the trial's hidden challenges knock you aside later, that blessing can vanish in an instant. Even a trace of Void energy in your blood can swell your strength tenfold, yet mind and spirit must endure even harsher crucibles to contain it. When Damien, the prophet of the Void, heard this news, he recognized Bai Linglong's hand in the matter. He was certain she'd received her instructions from Lady Sonia. Yes, the details came from the ancient commandment housed in the Temple of the Void, but some truths are never meant for common ears. After all, even the highest-ranking adepts of the faith remain at heart mere mortals. The Void cult is surprisingly modest in both rank and power. Beyond Lord Cassidon and Lady Sonia, few members stand out. Yet the seer's vision has made one thing clear. Bai Linglong did not receive the Void's blessing. There's no reason to lie about a fact so easily confirmed, which suggests an even deeper mystery at work in her very blood. What hidden power stirs within her remains to be seen, but in time it will surely reveal itself. "The path to your trial will be long and treacherous," the seer warned, her voice grave. "You must prepare for every danger that lies ahead." Then, offering a gentle smile, she added, "Still, you have my heartfelt congratulations. This journey alone has been more than worthwhile." Bai Linglong's chest swelled with excitement. If she could awaken even a fraction of the Void's power, she might stand shoulder to shoulder with Lady Lacy, and that possibility filled her with unbridled hope. But the most forbidden mindset is to be overreaching and insatiable, always aiming higher than the sky and never feeling content. According to Lady Lacy, these same traits are taboo even among Void cult members, so they must constantly remain vigilant and hone their minds. "Now that you've grasped the power of the Void," she said, "I'll spend tonight teaching you how to wield it." She offered a small, rueful smile. "I can't show you the Void's trump card magics. Honestly, even if I did, you probably wouldn't master them. But there are basic Void spells that are relatively simple. Those I can teach you." When Lacy learned that Damien had acquired the Void's power, she stepped forward to guide him personally. Even without the formal blessing of the Void, merely channeling its energy makes one a half-member of the Void cult. They couldn't bear the thought of Damien returning to the St. Nicholas civilization without knowing how to control his newfound abilities and bringing shame upon the cult. The Void God cult's mastery of the Void Force had gradually become renowned throughout the galaxy. No one could directly perceive the true essence of Void energy, but its presence was betrayed by distinct color signatures, each hue indicating a particular variation of that power. "Thank you, Lady Lacy," Bai Linglong said with a warm, grateful smile. She flagged down a passing attendant and ordered her favorite drink along with a few light snacks. Once she'd eaten, she planned to return to Lady Lacy's villa to rest. Linglong knew that learning to control the Darkstar Void Force itself could wait. Her priority now was to adapt to the sudden surge of power coursing through her body. If she failed, she wouldn't be able to navigate the winding forest path safely and would be forced to stick to the crowded main avenue, where curious stares still made her uneasy, despite the protective blessing that now surrounded her. Better to take a quieter route, away from prying eyes. She looked up from her thoughts and turned to Niklov, who stood nearby. "You're leaving the island in 2 days?" she asked, her tone hopeful. "Could you stay a little longer?" Bai Linglong glanced across the beach at the small cluster of travelers preparing to leave. Until now, the only friendly faces she'd encountered on Void Island were those who, like her, had ventured through the San Nicol civilization. She'd hoped, if only they'd stay a little longer, that Mr. Niklov and Madame Butterfly might have time to share their stories with her, especially Mr. Niklov, a man whose resume spanned countless worlds. A few hours in conversation with him could teach her more than months of study. She was about to ask when Mr. Niklov spoke up, surprising her. "We won't be here for 2 full days," he said. "We leave tomorrow afternoon." Bai Linglong's shoulders fell. "We would have loved to stay," she admitted. "But how will Wu Maki fare? He still isn't accustomed to Void Island's strange energies. Wouldn't it be better to return as soon as possible?" Madame Butterfly chimed in softly. "Lady Lacy entrusted Wu Maki to us. He's our responsibility." She turned to Niklov. "And the governance of Voidland," she swept an elegant hand toward the mist-shrouded trees, "falls to the 2 of you. Best we're all back before nightfall." Niklov nodded. "Agreed." He closed a small leather codex and slipped it into his satchel. "We departed without notice once before. No one knows where we went or what we did. But within the Void God cult, our movements are always watched. Better to stick to the timetable." Bai Linglong forced a polite smile and bowed her head. Tomorrow afternoon, they would all sail back to Lady Lacy's estate. So much remained unsaid, so many questions left unanswered, but for now, she would have to be patient. The chance to learn from a traveler like Niklov was rare, indeed. Damien spent the next few days talking with a dozen or so members of the Void cult, probing their personal experiences with each stage of evolution and patiently listening to Wu Maki's mounting complaints. He couldn't help but sympathize with Wu Maki's frustration. After all, the land of nothingness is a lawless frontier that welcomes any powerful being willing to carve out their fortune. Yet that very lawlessness can be a deadly trap for Void cultists. For an outsider, the land of Void seems limitless, but for those bound by the cult's tenets, its atmosphere is a constant lure toward the abyss. Should a cultist ever compromise the strict moral boundary they've sworn never to cross, they risk being summoned before Kassadin himself, Kassadin, the god of the Void, to answer for their transgression. Few dare face that judgment and emerge intact. Only fresh recruits like Wu Maki and the enigmatic Madame Butterfly, who has dwelt here for centuries without so much as flirting with the Void's darker impulses, can afford to treat the Void's rules and its corrupting ambience as nothing more than background noise. They've tacked their resolve so firmly to principle that slipping into forbidden desire seems impossible. Damien knew he still had much to learn if he hoped to do the same. "I understand," Damien said, "but I've heard that Master Jin of the Rakshasa clan and Master Black Luosan are planning to arrive in a few months." "They must be very eager to see the 2 of you," Bai Linglong replied, a note of sympathy in her voice. Damien watched her, aware of the weight she carried. As a proud member of the St. Nicholas civilization, Bai Linglong owed her very existence and the safety of her people to a small band of heroes. Mr. Niklov, Madame Butterfly, Mr. Kyle, Mr. Lacy, Mr. Predictor, and Mr. Renoli. Thanks to their foresight and determination, a brewing rebellion on the outskirts of the imperial capital was quashed before it could ignite. Had those insurrections succeeded, countless lives would have been lost, and the entire civilization threatened with regression, or even extinction. It was no exaggeration to say that these 6 individuals had saved the St. Nicholas people from catastrophe. Bai Linglong also knew that Mr. Niklov harbored dreams of one day returning to the Tesma civilization, a journey that spanned millions of light years. When he finally embarked on that voyage, the gulf between their worlds would feel immeasurably vast. But for now, they remained here, together, and before long, two more formidable figures would join them. The journey ahead will take us far from here, and I don't know when we'll next meet. But there's no need to worry about Lord Kyle. So long as you make your way to Void Island, you'll be able to see him. Ms. Lacey assured me that the permanent staff seldom leave unless something urgent demands it. As for Jin Luosha and Hai Luo-san, I'm confident we'll have opportunities to cross paths again. Damien smiled calmly at the thought. He had to raise his strength quickly so that when the Void Cult and the Kree Empire finally clashed, he could at least make a modest contribution. In doing so, he hoped to purge the resentment that had built up within him, atone for the guilt of past mistakes, and return to Tesma civilization with a clear conscience. More than a century had passed since he left home, and his memories of Tesma had grown distant. To make matters worse, the civilization's development had stalled for years in his absence. Now he was determined to set things right. Damien stared out at the void beyond the island's rim, his thoughts heavy. If our civilization doesn't become stronger, it will never be noticed by the wider universe, he told himself. He still hadn't heard any news of the Tesma people. He could only hope their situation wasn't dire. Bai Linglong gave him a gentle smile. All right, I'll inform Master Jin Rakshasa and Lord Black Luo that you've returned to the land of nothingness. I'll invite them to come and find you. Nikrov nodded in agreement, laughter dancing in his eyes. Excellent. If they truly wish to pay their respects, we'll show them the warmest hospitality our island can offer. After a light-hearted lunch, Lacey and the others slipped away to their own affairs. Damien accompanied Nikrov and Madame Butterfly as they made their way to meet several members of the Void Cult in person. Skipping the usual online channels, they preferred face-to-face conversations, exchanging techniques, sharing evolutionary breakthroughs. Nikrov explained that by forging these personal connections now, Lady Butterfly would never feel lonely once she settled on Void Island permanently. Madame Butterfly listened politely, unaware of all the political subtleties, simply happy to follow her old friend's lead. Damien still knew little of the Void Cult, nor did he understand the path his evolution must take. He worried that, without a clear guide, he might squander this hard-won blessing. Back at home, he set to work, training himself to rein in the surging power within. Lord Cassidon's recent demonstration had revealed the raw potential lying dormant in Damien's body, but theory alone wasn't enough. Unless he learned to master his strength, even a staggering boost could turn into a curse. An ordinary person whose abilities suddenly multiplied might rejoice at first, but without proper control, they'd invite disaster. Fortunately, Damien already had a foundation in self-discipline. He strode out onto the villa's lawn and began simple drills, walking with precision, sprinting with controlled bursts, and launching himself into high, measured jumps. Hour after hour, he worked, feeling the new power ripple beneath his skin. By afternoon's end, he'd adapted to the physical demands of his transformation, though he knew that true mastery still lay ahead. Bai Linglong still hadn't mastered the Void Dark Star's blessing on her body. Miss Sarah had shown her how to channel its power into a physical form. According to Sarah, that state could make her at least 10 times stronger. But Bai Linglong didn't yet know how much Void Dark Star energy she could wield, or how long she could sustain it. So she resolved to explore her limits gradually. She paused her practice, knowing Lady Lacey would return by nightfall. Sure enough, shortly after dusk, Lacey arrived. After a hot bath, Lacey slipped into a crop and snug hot pants that highlighted every curve. She looked effortlessly sultry, her femininity on full display. Lacey's new wardrobe wasn't just for show. On the island, she wanted the Void Cult's members to see her as a woman, much like Miss Sarah and Miss Sonia, rather than as a towering, fearsome tyrannosaur of power. With her every move, she sent a clear message. She was dangerous, yes, but she was also very much a woman. Lacey rested today, taking a much-needed break from her rigorous training. She couldn't help but compare herself to Miss Sonia and Miss Sarah, two women whose grace and poise spoke of years of refinement and education. Though Lacey had built her livelihood on her looks and figure, She knew her own elegance only went so far. Their treatment of her, courteous but distant, only underscored the gulf between them. It wasn't just a matter of pedigree or privilege. Sonia and Sarah carried themselves with a quiet confidence born of broad horizons and cultured upbringing. Lacey, by contrast, felt her image slipping away the more she relied on raw beauty alone. If she continued down this path, she feared she'd become the caricature of a female tyrannosaur, all boldness and no subtlety, utterly unable to rein herself back in. Determined to change that, Lacey spent the day studying their wardrobe choices, the soft tailoring, the understated lines, the careful attention to detail that spoke volumes without shouting. She realized that true refinement went beyond fashion. It was a matter of knowledge and worldview, of how one understood and navigated society itself. So today, she set aside her usual routine. Instead of practicing her poses or perfecting her smile, Lacey devoted every moment to transforming her image from the inside out. She'd learned to move with the slow confidence of a lady, to choose clothes that hinted at rather than flaunted, and to cultivate the kind of understated elegance that commanded respect. In doing so, she hoped not only to bridge the gap between herself and her more cultivated peers, but to reclaim her own identity before it was lost entirely. Damien had always admired the special attention Miss Sarah received, her refined upbringing, her composure under pressure, and the deference paid to her by everyone in the St. Nicholas civilization. Naturally, Lacey decided to give it a try herself. Under the tutelage of Miss Sarah and Miss Sonia, both accomplished in their own right, she signed up for piano lessons, chess training, and even calligraphy and ink sessions. The goal was to cultivate the same poise and elegance that made Sarah so admired. But Lacey's enthusiasm quickly fizzled. She discovered she felt no spark of passion for any of these disciplines. To her, they were little more than a diversion away from her true training. While she diligently honored her appointments, in private she chalked them up as lost time she could have spent honing her combat skills or exploring the secrets of the void. Bai Linglong, ever perceptive in social matters, wondered what Lacey was really thinking. After all, on Void Island, Lacey dressed in sleek, functional attire, nothing out of the ordinary for someone focused on survival and strength. But when traveling with the St. Nicholas contingent, Lacey would suddenly appear in outfits that seemed shockingly casual, even flirtatious. To Bai Linglong, it looked as if these were just the clothes Lacey changed into once she was off duty, her version of home comforts after a long day of missions. Unbeknownst to both ladies, Damien had quietly observed Lacey's wardrobe shifts more than once. He'd seen her swap her battle-ready jumpsuit for a curve-hugging dress, watched her flip her hair and tighten her lipstick, yet he felt nothing more than mild curiosity. The only time Lacey's seductive side genuinely caught his attention had been their very first meeting, when she greeted him with a sultry smile that seemed to read his every thought. After she received the blessing of the void and began to grow stronger still, that brief moment of feminine allure vanished for good, replaced by the unyielding confidence of a warrior. Now, whenever Lacey strode into a room, whether in armor or a simple tunic, there was no question who held the real power. For Damien, those early impressions of hidden vulnerability were long gone, and in their place stood a woman who needed no refined parlor skills to prove her worth. Lacey's beauty and flawless figure were beyond question. She was simply exquisite. Yet among the members of the Void cult, her looks were the least of their concerns. What truly gave them pause was her fearsome reputation and overwhelming strength. These were no ordinary thugs who, upon spotting an attractive woman, would dream of taking advantage. Lacey had risen from a nobody on planet Xandar to become one of the Void God religion's most formidable champions. Her ruthless power inspired both awe and trepidation. Who in the cult could ever hope to challenge her, let alone protect her? Turning her attention to Bai Linglong, Lacey began to impart her knowledge. Infusing the body with a void blessing and unleashing its power was spectacularly effective, but mastering the precise science of how to place that blessing was an entirely different matter. There are many ways to use the power of the void to strengthen the body, Lady Lacey continued, her voice calm and measured. You've seen Kyle for yourself. He's the premier example among our Void God warriors. Born with divine power and a naturally hardened physique, he's every bit the challenge he looks. If any of us, Bai Linglong, Renoli, or myself, hoped to face him directly, we'd need to make up for our physical shortcomings with other methods of empowerment. Bai Linglong bowed her head respectfully. I understand, Lady Lacey. Please share your guidance. Lacey nodded. Very well. First, know that Tony's approach to awakening differs from that of ordinary practitioners, but he's hardly the only one with a unique path. Kyle, Renoli, the Oracle Predictor, and I each follow our own method to bless and fortify our bodies with void energy. What I teach you now is the fundamental foundation. Master this, and you'll have the basis to explore more specialized techniques later on. She leaned forward, hands resting on the ancient stone table between them. At its core, the process involves channeling raw void essence into your muscles and bones, then using guided meditation to fuse that energy with your natural vitality. Some of us, like Kyle, combine this with elemental reforging rituals, tempering our flesh in specialized sigil flames. Others, like Renoli, employ ritualistic runestones to anchor void energy along the meridians. And Tony, well, Tony's method is his own secret, refined in ways most of us can't even trace. Bai Linglong listened intently, breath steadying with each word. Tonight, Lacey said, I will teach you the most direct route, the breath of emptiness. Once you learn to draw void energy into your core and circulate it through your limbs, you'll already feel your resilience increase. From there, you can explore the more esoteric practices Kyle and Renoli swear by. She paused, a small, confident smile touching her lips. The power of the void is vast, but its greatest gift is the strength it grants the weak. With the right discipline and guidance, even someone like you can stand tall against the strongest among us. Under Lacey's watchful eye, Bai Linglong took a deep breath, ready to begin her first lesson in forging flesh with the power of emptiness. Bai Linglong nodded and listened intently. She hadn't had the chance to meet Mr. Tony Stark in person yet, but earlier that afternoon she'd spoken with Miss Sarah. Sarah had told her that Tony was one of the Void Cult's top 8 powerhouses, a man who'd forged his own path to strength. Tony cleared his throat and began. Kyle's technique is called the Fierce Form. It pushes his raw power to its limit, overwhelming any defense with sheer force. Renoli employs the Rapid Form. It focuses on speed, which in turn amplifies his strike power. The Predictor uses the Defensive Form, reinforcing his durability. Offensively, he has countless lethal methods. His priority is simply to endure any attack. As for me, I use Transformation, a physical blessing that fuses all 3 forms. When I activate it, I gain the combined advantages of strength, speed, and defense. Depending on your opponent and the circumstances, Lady Lacey explained, the blessing can shift at a moment's notice, directing its power to whatever aspect needs the greatest reinforcement. This versatility demands exceptionally precise control over void energy and far more effort, she continued, but it's the most balanced and comprehensive method. Lady Lacey's own power rested on exactly this commitment. She had devoted the time and energy to master techniques beyond the reach of most practitioners, using them to strengthen herself, close any gaps with her rivals, and even surpass them. Physical enhancement was only one facet of her arsenal. She excelled in every discipline, standing among the Void God religion's most formidable figures. So, where do I begin? Bai Linglong asked. Lady Lacey regarded her thoughtfully. Before you can learn my illusory blessing, you must first master the other 3 forms. My illusion is built upon those 3 foundations. I can say it's the most well-rounded, but I can't claim it's the best, Lacey admitted. She paused, then leaned forward. So let me turn the question on you, Bai Linglong. In your view, which attribute, strength, speed, or defense, carries the greatest weight in battle? And which blessing technique do you think would best help you topple enemies and survive deadly encounters? She let the questions hang in the air before continuing. Truth is, specialization is the cornerstone of power. Trying to master everything doesn't guarantee you'll surpass someone who focuses on just one path. So tell me, which path do you want to follow? Lacey offered no answer of her own. Instead, she invited Linglong to trust her instinct. After all, even fighters who share identical gifts develop wildly different styles, and those with different talents diverge even more. Lacey was well aware she stood leagues above Bai Linglong in strength, but she also knew that Linglong's journey would demand a direction all her own. Lacey shook her head. Just because someone points you in a direction doesn't mean it's the right one, or that you'll automatically become like them by following it. At the start of any journey toward power, the most important thing is to move forward one deliberate step at a time. A foundation built with hard work will never let you down. Bai Linglong fell silent, mulling over Lacey's words. Finally she spoke, voice low and thoughtful. My fighting style relies on overwhelming speed to secure victory. She glanced up, uncertainty flickering in her eyes. Would it be better, then, to train exclusively under Lord Renaud? What I'm asking, the tutor insisted, isn't what you're naturally good at, but what will actually let you defeat your enemies down the road. Would you rather wield raw destructive power, move at impossible speed, or lock yourself behind an impenetrable defense? Remember, the goal of the physical blessing technique isn't simply to magnify your strengths, it's to shore up your weaknesses. So ask yourself, which path gives you the edge against threats you can see coming, and the ones you can't? At this, Lacey shook her head gently and steered Bai Linglong back on course. The direction of one's training matters more than anything. You can throw yourself into boosting strength, speed, or defense, but without focus, you'll never reach your peak. Just look at Kyle, Renoli, and the Predictor. Each discovered a singular, overwhelming superpower and honed it to perfection. Because they committed fully to one path, they fight with absolute confidence, ready for every challenge. As someone without innate superpowers, Bai Linglong had to think carefully about how to grow stronger. The prospect of both amplifying her natural gifts and shoring up her weaknesses set her mind racing. Her greatest asset was her extraordinary speed. After all, she was a cat, and each new skill she mastered made her attacks more devastating. Yet her true vulnerability lay in her flimsy defenses. Relying solely on agility to dodge every strike might keep her unscathed, but it left her dangerously exposed if even one hit landed. Right now, raw strength was the lowest priority. What mattered most were speed and defense. Should she push her quickness even further, or should she invest in protective measures to survive a direct assault? Bai Linglong weighed the possibilities, picturing every formidable foe and perilous situation she might one day face. Chapter 690, Can't Be Kind Forever. Bai Linglong understood that her overall combat power was more than adequate, but it was just as easy to spot her weak point: defense. She possessed plenty of speed and strength, enough to handle most foes and technological weapons without undue risk, yet those qualities fell short against the very strongest opponents. Only her defensive ability lagged behind. She knew there were myriad ways to boost offense: enhanced implants, advanced weaponry, tactical deployment. But what about shoring up her guard? Could Master Predictor's defensive style grant her the resilience to withstand attacks she couldn't dodge? Pondering this, Bai Linglong turned to Lady Lacey. If I train in Master Predictor's defensive discipline, she asked, will I be able to resist some of those powerful strikes that I can't get out of the way of? Lady Lacey met her gaze, understanding exactly where Bai Linglong's thoughts were headed. Absolutely, she replied. Predictor's defensive blessing is a physical enhancement specifically developed to neutralize, or at least soften, attacks you can't avoid. Her tone was firm, leaving no room for doubt. In truth, the defensive blessing techniques pioneered by Renoli, Kyle, and the Predictor himself were among the most potent augmentations in existence. Lacey would never have learned the nuances of the physical blessing technique, much less developed her own illusion variant, if she hadn't trained alongside the other two. For Renoli and Kyle, raw strength and blinding speed are all they really need. After all, extreme speed isn't just about offense, it's the best defense. If you move too fast to be struck, no attack can ever land, and you don't have to worry about getting hurt. Beyond that, Renoli's body can shrug off almost any conventional assault. Opponents find it nearly impossible to land a truly lethal blow on him, and that's before he even calls in his ultimate weapon. Kyle is in a similar league. His physical power is legendary, his durability off the charts, and he's devised a void magic so terrifying that it eclipses even the physical blessing. In fact, Kyle once lost an arm in battle, yet he still managed to deal a crippling counterstrike with that very same badly damaged limb. Most people assumed his arm was effectively useless, but Kyle turned it into his greatest weapon. That single punch. If Kyle hadn't patched him up afterward, Damien would have been sidelined for at least a month. As long as Kyle keeps hammering the enemy relentlessly, protected by his own near immortality, the fight is over before it even really begins. Any opponent who doesn't know Kyle's secret trump card stands no chance of escaping that blow. Lacey herself foresaw Damien's defeat, so she wasn't caught off guard when she and Kyle faced off. Damien and Kyle's physical blessing technique can multiply their strength to staggering levels. 1 + 1 becomes 10, but it's all raw power. The predictor style, by contrast, is deceptively modest. Even with the gift of foresight, there will always be unavoidable threats, and the only true counter is absolute, impenetrable defense. Yes, the predictor's method does grant a modest physical enhancement, but it's nothing like the dramatic boosts that Kyle, Damien, or Lacey can deliver. Who really comes out on top in a fight can only be decided by the final outcome. But when it comes to protecting the weak and standing firm against overpowering foes, no style surpasses the predictor's ultimate resilience. Then I'll take the Lord Predictor's defensive build, Damien said. Bai Linglong nodded, a pleased smile curving her lips. A wise choice. She folded her arms, eyes thoughtful. When a weaker combatant faces someone far stronger, it isn't always a lack of attack power or speed that dooms them. What they lack most often is the means to survive an onslaught. Sure, breaking through an opponent's guard or dodging their blows can win a fight. But if you can't withstand their strongest strikes, it doesn't matter how fast or powerful you are. You'll be knocked out in an instant. In reality, unless you're completely cornered, the best tactic is to retreat and live to fight another day. Holding on to life means you can train harder, grow stronger, and plot your revenge. A superior defense gives you that opportunity. Lacey watched Bai Linglong approvingly. She couldn't help but grin. If anyone asked for a recommendation, I'd say learn the predictor's defensive style from Bai Linglong. Then again, when I teach, I can't wait to pass on the techniques I've developed myself. Damien felt a surge of confidence. With the Lord Predictor's defensive discipline at his command, he knew he'd survive the next challenges and have the strength to turn the tables in his favor. Lacey shook her head. Her first concern was always teaching others how to stay alive. After all, when a weaker fighter faces a stronger one, only by ensuring your own survival can you hope to turn the tables or win a future opportunity for revenge. If you can't even block a single strike, everything else is just empty talk. Very well, Bai Linglong said, inclining her head respectfully. Lady Lacey, I'd be grateful for your advice. Deep down, Bai Linglong knew her defensive skills were only equal to those of her peers. Against a truly powerful opponent, they would fall short. That realization was precisely why she'd chosen to specialize in defense. To master the predictor's defensive blessing technique at an advanced level, you must develop absolute control over void energy, Lacey explained. But don't worry, the basics are simple. Imagine wrapping your body in layer upon layer of protective shields, tens, hundreds, even thousands of them. Each additional layer boosts your physical defense. Later, you'll learn how to reshape these shields to counter different attacks and even how to discharge excess force for maximum resistance. For now, though, I'll show you how to infuse your body with pure void energy. With that, Lacey stepped back 100 meters from Damien. She lifted off the ground, her golden hair streaming downward as void energy coalesced around her. Her eyes glowed with a fierce purple light. Then, with a thunderous boom, a visible shockwave of violet energy rippled outward. Damien braced himself, taking the full impact of the blast. Just as Bai Linglong braced herself for the blow that would send her flying, she found her footing again. Lacey's voice was calm but carried an unmistakable challenge. This isn't a sparring ring, she said. I won't unleash my full offensive blessing, only my defensive. Lacey folded her arms and waited. Bai Linglong didn't bother with words. She sprang forward, talons extended, aiming to rip through Lacey's defenses. Even an attack powerful enough to shatter a 150-ton concussive metal object struck only the shimmering barrier of void energy around Lacey's body. A metallic ding rang out as futile as a needle against an unbreakable mountain. Bai Linglong's claws splintered with a sharp crack. Determined, Bai Linglong shifted her inner force. Her long cattail coalesced into a razor-sharp blade, and she thrust it at Lacey's midsection. Again, the blade met the barrier with a ringing ding. Pain shot through Bai Linglong's tail. Every bone trembled, and her teeth chattered. She stumbled back, the strength draining from her limbs, forced to admit that Lacey's defense was truly impregnable. Specialization is the key to reaching the pinnacle of power. Never underestimate any area of focus. Even the most unbreakable defense can become your deadliest weapon. Lacey watched Bai Linglong closely. If Linglong hadn't awakened the Void Divine Power, none of this training would apply. But now that she had, the Void God-Sect's foundational techniques had to be taught. In more advanced civilizations, these basics form the bedrock of true strength. Master them, and you never fear disgrace. Steeling herself, Bai Linglong bit her lip and began the activation ritual she'd learned from Sarah's chronicle. She summoned the dark star void energy within, and a vivid purple moon emblem bloomed on her forehead. Her hair rippled, strands shifting between violet and white, turning her once innocent features into something otherworldly and imposing. Then, as if summoned by her will, a colossal beast materialized in the sky behind her. A towering, 100-meter-tall creature of deep purple, its form studded with glimmering starlight, roaring its allegiance to the void. "What is this?" Lacey murmured, her heart pounding as Bai Linglong's 4 claws slammed into the earth, and he lunged forward, body pressed low. The colossal beast at his back mirrored the move. Then, in a flash, it dissolved into Bai Linglong himself, magnifying his presence until it crackled with barely contained menace. Violet arcs of power danced over him, rattling stones and stirring the air with an unsettling hum. Summoning every ounce of will, Bai Linglong drove a single claw through the space between them. A glowing purple slash hung in midair, and the sound it made was nothing like steel against rock. It rang with the deep, resonant impact of enchanted weapons striking shields, a clear, resounding "Kang!" Still, Lacey did not falter. As the shockwave tumbled toward the ground, she lifted a single hand and slapped it aside. The violet energy collapsed against her palm and vanished, leaving the earth beneath her feet unshaken. Easy as breathing, she intercepted his most powerful strike, and for the first time, a flicker of surprise and grudging respect kindled in her eyes as she looked up at Bai Linglong. Lacey's eyes narrowed as she watched the shimmering aura envelop Damien's form. She recognized it instantly for what it was, a crude but undeniably powerful physical augmentation spell, channeling raw void energy through his muscles. She'd never seen this particular technique before, and its rough execution was evident in the torrents of void power bleeding off into the air. Yet even in its unrefined state, it had granted Damien a formidable surge of strength. If he could learn to control it, she knew, the results would be devastating. "Who taught you that?" Lacey demanded, closing the distance between them in 2 swift steps. There was no way Damien had devised such a spell himself. He'd only gotten a handle on void energy a few hours ago. Mastering its release was an accomplishment. Inventing a new rite was another matter entirely. Damien struggled against her advance, but the void energy that had buoyed his form began to falter under Lacey's unrelenting glare. He winced, and as the aura drained away, his shoulders slumped. "Miss Sarah," he admitted in a quiet voice, "she showed me the basic principles." The words seemed to deflate him. The last wisps of void power slipped from his limbs and dissolved into the night air, leaving him vulnerable and entirely exposed to Lacey's next move. "I see, but that's not how you channel the physical blessing technique," Lady Sarah corrected Bai Linglong. "If you use it like that, unless you possess an almost limitless reservoir of void power, you won't be able to sustain it for long. Whether you're attacking or defending, you'll burn through your energy far faster, and your enhanced state will collapse in seconds." Damien listened carefully. Lady Sarah, renowned as the living treasury of void magic, seemed to have an endless well of arcane theory and practical tips at her command. Even a few of her observations could save fledgling practitioners weeks of trial and error. He didn't pay much attention to the faint, purple crescent that had glowed on Bai Linglong's brow when she'd activated her blessing. The move itself was so crude that it drained her reserves almost instantly. At that rate, she could barely maintain the augmentation for 30 seconds. By comparison, Damien silently acknowledged 30 seconds was impressive. Across the chamber, Tony merely grinned. Though he specialized academically in void power, he wielded it with a casual ease that defied restraint or scruple, another form of mastery that left onlookers in awe. Most void cultivators quickly learn the hard lesson that not a single drop of void energy can go to waste. Squander it, and your reserves will run dry before you know it. Bai Linglong, stuck just shy of her next breakthrough, had to master the art of using every pulse of void power with maximum efficiency. Otherwise, she'd never progress. I tried just now, Bai Linglong confessed to Lady Lacy and Miss Sarah, but keeping the flow steady, it's much harder than I expected. Lady Lacy nodded sympathetically. Generating the void currents is the easy part, she said. The true challenge is maintaining them without draining your own reserves. Bai Linglong understood all too well. Moments ago, she had followed Miss Sarah's method to sheath her entire body in void energy, only to have it collapse almost immediately when her attention wavered at Lady Lacy's critique. In that brief lapse, she lost a full fifth of her void dark star's power. Now she couldn't shake the worry of how long it would take to recover. Still, Lady Lacy offered a calming smile. Don't be disheartened. The dark star blessing technique you're using, built on Miss Sarah's principles, is incredibly potent. Your recent surge in strength was no fluke. It's only a matter of practice before you learn to control it smoothly. Bai Linglong took a steadying breath. Renewed resolve filled her eyes. If she could conquer this next hurdle, there'd be no stopping her advancement, and she intended to prove it. A casual swipe of her claw barely rattled Lady Lacy's barrier. Though the defense held firm, the very tremor it emitted was extraordinary. But as Bai Linglong sensed what was happening, she realized the real problem. Without sufficient void dark star energy, she couldn't properly wield the dark star blessing technique. Struggling at first is only natural, Lady Lacy said softly as she drew back the excess void power and descended to stand before her pupil. We'll take it one step at a time, but above all, you must never let yourself be consumed by the void's savage will. We're not members of the void cult, and we're not bound by their judgments. Still, if you surrender to that hunger for power, the world will brand you a monster. Bai Linglong was a born fighter. In just a few brief lessons, she'd managed to force a crude version of void magic into being. Rough around the edges, to be sure, but brimming with promise. Yet without a steadier supply of void energy, she couldn't yet assume a true combat posture. Lady Lacy watched her with patient eyes, ready to guide her toward full mastery of the Dark Star Blessing technique. That power is meant to be your last resort, an emergency trump card to unleash only when things really go south. After all, to survive in the universe, you need something decisive in your back pocket, a life-saving gambit, and a surprise blow that can turn the tide. But even more crucial than any flashy technique is steady, reliable combat strength, because that's what you rely on far more often when facing foes. Lacy, too, had her own secret weapon. She'd been intrigued by Bai Linglong's recent demonstration, but hardly taken aback. From Bai Linglong's description, Miss Sarah's power has silently grown to a formidable level. She might not quite match the top-tier fighters yet, but her self-defense capabilities are clearly more than sufficient. After all, Miss Sarah isn't just a master of void magic. She wields other talents that even Lacy has never seen. Just then, Kyle, Renoli, and the Predictor heard a commotion behind them and sprinted back toward the house. Kyle burst through the door and stamped his foot on the floor. Damn, I thought the place was trashed. Good to see nothing's broken. Was this ruckus caused by Lacy's training session with Bai Linglong? Renoli asked, brushing dust from her sleeve. Sounds like it, the Predictor replied. They got pretty loud, but luckily, no harm done. Otherwise, Miss Sonia might come asking in person. Kyle, Renoli, and the Predictor sprinted back toward their villa, making a wide circle around it. When they saw that the walls still stood away and not a single window was broken, each of them let out a long, shaky breath. They'd been celebrating in the cafeteria, drinks in hand, stories growing ever more outrageous, when rumors began to fly that a 100-meter-tall beast had appeared near their home. In a panic, they They dashed back, trampling the grounds and nearly laying waste to the place. Luckily, the destruction had been unintentional, and Lacey's fortune meant she could easily cover repairs or even build an entirely new villa if necessary. Still, if Miss Sonia heard about this fiasco, the consequences would be far more serious. What was that trick she used back there? Lacey actually knows void magic? Kyle asked, rubbing his temples. Renali shrugged. Who can say? Lei Xiaoxing certainly has her share of secrets. Then just ask her, the predictor said with a shrug. They didn't hesitate. The three of them hurried across the lawn and up the stone steps to Lacey's villa. Kyle called through the open gate. Lacey? What are you doing out here? Good grief, I thought my house was about to collapse with all that noise, Kyle bellowed as he stormed up. Lacey, have you unlocked any new abilities? Before she could answer, Renaud materialized in front of her. Don't give me a play-by-play, just a broad overview of what you can do. The prophet chimed in, frowning. I didn't use any magic myself just now. I was showing Bai Linglong the fundamentals of the physical blessing technique. Lacey shook her head. Actually, Bai Linglong only picked up that move from Miss Sarah moments ago. I don't know much more than that. She paused, gathering her thoughts. As for the 100-meter beast you saw, yes, it looked impressive, but sustaining something that large is a colossal drain on energy. It's hardly practical. Renaud raised an eyebrow. Are you positive Miss Sarah was behind the teaching? She's not one to focus on flashy spells. Miss Sarah's methods are solid, Lacey countered. It's just that void magic is, well, unusual in how it operates. Kyle frowned. Bai Linglong only unlocked her void powers recently, right? She's bound to overextend herself. Exactly, Lacey agreed. She burned through far more void energy than necessary. It'd be best for her to start from the basics. Renaud nodded. Then let's have her master the fundamentals before moving on. Lacey gave a determined smile. Agreed. Miss Bai Linglong, how much void power did that last move cost you? Damien asked, having overheard Bai Linglong's training. She swallowed and glanced at Lady Lacey before answering. About 1/5 of my total reserves in just a few seconds. I shouldn't have wasted so much, Bai Linglong admitted with a wry smile. But your question distracted me, Lady Lacey. Damien considered her words. Even without the interruption, you couldn't sustain that level of output for more than a minute. Lacey stepped forward and placed a reassuring hand on Bai Linglong's shoulder. Don't be too hard on yourself. You're only at the beginning of your journey. She believed in honest feedback rather than empty flattery. Compliments might make lessons more pleasant, but they wouldn't prepare her students for the dangers ahead. Only by recognizing their real strengths and weaknesses could they chart a course for true improvement. Lacey had learned early on that her first task was always the same. Honestly assess her strengths and weaknesses, then acquire whatever new skills she needed to survive the next threat. That clear-eyed, no-nonsense approach was how she had mastered her own magic, and how she expected her students to learn. A spell that dies out in under a minute isn't a secret weapon. She snapped. It's just a neat trick. Kyle paced a few steps, chin-stroking. The physical blessing technique should count as basic void magic, not a trump card. He stopped and stared at the twilight sky, recalling the eternal void he himself had shaped, the perfect sphere in which he could become immortal for as long as the spell held. It was undeniably potent, yet it drained, devoid energy so voraciously that it could never be used except in the direst of emergencies. You learned that from Miss Sarah, didn't you? He pressed. Renaud tilted his head, catching on to the same thread. Maybe we should just ask Sarah to drop by. She could teach us a few things in person. Lacey shook her head. Sarah's still working her shift. She won't be off duty for hours. The so-called prophet glanced at his watch, just past 7 in the evening. Shadows were already lengthening across the courtyard. He gave a wry smile. All right then, we'll press on without her. Damien, he turned to the young man, it's your turn to demonstrate the next stage. Show us what you've got. Sarah could have clocked out by now, but she chose to remain at the Temple of Records until her official quitting time. She'd have plenty of time to rest once her shift truly ended, so there was no point in leaving early. Damien didn't want to disturb her again, so he turned to Lacey instead. Which body blessing technique are you planning to teach Bai Linglong? Lacey smiled. I walked her through all three styles, the swift step form, the predictor's defense, and the corresponder strike, and left the choice up to her. In the end, she asked to learn the predictor's defense. Damien raised an eyebrow. But isn't Bai Linglong known for her speed? Why not have her focus on swift step? If she's fast enough to dictate the battle, taking down opponents would be as simple as slicing through melons. She chose the predictor's defense herself, Lacey replied. I trust her judgment. He leaned back, a small grin playing on his lips. You've got faith in her, then. Fair enough, it takes discernment to pick the right path. As long as you stay alive, you'll always have options. The prophet nodded calmly. Besides, it's almost certain they won't choose me anyway, so why worry? Kyle shrugged internally. He knew full well that his attack-only approach worked for almost no one but himself. The key wasn't that he refused to defend. It was that his own defenses were already unbreakable. So far, only Damien had ever shown the potential to adopt his style. Damien had absorbed every bit of Kyle's foundational teaching before striking out on his own path. Alex, too, had the raw ability to learn, but he'd long since forged a style of his own, and a terrifyingly overwhelming one at that. As for Damien, Kyle hadn't seen him since he was stationed on Blue Star. Back then, Damien's starting point had already rivaled the best of the Void Cult. By now, Kyle was certain Damien's strength must be truly formidable, and if he ever fell short against someone like Tony, it wouldn't be because he lacked power, but because Tony's technique simply outmatched him. Damien watched from the edge of the training hall as Banner and Tony squared off, two fighters so perfectly matched that every strike, every feint, felt as maddening as his own sparring sessions with Renly. When a speed specialist clashes with a power typist, there's absolutely no room for error. The faster combatant must find a way to slip through an ironclad defense. The stronger must pin down even the smallest opening in their opponent's reflexes. Neither side had enough head-to-head experience at this level to rely on instinct alone. Only when one fighter holds a decisive speed or strength advantage does a victor emerge quickly. Nearby, Bai Linglong assessed the bout with a quiet confidence. She knew her Void Dark Star technique was a true trump card, and so had Miss Sonia and Miss Sarah, who'd warned her that the power of the Void Dark Star was itself a hidden ace in any fight. It was hardly surprising, then, that its application felt unstoppable on the mat. Lexi has far more teaching experience than you or me, Bai Linglong remarked casually to Kyle. She's trained over 200 Void Cult members, perhaps close to 300 by now. Kyle ran a hand through his hair and offered a sheepish grin. I'll admit I'm not the world's greatest instructor, he said, but I'm learning tricks of the trade. After all, I did coach Banner through his last tournament. He paused, eyes drifting back to the ring, where speed and power continued their tense duel, two sides locked in a battle of wits, timing, and raw ability. Damien was still a novice. He hadn't fully mastered his own abilities yet, let alone the deeper currents of the void. That was exactly why the prophet agreed to teach him. Their powers sprang from the same source, which meant they could train in a Spartan, back to basic style, sparring without fear of causing lasting harm. A true fighter learns by throwing punches. The more you fight, the faster you improve. Lacey frowned. You know I'm hopeless at this sort of thing, Damien. And keep the noise down, Renoli added bluntly. No late-night sessions. We still need our sleep. Renali was refusing outright to take on the role of instructor. He'd merely assumed that, among the 3 mastery paths available, he could choose the Swift class for himself. That didn't mean he wanted to teach it. I learn quickly enough, he said, but teaching? That's never been my strong suit. The prophet raised his hands in a placating gesture. Within the vision realm, he could transmit insights in an instant, guiding minds almost effortlessly. But genuine training in the real world, grounded in sweat and endurance, had to unfold over time. Only through patient repetition and hard practice could Damien, or anyone, truly claim mastery. Damien's far too lazy to sweat the small stuff. Fine, he said with a shrug. Where can you go to cool off, and where will you be staying afterward? Lacey rolled her eyes in exasperation. No sooner had discussion turned to training than the 3 of them were ready to wash their hands of responsibility and head for the hills. If they weren't so expert at passing the buck, she wouldn't have wound up teaching so many recruits herself. In the beginning, everyone had gone to Renoli, Kyle, or Damien looking for a few pointers, but each time they dumped the problem straight in her lap. That's how her roster of students swelled past 200. Didn't Renoli and Kyle know how to teach? Lacey still remembered how effortlessly Renoli had guided Pietro through the basics. Within a few hours, Pietro already understood the fundamentals of strength training. Kyle had done even more impressive work with Banner. Despite Banner's naturally powerful physique, Kyle honed his technique and banished every trace of hesitation or kindness from his fighting style. As for Damien, Lacey had never seen him mentor anyone directly, but she was certain that, if he chose to, he could teach circles around them all. Damien shook his head with a wry smile. Frankly, none of us feels like overthinking this right now. Let's pull back for the time being. Lacey's cheeks flared with irritation, but before she could speak, the seer, his silver hair catching the torchlight, stepped forward. "Miss Bai Linglong," he said gently, "if you run into anything you don't understand, you're always welcome to seek me out. A fresh perspective can sometimes make all the difference." He inclined his head, acknowledging her shrewd choice of a defensive path. Teaching her to forge that foundation from scratch would be too tedious, but once she'd mastered the basics, he was more than willing to share advanced techniques. As for how she'd acquired her power, from the enigmatic Void Temple, and by extension, Lord Cassidon himself, the seer wisely refrained from prying. Precognitives like him knew that certain secrets were better left untouched. The more you learned, the more complications you invited. Damien offered a grateful bow. "Thank you, sir. I appreciate it." Then, turning back to the waiting company, he readied himself for their next move. Predictor. The moment Bai Linglong heard Lacey ask how to cultivate normalization, the three of them shot to their feet, hands over their mouths as they stifled giggles. Kyle and the Predictor headed straight back to the villa, while Renoli, boasting he was the fastest, volunteered to hurry to the canteen in Ulm to settle the bill. No one dared challenge his speed, so off he dashed, errands in tow. "Master Renoli and everyone else really know how to have fun together," Bai Linglong said with a fond smile, watching them disappear down the path, still playfully bickering. Lacey returned her smile. When she first joined the Void God sect, her cultivation had been too weak and her savings too meager. Sometimes she'd struggled just to afford a meal. She never imagined she'd one day blend so effortlessly into this close-knit circle of friends. At first, Damien and his two partners agreed to take Lacey under their wing, helping her regain her strength while respectfully giving her the space she needed to sort through her personal struggles. From the moment she joined them, they brought her along on every bounty hunt. Although her contributions were modest at first, they always made sure she received a fair share of the reward, guiding her through the toughest days of her life. But Lacey proved to be a quick study. Time and again on the field, she demonstrated an uncanny tactical mind and surprising prowess in combat. With each mission, her skills sharpened and her confidence grew. Before long, she'd become every bit as vital to the team as Damien and the others. Their flawless record, hundreds of bounties claimed with 0 failures, earned them an infamous reputation. Whispers began to call them the 4 killing gods of the Void God cult. Lacey herself bristled at the name. She would never take a life without cause, but no one could deny that through countless skirmishes and narrow escapes, she and Damien and their comrades had forged a bond deeper than mere partnership. They were a family now, inseparable and unshakable. Miss Sonia also mentioned that Master Cassidon himself had urged her to treasure her close friends and companions. Before long, Damien, Sonia, Kyle, and Tony had formed an unbreakable bond, 4 confidants who shared everything. Whenever Kyle and the others went to the celebrity hotel to unwind, they never hesitated to include Sonia. Only if they worried about boredom would they invite a few extra friends along. Otherwise, the 4 of them were more than enough company. Of course, a man's ambitions need not always be lofty or awe-inspiring. Allowing yourself genuine happiness can be just as valid a way to live, and many of the Void cult's male members desperately craved exactly that. It was also why Kyle and the rest admired Tony's grand ideal of giving back to his hometown. Tony's willingness to help without expecting anything in return struck them as a level of selflessness they could scarcely imagine. "That's wonderful," Bai Linglong said, envy tinging her voice. "Aside from my family, I've never had such devoted friends in the St. Nicholas civilization." She fell silent for a moment, then added softly, "True friendship is rare. Some people go hundreds, even thousands of years without ever finding it. As long as you grow strong enough and venture out, you'll always find like-minded comrades," Lacey told them, her gaze steady. "Whether you become true partners, though, depends on what you share, what can deepen your bond and carry your relationship further." She paused, then added, "Now, let me teach you how to stabilize your power. But before we can do that, you must learn to wield the void." Bai Linglong frowned in concentration. Lacey smiled and clarified, "This stabilization technique isn't about weakening your blessing. It's about maintaining your empowered form for as long as possible while using the least void energy. In a battle that pauses now and then, a few precious seconds of rest lets you preserve that state, keeping your strength both reliable and enduring." Drawing a slow breath, Bai Linglong nodded. Lacey continued, "You must understand that cosmic tier fighters like us force our opponents to resort to void magic just to survive. You won't face anyone truly weak, just experts whose basic strikes could kill ordinary warriors. If you can shrug off those ordinary blows without damage, you've already reached a commendable level." With that, Lacey lifted a hand and summoned a small stream of opaque, violet light. The energy coalesced into thin, springy filaments that danced between her fingertips. With a sharp gesture, she launched them. The filaments wrapped around a nearby training dummy, yanking it skyward in a series of jerky, bouncing arcs. "This is the void leash," she explained, retrieving the dummy as it fell. "Use it to bind your enemy's movements, yank them off balance, or simply keep them at the perfect distance. Now, Bai Linglong, give it a try." Bai Linglong squared her shoulders, closed her eyes, and reached out with her mind, ready to channel the void's silken threads. Bai Linglong unleashed the dark star power of the void, but her void energy wasn't a pure, royal purple. It danced with pinpoints of starlight. Lacey noticed the subtle difference at once. She suspected Bai Linglong had tapped into some hidden reservoir of power when she visited the Void Temple. Rather than press her for answers, Lacey held back. If Bai Linglong could have explained, she wouldn't have kept it secret. And anyone who went to such lengths to conceal a gift like that must surely understand just how weighty it could be. Lacey commanded softly as she wove strands of shimmering void energy between her fingers. "First, learn to weave your void powers into fine threads." Damien mirrored her movements, concentration etched on his face. "Once you can control even the smallest tendrils of void energy," Lacey continued, "you'll find it far easier to develop and eventually master more advanced void techniques." She straightened, her gaze sharpening. "Never rely on a full-force explosion as your only tactic. The blessing technique is versatile. You can calibrate it at different levels. Always assess your opponent's strength first, then choose how much void power you actually need." Lacey leaned closer, her tone more urgent. "That way, you stay in fighting shape longer, and you conserve your strength for when it really matters." She paused, letting the lesson sink in. "Above all, remember this. Whether you're on a battlefield, in a skirmish, or simply interacting with strangers, never expose your weakest side. If you do, your enemies will pounce, and you'll find yourself facing crises you never saw coming." As Lacey guided him through each step of void manipulation, she was also imparting a harder lesson. Survival in the cosmos demands both power and vigilance. Out among the stars, patience alone won't keep you alive. But with a strong fist and the wisdom to use it, you can forge a free and prosperous life wherever you roam. People never respect the weak. In fact, they prey on them, growing ever bolder the more helpless you appear. That is why you must become strong enough to inspire fear. In this universe, displaying true power is paramount. Fame, fortune, and status are also badges of the powerful, earning you special treatment and privileges. Yet these symbols aren't as pure as genuine strength. After all, reputation and wealth can only grant so much. True power lets you acquire everything ordinary people chase throughout their lives, and more if you choose to. This is precisely why the Void Divine Religion, despite its unmatched might, hasn't rushed to expand its borders. Its countless followers remain patient, for they know that when the time is right, Master Cassidon will issue the command, and Miss Sonia will carry it out. In an instant, every world in the universe could fall under the banner of the Void God. Some observers in distant civilizations already perceive what's happening. Among them are the Golden Rakshasa and Hailuo-san of the St. Nicholas civilization. Everyone knows the Void cult is not yet capable of dominating an entire galaxy. It's simply a matter of timing. While Damien concentrated on harnessing the power of the Void, straining to draw even a slender thread of energy from a dark star suspended within it, he also attended Master Lacey's lessons. Gradually, his outlook began to shift. Prolonged contact with the truly powerful, even if you never match their strength, changes you mentally. You start to mirror their qualities, their decisiveness, their willingness to do whatever must be done. Lady Lacy herself projected warmth and compassion, yet Damien never forgot the name of the death god she had slain. True strength, he realized, lies in knowing when to show mercy and when to withhold it. In moments of crisis, kindness alone will not suffice. You must be resolute, even ruthless. That is the mindset of the strong, Master Lacy had told him more than once. Learn to temper your compassion with conviction. The world rewards the bold. Damien felt those words settle in his bones. He understood now that benevolence is a virtue, but it's no guarantee of survival, let alone victory. To claim a future for himself, the Void cult, and all who depended on him, he would have to embrace that hard truth. Many problems in this world persist simply because we're too kind to make tough decisions, so mistakes keep repeating until they become disasters. Bai Linglong herself feels no urge to kill. She only wants to study the civilizations of the future to broaden her knowledge. Yet she understands that on her journey, she may have no choice but to fight when the time comes. She cannot rely on kindness alone to win everyone over or to erase every misunderstanding and suffering. Chapter 691. There is no true belief. Lacey spent the afternoon teaching Bai Linglong from the very basics, guiding her patiently through each step. By 9 o'clock, she decided it was time for a late-night snack. They stepped out together, and Bai Linglong enjoyed some fresh fish to replenish her energy. Afterwards, she followed Lacey back to the villa, where a soft, plush, cat-shaped bed had been prepared just for her. Tucked in under a warm, fur-lined quilt, she drifted off to sleep, thinking how fulfilling her first day on Void Island had been, and hoping that tomorrow would be even more interesting. High atop the mountain, in the grand Cassidine villa, Sonia had just wrapped up her own work for the evening. After a refreshing bath, she found Damien, Mr. Cassidine, setting aside his duties in preparation for dinner and a soak of his own. "Mr. Cassidine," Sonia began quietly, approaching him with a measured step. "There's something I need to discuss with you about Miss Bai Linglong." Damien looked up, interest flickering in his dark eyes. "You mean her opportunity at the Commandment Monument?" he asked casually, folding his arms. "Do you know what lies within the monument itself?" Sonia hesitated only a moment before nodding. "Yes, sir, but I wanted to hear your thoughts on it first." Damien's expression remained unreadable as he considered the question, the flickering lantern light casting shadows across his features. The fate of Bai Linglong, and whatever secrets the Commandment Monument held, would shape much of what came next on Void Island. "I only found out today," Damien admitted, leaning back in his chair. Sonia raised an eyebrow. "The Commandment Monument shouldn't have activated its trials until now. It was meant to embody the original purpose you set when you created it." "I know," Damien said, "but it's not a problem. Everything's unfolding exactly as it should." He decided to be fully transparent. After all, Bai Linglong had only encountered the monument's trial this morning, the very first time its true test was revealed. Damien himself didn't know precisely what form those trials would take. The monument channeled the very will he'd planted in its foundation, and its methods were as much a mystery to him as to anyone else. Sonia studied him for a moment, arms crossed. "So you only learned of this today? That matches my suspicions. If Mr. Cassidine had known earlier, he would never have allowed the monument to reveal its purpose until now." She paused, thoughtful. Properly harnessed, the Commandment Monument could streamline the Void God cult's initiation rites, making them far more efficient. Cassidy's silence suggested he genuinely hadn't been aware of its awakening until today. Damien met her gaze steadily. Exactly. I wanted you to know the situation as it stands. We'll adapt once the trials begin in earnest. Sonia nodded slowly, the weight of the revelation settling between them. Though the monument remained unpredictable, at least they now faced its mysteries with open eyes. Sonia folded her arms, studying the ruins before her. There's nothing wrong with what Sarah and I uncovered. Damien Cassidy met her gaze. I confirmed it myself. A fragment of my power lies dormant inside the commandment monument, most likely a remnant that formed spontaneously when I first regained my strength. Sonia nodded thoughtfully. That makes sense. So, Mr. Cassidy, have you figured out how to actually sense that willpower? He paused, eyes drifting back to the ancient stones. Not yet. I'm keeping a close watch on Bai Linglong to see if she triggers anything, but I can already feel every ripple the monument emits. Realizing she'd need to wait until Damien could isolate that sliver of power, Sonia leaned forward. Understood. In that case, while you continue your observations, I have a few more questions. She trailed off, preparing to dig deeper into the mysteries of the commandment monument. Sonia paced the length of the chamber, glancing at Mr. Cassidy as she spoke. What's your take on Bai Linglong's trial? Cassidy folded his arms, his voice low. She inadvertently absorbed a fragment of the Void Dark Star's power when your guard slipped. It's not much, just a trace, but every bit of it came from you. Sonia paused, weighing his words. If this is her opportunity, then it's hers to take. Let's see whether she can conquer the Commandment Monument's test. I won't step in unless it becomes absolutely necessary. Standing just behind them, Damien nodded in agreement. He knew full well that if he chose to interfere, Bai Linglong would instantly be suffused with void energy, yet he resolved to hold back, to observe. This wasn't like his previous assessments, where he simply judged others' potential, but a careful study of exactly what challenge the monument would set before her. And so all three settled into silence, each waiting to see if Bai Linglong could harness that flicker of Dark Star power and emerge victorious. Does this mean Bai Linglong might not receive the Void's blessing? Sonia paced, her brow furrowed. But is that really wise? She already wields the Dark Star's power, one of the rarest gifts in our entire cult, and by all accounts, she's a good person. Her faith ties her directly to the Commandment Monument. There's no question of her sincerity. The only unknown is how strong her belief truly is. She halted, eyes fixed on the marble floor. Because she can sense the monument's will, something ordinary initiates cannot, her trial will be far more demanding. Whether she earns its favor depends entirely on her own merit. If she fails to win its recognition, she'll still be blessed, but only with a fraction of the Dark Star's power. It's hardly a setback. Damien listened carefully. He understood Sonia's caution. She wanted to see how far he'd bend. Finally, he met her gaze and nodded. All right, let Bai Linglong face her trial. If she's worthy, she'll claim the full blessing. If not, even a sliver of that power will aid her on the path ahead. Then let Bai Linglong stay in the Void Cult. That way, we won't have to worry about her being exposed or stirring up trouble down the line. From the Void God Church administrator's perspective, it's perfectly logical. After all, she's already claimed the Commandment Monument, and the lingering shard of her will has drawn power from the Void's Dark Star. Allowing her this backdoor into the Void's blessing poses no real threat. Although Damien wields the power to dominate and rewrite the fates of countless souls, he sometimes prefers to observe the original course of others' destinies. Let's see whether Bai Linglong truly possesses the extraordinary luck, or talent, to match her newfound boon. At the barely audible crackle of arcane energy, the fragment of will embedded in the monument acknowledged her, and the Void's blessing settled upon Bai Linglong. Sonia, standing nearby, inclined her head. Thank you for your consideration, Lord Cassidy. She fell silent after that. As an advisor, she could offer counsel, but the ultimate decision to grant or withhold blessings lay with Cassidy alone. Her role was not to command, but merely to influence the choice of the Void Church's master. Damien let Cassidy's inscrutable gaze pass over him, but chose not to press further. I've added Bai Linglong to my special observation list, he said in a matter-of-fact tone. You don't need to worry. I'll evaluate her carefully. Cassidin inclined his head. Very well. You should go freshen up, then we'll eat. Sonia, who'd been standing nearby, caught the weight behind Damien's words. To be placed on a special observation list was a rare honor. Only Star-Lord had ever merited that level of scrutiny. And though Bai Linglong had yet to show power on Star-Lord's scale, she was the first to approach the commandment monument seeking its blessing. That alone was enough to command Cassidin's full attention. Whether she passed the monument's trial or failed would depend entirely on her own strength and resolve. Understood, Sonia murmured. Damien offered a curt nod and headed for the bathroom, where warm water was already running. As the door closed behind him, Sonia turned back to Bai Linglong. The young woman's recent bond with the Void Dark Star had awakened a mysterious energy within her, but she still had much to learn. For now, that power had not reshaped her heart or mind. It was simply waiting, inert, for her to claim it. Damien felt a new surge of confidence bubbling up inside him. He knew all too well that when someone suddenly awakens to great power, their self-assurance can soar overnight, a phenomenon often called getting carried away. Bai Linglong was showing exactly those signs. If she truly learned to wield the Dark Void Star's energy, her abilities would extend far beyond mere bravado. Yet Damien also understood that, for anyone, especially the strong, the most precious asset is self-knowledge. If Linglong lost herself in her own hype, he could sympathize, but his respect for her would undoubtedly wane. Of course, that was just human nature, and only time and careful observation would reveal whether she would succumb to it. He finished his bath quickly and, feeling ravenous, joined Sonia for a simple supper. The two chatted late into the evening before turning in. The next morning, Bai Linglong was already at the training grounds shortly after breakfast, drilling the fundamentals with relentless focus. Hours later, panting but exhilarated, she gathered with several Void God cult members to review her session and seek their advice on refining her technique. Damien returned to the villa and took a quick shower before heading out to join Lady Lacey for lunch. The midday meal was pleasant. Lady Lacey's conversation both amused and challenged him, but Damien's mind kept drifting to the afternoon's training. After lunch, he settled into the villa's secluded practice chamber, determined to refine his mastery of the void. He watched as Lady Lacey, in an earlier demonstration, had spun thousands of invisible threads through the air with a single flick of her wrist. Damien knew he wasn't ready to match that level of finesse yet, but he resolved to reach at least 100 independent filaments before the day was done. Only then could he claim his first true command over void energies. Night fell quickly. Before dusk, Damien paid a final visit to Mr. Niklov and Madame Butterfly to say his goodbyes. The two mentors were setting off on their own journey to the land of nothingness and had packed 2 crates of provisions for the road. At precisely 7:30 p.m., they all boarded the sleek space battleship docked in the villa's private hangar. As the engines powered up, the vessel lifted off, vanishing into the starlit sky. Damien gazed out at the narrowing point of light where home had been. A part of him longed for the legendary Voidland, the sprawling black market said to be the greatest bazaar in the Andromeda galaxy, but he knew it wasn't the right moment. He still needed time to acclimate to his newfound abilities, to deepen his beliefs, and to discover what truly guided him. Confidence surged through him as the ship hurtled toward the land of nothingness. Whatever trials awaited him, Damien knew one thing for certain: he would pass the test. Before you can truly understand what faith means, everything feels bewildering, like a lone boat drifting in a sea of fog with no clear way out. You need a belief strong enough to stand before Lord Cassidin, but it has to come from you, not something you invent to appease him. That night, in Lacey's villa, Bai Linglong laid out her troubles. Lacey was reclining on a chaise longue in loose silk pajamas, the pale lamplight tracing the curves of her form. She'd been preparing for bed when Bai Linglong's anxious words stopped her. "Linglong," Lacey said softly, "you're looking at this the wrong way. You don't have to manufacture a creed just to deal with Lord Cassidin. You need to find your own conviction, something genuine that grows from who you are, not something you force yourself to believe. Some things can fool everyone else, but you can never fool you or self," Lacey said softly. "Truth is truth, and falsehood is false. As long as your belief is honest, Lord Cassidy may embrace it, or he may not. That part isn't yours to decide. She paused, letting Damien absorb her words. Then she continued, Your belief belongs only to you. It isn't mine, and it isn't Lord Cassidy's. Beyond the stringent demands of his test of vengeance, the Void God isn't as unforgiving as you might think. Your guiding conviction could be as noble as saving the world to protect your hometown, or as far-reaching as alleviating the suffering of countless lives. It could even be something simple, like tending your fields to the song of pastoral birds on Void Island. Whatever it is, it must come from the depths of your own heart. Lacey knew Damien's confusion was natural. He stared back at her, searching for a rulebook or a signpost that didn't exist. Patiently, she offered him everything she had learned. After all, the true gift of the Void God's faith isn't power or mercy. It's the mirror it holds up to your soul. As long as it steadies your mind, it doesn't matter what you believe in, Lacey said softly, watching Bai Linglong's reaction. Any faith that's genuine, any belief that lifts you up when you're teetering on the edge of your own desires, that's a good belief. Bai Linglong's eyes widened. Faith without ambition. Is that really acceptable? Why not? Lacey replied. No one ever said true faith must be lofty or world-changing. Even if someone claims otherwise, you don't have to accept it as absolute truth. Everyone walks their own path, and Lord Cassidy honors them all. This is the fundamental freedom of the Void God religion. She paused, offering a reassuring smile. Sure, some people are driven by grand ideals, heroes who seek to save the world, soldiers who vow to give their lives for their country. Those are noble convictions, without question, but they're not the only ones that matter. Your belief, whatever it may be, can be just as real and just as valuable. Different upbringings, talents, and temperaments shape every person's ideals and beliefs. Those with grand visions carry themselves accordingly, while others find their place in quieter roles. Arani Rael, Supreme Commander of the Xandar Empire, is renowned for precisely this philosophy. She has devoted her life to securing the Empire's prosperity and maintaining peace across the Andromeda Galaxy. Now, as she approaches her final days and stands with no family by her side, her unwavering commitment shines all the brighter. She has truly given everything for her cause. That kind of steadfast conviction, backed by decisive action, is what we call greatness. Lacey admires Arani Rael and the lasting mark she will leave on Xandar's history. Yet admiration alone does not a legend make. Few of us are born to follow in Rael's footsteps. Some aspire to her heights, others prefer a different path. The truth is this: great beliefs alone don't set someone apart. It's the great deeds and achievements that follow. Only by turning noble ideals into extraordinary actions can a person rise above the ordinary and earn the title of a true great. Damien had been doing the same kind of work back in his hometown, work that looked thankless to outsiders. Still, he never tired of it, pouring his entire fortune into Blue Star's development. To Lacey and the others, he seemed almost saintly. But Lacey knew the truth. In Blue Star, there would always be countless people ready to denounce him, to drag his name through the mud. Belief isn't always right. I get it now, Bai Linglong murmured, her thoughts suddenly lucid. Good, Lacey said, a note of relief in her voice. As long as you live by the bottom line you set for yourself, you'll be fine. You can follow local customs when you travel, do as the Romans do, but don't let the world's invisible rules bind you too tightly. Satisfied that Bai Linglong had truly understood, Lacey continued, teaching her with the calm authority of a seasoned mentor. Everyone's personal bottom line, the limits they refuse to cross, stems from their upbringing, environment, and education. As long as you live within your own boundaries, understand what you can and can't do, and keep your conscience clear, that's all that matters. Well, thank you for not waking yourself up on my account, Lady Lacey, Bai Linglong said, bowing politely. I'll think it over, Lacey replied with a gentle smile. Bai Linglong returned Lacey's smile as she headed back upstairs. Don't stay up too late, Lacey called after her. Remember, you're on the training field first thing in the morning to work on your basics. I know, I won't forget, Bai Linglong answered cheerfully from the foot of the stairs. It's nice having more company in the house. Lacey's lips curved into a pleased smile. She turned and went to her own room, leaving Bai Linglong to ascend the staircase. Once inside, Bai Linglong hopped onto her cat-shaped bed and gazed at the stars through the vast floor-to-ceiling window. Her cat tail swished in contentment as she drifted towards sleep. Bai Linglong stood beneath the vast night sky, her face lit by the distant glow of countless stars. A sense of joy and purpose swelled in her chest as she gazed upward, remembering why she'd come to Void Island in the first place. She had spent so long contemplating what beliefs might earn Lord Cassadin's favor that she nearly lost sight of her true goal: to leave the St. Nicholas civilization behind, to visit new worlds, and to immerse herself in their cultures. Travel, she reminded herself, was just as important as study. Only by reading widely and wandering far could she hope to enrich her own understanding and prove herself worthy of the ancient legacy she carried. Turning away from the stars, she found Damien crouched beside her, his eyes bright with curiosity. "Damien," she said softly, "the sooner you learn to harness the power within you, the sooner you can leave Xandar behind and set foot on worlds you've only dreamed of." He nodded, determination flickering across his features. Bai Linglong smiled and ruffled his hair. "Work hard tomorrow, and the day after that. Keep pushing yourself." Under the shimmering constellations, she lay back on the cool grass. A contented smile spread across her lips as sleep claimed her, dreams of distant civilizations waiting just beyond the horizon. Damien knew his chances of truly exploring distant civilizations were slim, but it was a dream he couldn't abandon. Once he had toured the far reaches of the universe, he could always return home to the St. Nicholas civilization, or perhaps make his way back to Void Island, with its endless opportunities and welcoming atmosphere. Maybe along the way he'd discover a world so perfect he'd choose to settle there. But for now, thoughts of a permanent home could wait until after his journey. He bowed his head before the tall, hooded figure of Lord Cassadin. "Thank you, my lord, for this opportunity, for allowing me to venture beyond my known bounds." Nearby, Bai Linglong murmured in her sleep, strands of half-formed words drifting from her lips. Lady Lacy knelt at her side, gently guiding her consciousness back to clarity. If Linglong devoted herself to Lacy's teachings and fully mastered the power of the dark star of the void, she would gain formidable defenses and the confidence to brave the universe's dangers. At last, Linglong's eyelids fluttered open, her gaze clear and bright. Damien watched with satisfaction. All around them, agents of the void divine faith were already at work, their posts scattered across countless star systems. In their unity lay the strength that would carry them through the shadows of space and into whatever future they chose to forge. Damien had always dreamed of exploring the distant corners of the cosmos, places he'd once been too weak to reach. Now, with his power greatly increased, nothing stood in his way. Void Island's permanent staff fell into two camps, those too comfortable to ever leave, and those who'd already seen 1,000 worlds. Lacy, Kyle, Renoli, and the Predictor were firmly in the latter group. Thanks to their bounty missions, they'd witnessed countless civilizations and met people from every imaginable corner of the universe. For anyone with a restless, adventurous spirit, traveling among the stars was nothing short of a blessing. Damien had no doubts about Bai Linglong's resolve. Her desire to journey beyond the known was as clear as day. Still, he refused to pronounce her trial at the Commandment Monument fully complete without seeing her face its final challenge firsthand. If she handled it without mishap, he planned to grant her the special blessing that would make her travels all the more effortless. A month passed in the blink of an eye, and summer settled over Void Island. The sun shone brighter and hotter than before, yet the island itself remained a perfect retreat. Warm in winter, cool in summer, just as holiday seekers preferred. For more than a month, Bai Linglong had followed the same strict routine. Up at first light, hours of training on the exercise field, a quick lunch, then back to mastering void power until evening. At dusk, she'd report to Master Lacy for progress checks and further study. That steady regimen had filled her days with purpose and wrought a seismic shift in her abilities. Under Master Lacy's patient mentorship, Linglong finally cracked true void control. Revisiting the Dark Star Blessing technique, something she'd only ever summoned in raw, uncontrolled bursts, she was stunned to hold it for 200 seconds straight, several times longer than before. It wasn't endless sustainment yet, but it marked a breakthrough she barely dared hope for. At the same time, she sealed her mastery of the power control realm, perfected the soft power discipline, and integrated Master Predictor's defensive blessing technique. Her attacks had grown more varied and devastating, and her once feeble defenses were now strong enough to withstand serious blows. And then, just this morning, Damien was on his way to the training grounds when his communicator buzzed with a message from Lord Jin Rakshasa. The message asked how things were on Void Island, and whether he was free to meet them now. "Of course I'm free," Damien replied. "Where are you, Lord Jin Rakshasa?" He knew that both Lord Jin and Master Hailuo had already arrived on the island. Moments later, Lord Jin's reply came through. "We're in a narrow alley on the southeast side of that grand, but rather gaudy palace. There's a small dock just a short walk away." Damien recognized the location instantly. "Got it. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Lord Jin Rakshasa pocketed his communicator and turned to Master Hailuo with a triumphant smile. "He really is free." Master Hailuo laughed quietly. "Of course he is. It's far easier for him to slip away than it would be for us. He can stay on Void Island as long as he likes." Lord Jin's grin grew even broader. "Exactly." Because of the Kree incident, St. Nicholas civilization publicly commended the two of them, granting generous resources and even more impressive accolades. On paper, it was wonderful. In practice, though, it made slipping away to Void Island that much harder. After navigating endless procedures and red tape, they finally managed to secure a 3-month leave. The moment the vacation ended, they vowed to return without delay. "Sometimes I really envy her freedom," Damien confessed one evening. Hailuosan's eyes flickered with a complicated expression when he heard that he, too, could stay as long as he liked. Outsiders often envied their positions, but few realized how relentless their schedules had become. No sooner had one task been completed than another demanded their attention. They found themselves shuttling from briefing rooms to grand halls, holding interminable meetings with high-ranking emissaries of other civilizations. To Hailuosan, the worst part was dealing with those veteran negotiators, masters of subtlety who spoke in riddles and forced you to read between the lines. Damien leaned back, a carefree smile playing on his lips. "If we slip up, we'll find a way to get out of it," he said. "But if you're determined to press on as head of your clan, these headaches are unavoidable. You have to choose your own path. The moment we step down, we're truly free." He chuckled. "All the hard work falls on you in your youth. A few hundred years later, you hand the title off to your heir and slip into the shadows. Nothing's expected of you so long as no great crisis erupts. You don't have to wrangle with those old schemers twisting every decision. It's easy for you to talk. It's not you who has to deal with them." Hailuosan shook his head, suppressing a laugh. "All right, enough about clan politics. We've finally made it to the legendary Void Island. Let's see what it has to offer." Damien grinned and rose to his feet. "Lead the way." With that, the two of them set off into the island's swirling mists, eager to uncover whatever secrets the void might hold, and prepared to walk away empty-handed if there proved to be nothing worth claiming. Damien stood before his companions, his tone measured and confident. "Our purpose on Void Island is twofold. First, to grow closer as allies, and second, to lay the groundwork for the St. Nicholas civilization's future entry into the Void God cult. No matter what happens, this journey won't be wasted." I insisted we seek out Bai Linglong because as soon as she set foot here, she'd enjoy more freedom than anyone else. And with her skills as a tour guide, her arrival over a month ago has given her plenty of time to learn the island's secrets. We could have turned to Lord Kyle and his circle, but none of us knows all their local protocols. That wouldn't be the best route. Golden Rakshasa gave a slight nod. It was the first time he and Hailuosan had ventured so far from home, but they were no strangers to curious stares. Only here in the Xandar Empire did those looks feel more pointed. Still, such attention was a minor inconvenience. Turning to Damien, he said, "All right, let's wait for Miss Bai Linglong to join us." Both of them were impossibly conspicuous, so it was only natural that dozens of pairs of eyes followed their every move. A few minutes later, Bai Linglong sprang out from the edge of the woods and came to a halt before Damien and Black Luo. Master Damien, Master Black Luo, are you free for a moment? She asked, bowing lightly. Damien returned her bow with a courteous smile. Out here, beyond the St. Nicholas civilization, you don't need such formalities, he said. Sir is enough. Black Luo grinned and added, besides, this is Void God cult territory. We're outsiders here, and the full titles might draw unwanted attention. Bai Linglong laughed softly. Very well, call me Linglong then. Now, if you'll follow me, I know a quiet spot nearby where we can grab a bite. Damien and Black Luo exchanged a quick look before nodding in agreement. Excellent timing, Damien said. Master Kyle and the others are still deep in training. You're exactly who I wanted to see today. With that settled, Bai Linglong led the way down a winding path through the trees. Damien and Black Luo fell in step behind her, eager to discover where this unexpected detour would take them. Have Kyle and the others already left for practice at this hour? Jin Luosha asked, surprise evident in his voice. At this point of the morning, many disciples on Void Island are already hard at work. Bai Linglong replied with a warm smile as she led them along the path. It's common for the Void cult's prominent figures to rise before dawn, and here, diligence is handsomely rewarded. You two have arrived at just the right moment. This journey to Void Island will do you a great deal of good. Although Bai Linglong had already finished breakfast, she insisted on accompanying Mr. Kurosan and Mr. Gold Rakshasa, esteemed citizens of the St. Nicholas civilization and her personal acquaintances, so she could share some of the island's scientific insights with them. Mr. Kurosan cleared his throat and studied her curiously. Your tone sounds unusually confident. Have you made significant discoveries here? Hailuo-san caught the meaning in Bai Linglong's expression and nodded. Indeed, thanks to Lady Lacey's guidance, I've learned far more than I ever anticipated. That's wonderful, Bai Linglong said, pleased. Come along, I'll show you some of the breakthroughs we've achieved. Miss Lacey taught you personally? And you received the Void Blessing? Jin Luosha's eyes went wide. I didn't get the Void Blessing, though it's not the only way to grow stronger on this island. Bai Linglong smiled. Don't be impatient. I'll explain everything in time. She paused, then raised another question that had been on her mind. These two, among the brightest young leaders of their civilization, certainly wouldn't need long away from the St. Nicholas civilization if they didn't want to. By the way, how long can you two remain apart from St. Nicholas? Jin Luosha answered without hesitation. 3 months, beginning today. We plan to return on August 20th. Black Luo-san nodded in agreement. With our aptitude, 3 months will be plenty. Bai Linglong let out a quiet breath of relief. Given their extensive biological enhancements and the life and death trials they've endured since childhood, their capacity to learn must be extraordinary. 3 months, barring any unforeseen complications, should be more than enough time. What she's really proposing is to master and control the realm of physical techniques. Securing the Void Blessing remains uncertain, but attaining the first level of power control is well within their grasp. Even a basic breakthrough in the Void Divine Doctrine, once brought home and shared with the ancient St. Nicholas civilization, would dramatically strengthen its collective might. Miss Bai Linglong, you've changed quite a bit, Hailuo-san remarked, a flicker of interest in his eyes. Bai Linglong studied her reflection, puzzled. Changed? She echoed, genuinely curious. You've really grown more confident, and you're positively radiant. Jin Luosha spoke bluntly, in the way Hailuo-san rarely did, yet his tone was friendly. I've finally settled into island life, and feel comfortable here. Maybe that's why you think I've changed. Honestly, I was quite on edge when I first arrived, Bai Linglong admitted, returning his smile. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Jin. She understood full well that his praise was the casual admiration of a friend, nothing more. As heirs vying for the leadership of 2 of the imperial capital's 5 great houses, neither Jin Luosha nor she could afford genuine entanglements. They were rivals as much as acquaintances, forever jockeying for position. In that world, flattery was harmless, best heard and then forgotten. Uneasy because of my looks, you mean? Jin Luosha asked, half amused. Not just your looks, she replied, shaking her head. These circumstances, being thrust into this rivalry, are what make me uneasy, and that's not something I can change overnight. Just remember those habits, and you'll be fine, Damien said coolly. He glanced at the curious faces around them, noting that the stairs weren't meant for him alone, but for Jin Luosha and Bai Linglong as well. Damien's obsidian-toned skin and frosty good looks might have turned heads, but he still read as human. His two companions were another story. Jin Luosha moved with feline grace in her sleek, cat-like outfit, while Bai Linglong shimmered in armor that caught the light like golden feathers. Together, they were impossible to overlook. "I'm the nervous one here," Damien admitted, lowering his voice. "I'm nothing compared to you two." Jin Luosha gave him a wry smile. "Don't forget, many travelers from St. Nicholas have vanished without a trace once they ventured too far." Bai Linglong shivered slightly. "It's my first time this far from home," she confessed. "I won't pretend I'm not on edge." Over the past month, those relentless stares had become part of Bai Linglong's daily routine. She'd learned to ignore them. Mostly. She squared her shoulders. "We're uneasy because we're not strong enough yet," she said. "But we will be. We have to be. Once we've grown stronger, we'll be able to track them down." Although Damien drew more than a few curious and even suspicious glances, he strode on with his head held high, his voice cool and steady. Every year, scores of people from the St. Nicholas civilization simply vanished without explanation. It wasn't just that the 5 great lines of the imperial capital refused to look into the disappearances. Outwardly, St. Nicholas was an advanced society, but its domain was modest, and it had never truly ventured beyond its borders. Lacking a universe-class powerhouse or a fleet of mighty star cruisers, their voice on the galactic stage barely registered. Time and again, when they demanded answers, they found themselves outmatched, their appeals drowned out by forces far stronger than they could reckon with. Before Damien set out on this journey, his father had given him a stern warning: keep your head down. The universe teemed with formidable beings, many disguised as ordinary travelers, each more than capable of extinguishing a single life in the blink of an eye. Better to stay unnoticed than to invite a fatal confrontation. If you can't win a fight, don't pick one, Damien reminded them as they prepared to depart. Our top priority is to make it back safely to the St. Nicholas civilization. When you walk the stars, the strength, technology, and reputation of your home always shape how the universe greets you. He paused, a flash of excitement in his eyes. I can't wait for the day our people match that scale of power. Bai Linglong laughed, sweeping her arm toward the sprawling complex behind them. But first, she said, let's hit the cafeteria. I've never seen a breakfast selection like this anywhere in the void. Damien and Luo San fell in step at her side as they made their way down the polished corridor. I'll bet they have everything you love, Damien teased. Linglong glanced back at the two men walking behind her, knowing all too well the weight they carried. As a proud member of the St. Nicholas civilization, she longed for the day their people held true influence in the universe. Yet she also understood how unlikely an overnight shift could be, unless both Damien and Luo San received the Void's blessing. Only then could their civilization instantly spawn 2 top-tier champions and finally alter St. Nicholas's standing among the stars. We'll just have to count on generation after generation to grind it down, Luo San muttered. When will the St. Nicholas civilization finally master disaster transformation technology? And when will it truly stand on its own? Bai Linglong nodded toward a vast, ornate structure looming thousands of meters away. Is that whole palace just a dining hall? Luo San and Jin Rakshasa exchanged astonished looks. They had guessed the building's purpose, but never dreamed it served as a canteen. Jin Rakshasa swallowed hard, his eyes tracing the glittering columns and gilded frescoes. In the St. Nicholas civilization, food was abundant and survival easy. Golden Rakshasas like him were not exactly choosy eaters, so long as their bellies were full. Yet this place was reputedly the finest hotel in the entire civilization, an extravagance unmatched even in other worlds. He leaned closer, voice hushed. How much does a meal cost here? Damien stepped into the vast dining hall alongside Bai Linglong and blinked in surprise. I didn't expect this to be the canteen, he said, his eyes sweeping over the ornate columns and marble floors. And the prices aren't sky high? Behind him, Mr. Jin Rakshasa whistled low. With my resources, I could eat here every day for decades, he declared. Kuro Luosan grinned. Same here. I could sample everything on the menu for 1,000 years without breaking the bank. Bai Linglong simply smiled. She understood their astonishment. Anyone encountering such lavish surroundings would assume the food cam, with a princely price tag. In truth, the meals were remarkably affordable. The secret lay with their patron, Miss Sonia, the Void Goddess. She had personally financed the entire operation, recruiting dozens of top-tier chefs and paying them salaries that must have reached astronomical sums. More importantly, this palace served as the official canteen of the Void God cult, feeding its legion of hearty eaters. Outsiders were welcome to join in, but they weren't Miss Sonia's primary concern, and that's what kept prices so reasonable. The golden Rakshasa and the black Luosan that Bai Linglong brought with her immediately became the center of attention. The black Luosan's dark plumage and unusual skin tone were interesting, but such oddities weren't unheard of among the universe's myriad races. The golden Rakshasa, however, was unlike anything anyone had ever seen. A towering, bird-like humanoid whose gleaming gold feathers and imposing stature exuded a majesty that held every onlooker spellbound. Many outsiders, and even some members of the Void God cult, found their first thought was to seize the creature, imagining how splendid it would be to raise such a magnificent being as a prized companion. Of course, the more cautious cult members knew better than to act on such rip-off schemes, especially since the Rakshasa clearly hailed from the same civilization as Miss Bai Linglong and bore the marks of advanced bioengineering that made its beauty all the more extraordinary. Still, when those outsiders stared up at the Rakshasa's perfectly straight posture and the radiance of its golden wings, they couldn't help but wonder what each feather might fetch on the open market. A few even eyed Bai Linglong herself, contemplating the fortunes they might earn by capturing her and selling her to the galaxy's wealthiest collectors as a living trophy. But Jin Luosha, the golden Rakshasa, saw things quite differently. Those pure, radiant golden feathers weren't just beautiful. At first glance, they were priceless, perfect for crafting exquisite works of art. But as he watched the crowd's covetous eyes, fury welled up inside him. They looked at him like he was nothing more than a trophy, as though every member of the San Nicol civilization saw him only as prey. He wondered who the real hunter was, himself or these onlookers. He might not yet have reached the Jin family's absolute peak, but he was hardly someone to be underestimated. Sensing his growing anger, Bai Linglong slipped closer and spoke softly. You can't make a scene here on the island. If you really want a showdown, take it to the training grounds. She paused, letting her words sink in. Outside those bounds, people might not hold back just because of where you are. Better to keep your cool. Bai Linglong knew that both Jin Luosha and He Luosan were considered top-tier figures in the San Nicol civilization, and at his age, he probably hadn't faced this kind of blatant disrespect before. She hoped her warning would keep him from acting on impulse. It looks like I've received only the opening couple of paragraphs. Could you please provide the rest of the chapter? Once I have the complete text, I'll be able to rewrite the entire chapter into smooth, idiomatic English. Damien and Bai Linglong stepped through the great stone gate into Void Island's central clearing. At a low, lacquered table sat a man with long purple hair, a pale forehead marking, and closed eyes. He was sampling a bowl of steaming broth, completely at ease. When the man opened his eyes, his voice was calm but carried unmistakable authority. Void Island forbids all fighting. There's no arena here for life-or-death duels. If you insist on settling things with bloodshed, you'll have to take it off the island. He set down his bowl and continued. Miss Bai Linglong, you and your companion must be the two visitors Master Kyle mentioned. From what I've heard, your talents are considerable. You could settle most disputes by sheer force. One piece of advice, don't stir up trouble here on Void Island. That's the best way to keep yourselves safe. Bai Linglong dipped into a respectful bow. Mr. Wumaki, thank you for your warning. She'd heard Lady Lacey entrust him with the guardianship of the Land of Nothingness. If someone of his stature could be called on for such a task, his strength and wisdom must be formidable. Beside her, Damien inclined his head. Although he had never encountered the name Wumaki before, The mention of Master Kyle and the respect in Bai Linglong's tone told him this man was not to be taken lightly. Mr. Wumaki offered a faint, knowing smile. Enjoy your stay. Just remember, any affront you have with each other or with anyone else, keep it off these grounds. Void Island's peace is absolute. With that, he fell silent once more, returning to his meal and leaving the two newcomers to absorb his words under the soft glow of the island's pale moonlight. Thank you for your advice. We'll take it to heart. Damien inclined his head respectfully. He was certain this man belonged to the Void cult, and he meant to show proper deference. Kyle isn't exaggerating, he added, turning to the newcomer. The bioengineering breakthroughs in your St. Nicholas civilization are truly impressive. The Void cult emissary shook his head, a small smile playing across his lips. It's not unsettling. If anything, there's a refined beauty to it. Wumaki's eyes, dark as a moonless sky, shifted from Damien to Jin Luosha. When I returned to the island, Kyle couldn't stop talking about his latest discovery, he said. He described the Golden Rakshasa as not only immensely powerful, but also stunningly handsome, so captivating that anyone would want one as a companion or guardian. Damien exchanged a glance with Jin Luosha. Most of us were skeptical, Wumaki went on. We've seen raptors before, and only a handful ever caught anyone's eye. But seeing the Golden Rakshasa today, Kyle wasn't boasting. Its beauty alone would make any man want it to guard his home, and any woman desire it for company. Is that a compliment or an insult? Jin Rakshasa, who had been bristling with anger moments before, blinked in genuine confusion. Whether it's praise or a slight depends entirely on how you choose to see it, Wumaki replied with a calm, measured smile. He inclined his head. I'm Wumaki. Would you care to join me for dinner? Bai Linglong understood how the same words could be interpreted in wildly different ways. To her, Wumaki's tone, so polite and composed, felt like praise, an acknowledgement of the refined tastes prized by the St. Nicholas civilization. She smiled back. It's still early. Please have a seat. Glancing at his watch, Wumaki caught her meaning. By sitting together, the newcomers, Jin Rakshasa and Hei Luosan, would present an imposing front, putting other island visitors on edge. He had every intention of forging valuable connections that would make life here more secure. Though this was his first time meeting Jin Rakshasa and Hei Luosan in person, their reputations had preceded them. And with Kyle and the others already off at the training grounds, there was no reason not to indulge this unexpected invitation. Bai Linglong accepted the invitation, then beckoned Jin Luosha and Hei Luosan to join her as she took a seat at the long table where Mr. Wumaki was eating. Curiously, she leaned forward and asked, Mr. Wumaki, what brings you out in the daylight? Wumaki looked up, his expression amused. Bai Linglong recalled Lord Lacey's description. Wumaki belonged to one of the Void cult's more unconventional branches and was famous for his love of sleep. Though he kept a 5-meal-a-day routine, his active hours began only after sunset. Unless you showed up right on schedule or knocked on his door unannounced, chances of finding him were slim. I'd rather be dozing at home myself, Wumaki admitted with a lazy smile, but I'm setting off on a long journey in a couple of hours. Might as well eat now and pack some rations for the road. He took another bite of rice, then shrugged. Normally, I don't stray far, but a few fellow cult members asked for my help, so as long as it's nothing too complicated, I'm happy to assist. My particular talents do come in handy now and then. Besides, staying cooped up at home is dull. A change of scenery, a chance to help friends, and a bit of relaxation. What's not to like? Bai Linglong nodded appreciatively, glancing at Jin Luosha and Hei Luosan, who were already tucking into their own meals. The midday sun shone through the open windows, casting warm light across the table, and for a moment the burdens of their respective missions felt a little lighter. Damien stared at the holoprojector, scowling. He'd promised Lacey he'd watch over her in the land of nothingness for a while, something he absolutely did not want to do. When Bai Linglong caught sight of his equipment crates and flight gear in the corner, she raised an eyebrow. "Are you heading off somewhere far?" she asked, curiosity dancing in her voice. Damien shrugged, trying to sound nonchalant. "Just a trip to the Kata system, 80,000 light-years out. Not exactly close, but not the end of the universe either." 80,000? Bai Linglong exclaimed. That's practically next door. He gave her a wry smile. By Void Cult standards, anything beyond Void Island or the Xandar Star is far. With the Xandar Empire as our base, we've got hundreds of habitable worlds in just a few dozen light years. 80,000 isn't so bad. From the corridor, Luosin poked his head in. "You're going to Kata?" he asked, surprise clear in his tone. "Isn't that civilization in the middle of a civil war right now?" Damien nodded, rolling his shoulder. "Exactly. Lacey insists I keep an eye on things over there. Honestly, I'd rather be anywhere else, but she's not exactly taking no for an answer." He turned back to his gear, the weight of the coming journey settling on his shoulders. "Far or not, duty calls." Damien leaned back in his chair. "After all, we have to respect each civilization's natural course of development," he agreed. "There have been countless wars in the Andromeda Galaxy since time immemorial. If the Xandar Empire ever tears itself apart with internal conflict, no amount of Nova Corps reinforcements will save it. And remember, the Kata civilization lies not far from the St. Nicholas realms. I don't know much about them, but I'll look into it when the time comes." Luosin merely smiled at Damien's words. When Damien heard that Luosin already had intel on these distant worlds, he wasn't surprised, only mildly amused. This wasn't his home, nor was it territory claimed by the Void Divine cult. What did he care about another planet's civil war, or even its total destruction? Had an old comrade not asked for his help, he'd have simply shrugged off the rumors and carried on. After all, disasters plague every world, and the number of struggling civilizations in the universe is as countless as the stars themselves. Damien leaned back against the ruined wall, unhurriedly rubbing his stomach. If anything, he'd rather spend his mental energy deciding what to eat next than worry about problems that didn't concern him. "It's nice," Jin Luosha admitted with a hint of envy, "having someone strong at your side." Damien tilted his head. "It's not about muscle or magic. It's about perspective." Jin Luosha let out a bitter laugh. "I've seen too many people crushed by life's cruelties, their dreams broken like glass. Sometimes I wish I didn't care so much." "I still have a lot to learn," Damien said softly, "about why people hope, why they despair." Jin Luosha studied him, curiosity shining through his envy. Damien hesitated, then let his voice drop to a whisper. "I invade dreams," he confessed. "I can wander through someone's subconscious, see their darkest secrets, and their deepest longings. Everyone carries a dream in their heart, even the strongest. Most are just out of reach, and sometimes the wickedest people don't crave power or wealth. They only yearn for a simple paradise, a quiet life, fields to tend, never again worrying about food or shelter." He paused, watching Jin Luosha absorb the confession. "That," Damien said, "is the truest dream of all." Damien had long since discovered a strange cycle in the dreamscape. The moment one dream ended, another sprang to life. After all, dreams are the purest expression of our desires, forged from the countless emotions that stir within us. A sweet, hopeful fantasy arises from longing. A dark, twisted nightmare grows from fear or anxiety. Each one lays bare the dreamer's deepest truths. Over time, Damien had seen more of humanity's hidden shadows than most could imagine. Secrets that should never have surfaced, regrets that festered in the dark, sorrowful memories no one dared admit. Driven by compassion, he used his unique gift to mend broken spirits. Time and again, he ventured into people's dreams, transforming their most terrible nightmares into visions of beauty. Yet with every success came a painful realization. He, too, was trapped in a dream. In this realm, he was godlike, omnipotent enough to erase terror and weave wonder. But in the waking world, he was just a fragile young man, gifted yet powerless to save everyone. His limits and his failures weighed heavily on him. More and more, Damien found himself yearning for simplicity. He wanted to stop carrying the burdens of countless strangers, to stop overthinking every hidden sorrow he uncovered. He longed to be ordinary, to live an ordinary life, free from the unending cycle of dreams and despair. Maybe when Damien's strength grows enough to rival the man from his dreams, and he truly changes his outlook, he'll finally become the catalyst for real change. Of course, that's only a possibility. Bai Linglong knew little about Wumaki beyond the fact that he was a void cult powerhouse, so formidable that Lady Lacey had personally invited him to the island. She also understood that he belonged to the Night faction and only revealed himself once darkness fell. Leaning forward, she asked, "Mr. Wumaki, have you witnessed much suffering?" Wumaki raised his cup of wine and, with quiet resignation, answered, "The suffering I've seen is just the tip of the iceberg." He wasn't being modest or trying to sound profound. He spoke from hard experience. In every corner of the universe, at every moment, life brings fresh anguish. What he'd witnessed was only a fraction of the trials that countless beings endure just to survive. To Wumaki, there was nothing noble or commendable about suffering. It was simply the harsh reality of existence. Everyone wants a good life. Some people put others down just to lift themselves up. But more often than not, life isn't as rosy as we'd like, and we rarely have the luxury of pitying others. The sharpest pain isn't merely living an ordinary existence. It's discovering your own mediocrity after you've broadened your horizons through travel and new experiences. To be content and genuinely happy is a precious gift. Yet as our perspective expands, the complacency we once accepted can start to feel intolerably small. Damien was exactly the kind of man who made peace with his own ordinariness. He stood out in a few areas, but seen objectively, he was hardly extraordinary. Bai Linglong had heard rumors that he'd journeyed through countless civilizations across the cosmos. One afternoon, she found him gazing at the stars and gathered her courage. "Mr. Damien," she began, "I hope one day to explore the great cultures of the universe myself. Do you have any advice for an aspiring traveler?" In the journey of adventure, the most important thing is to know yourself, be clear about who you are, and then follow your heart. Once you've weighed the risks and are confident you can keep yourself safe, don't overthink it. If you feel compelled to help, act decisively. We can worry about any consequences afterward. If you hesitate in the moment, you may look back one day and be filled with regret for the rest of your life. When Damien learned that Bai Linglong planned to travel the universe, he shared this advice. He'd seen too many people haunted by small moments when they chose not to act, and lived to regret it. Kindness rarely goes unrewarded, but more often, people offer help simply for their own peace of mind, without expecting anything in return. "All right, I understand." Bai Linglong nodded slowly. "Now that you two have arrived on Void Island, just stay here quietly. As long as you don't make trouble, no one in the Void Cult will harm you for no reason. As for outsiders like you, I can't promise safety beyond these shores, but on this island, you'll be completely protected." She paused, then added, "I'm about to depart on a long journey. We'll talk again when I return." Umaki felt a knot tighten in his chest. Facing Bai Linglong's endless curiosity always seemed to unlock memories he'd rather leave buried. The more he dwelled on past hardships, the worse he felt. Leaning toward Jin Luosha and Hai Luosan, he murmured a few hurried words of farewell, hoping to spare himself Bai Linglong's well-meaning but prying questions. With that, his form shimmered and dissolved into thin air, leaving Jin Luosha, Hai Luosan, and Bai Linglong staring at the empty space where he had stood. "As long as we don't make a move, our safety is guaranteed." "That's enough." Damien paused at those words, letting them sink in. He was beginning to piece together the unspoken rules of Void Island. "It sounds like Mr. Wumaki has been through a lot." Jin Rakshasa's expression softened. Anyone who spoke of endless suffering must have witnessed horrors beyond their control and carried the weight of those memories. There'd been a quiet sorrow about Mr. Wumaki just now. "Yes," Jin said gently, "but he also seems like a good man." "At least, that's the impression I get." Bai Linglong inclined her head. "The Void Cult members remind me of Mr. Kyle. As long as they're treated respectfully, normal conversation rarely turns sour." Damien nodded in agreement. If Mr. Kyle and his circle were typical, then the cult wasn't uniformly hostile. From what Damien had seen so far, they regarded the newcomers with curiosity more than malice. Damien's calm gaze never once resembled a predator sizing up prey. It was proof enough that, unless they were sworn enemies, most Void Cult disciples were surprisingly easy to approach in everyday life. Striking up even a brief conversation, or getting along with them, wasn't all that difficult. Miss Sarah mentioned that, Hai Luo-san added. She said that, as long as they're not domineering or looking for trouble, most Void Cult members don't mind chatting with outsiders. But she also warned that some of them have strange tempers, Bai Linglong said with a nod. You really have to get to know who you're dealing with before things go sideways. Bai Linglong noticed that their irritation at being watched had given way to genuine curiosity, and a small smile tugged at her lips. By the way, who is this Miss Sarah? Hei Luosan's eyes flickered with mischief. Order your food first, and I'll tell you all about her. Realizing that the conversation could stretch on longer than their hunger would allow, Bai Linglong flagged down a server. Let's see the menu, then. We'll decide what we want to eat while Hei Luosan fills us in on Miss Sarah. Damien and Jin Luosha leaned in as Bai Linglong guided them through the menu. Each dish was pictured in vivid detail alongside its price, and sure enough, nothing was exaggerated. With their combined fortunes, enjoying 3 full meals a day on Void Island would barely make a dent, even over 1,000 years. Convinced, they each ordered several of the finest meat delicacies the island had to offer. Just as the server was about to leave, Jin Luosha raised a hand. Hold on. Before we eat, we should learn the island's rules and key figures. That way we'll know how to behave. Damien nodded eagerly. Yes, please tell us more. Jin Luosha smiled in agreement. I've heard that Miss Sarah is the official recorder of the Void Sect. Bai Linglong returned her smile and launched into a concise introduction. In truth, there were only 2 people on Void Island every newcomer really had to know. Miss Sonia, the goddess of the Void and supreme leader of the sect, and Miss Sarah, the recorder. By her own admission, Sarah's rank wasn't as lofty as Sonia's, but her duties were crucial, and it was wise to stay on her good side. Miss Sarah's gentle warmth quickly earned her special consideration across Void Island. Once introductions were complete, Bai Linglong drew Hei Luosan and Jin Luosha aside to explain both the island's official rules and the unspoken codes of the Void God cult. First, Bai Linglong began, outsiders are generally discouraged from interacting closely with cult members. The Void devotees hold no ill will, far from it, but if you get too close without understanding their mindset, misunderstandings can arise. Damien, who'd been listening just out of earshot, nodded. He was already sensing that Void Island operated by a unique and rather delicate set of protocols. Of course, Linglong added, there are notable exceptions. Neither the Golden Rakshasa nor Black Luosan falls under the usual restrictions. They've both earned the trust of at least 6 senior figures, Kyle, Lacey, the Predictor, Lenoli, Niklov, and Lady Butterfly, so whenever any of those 6 are present on the island, you can approach them freely for conversation or advice. She paused to let that sink in before listing a few final cautions. And remember, no random displays of supernatural abilities, no trespassing in off-limits areas, and always pay attention to posted warnings. Follow these guidelines, and you'll keep yourself out of trouble. With a polite nod to Miss Sarah, Bai Linglong concluded, That's everything for now. If you have further questions, seek me out, or any of the senior members. Welcome to Void Island. As the group broke apart, Damien and the others each carried away a clearer picture of this strange, rule-bound sanctuary, and the hidden lines no one dared cross. Damien's heart sank. If I can't use my abilities at will, does that mean I won't even be able to fly? Bai Linglong shook her head with a small smile. As an outsider, you're allowed to fly only at low altitudes along the main avenue, no higher than 10 meters. If you want to fully unleash your powers, though, you'll need to go to one of our designated facilities, the training grounds, the gravity tower, or the sports arena. These are the places where our people cultivate their skills and hold competitions, she explained. Relief washed over Damien. Flight had become second nature to him. Walking everywhere, while possible, always felt like a strange compromise. The thought of being grounded entirely made his chest tighten. I understand the training grounds and the gravity tower, he said, but what's the sports arena like, and what kinds of contests do they hold there? He glanced down at his boots. Running was straightforward enough, but without flight, even a simple jump felt awkward. Curiosity and a hint of excitement crept into his voice. Does St. Nicholas have its own sports? What should I expect? Bai Linglong's eyes brightened. Oh yes, our arena hosts everything from gravity-defying obstacle courses to aerial duels and zero-gravity races. Each event tests strength, speed, and mastery over your own abilities. If you're interested, I can arrange for you to watch, or even participate, once you've had a bit of training. Damien nodded eagerly. Grounded or not, he couldn't wait to see what these competitions looked like, and whether he might just find a place among them. Damien leaned back against the railing, gazing out over the sprawling training grounds below. What kind of competitions do they hold here? He asked. I've heard stories of mountain sprints, peak climbs, even no-holds-barred dash races, countless strength challenges and duels. But I don't know what the Void God religion actually organizes. Bai Linglong smiled, folding her arms. Lady Lacey told me that spring is too wet and gloomy for big events. Rain would dampen everyone's spirits, so they don't schedule anything until summer. She paused to let that sink in. After that, they run major tournaments in summer, autumn, and winter. Whenever an event's on, the entire arena buzzes with energy. It's not just a spectacle. It's where disciples let off steam and truly test their abilities. Damien's eyes brightened. She said I should come watch whenever I have the chance, and better yet, take part myself. She thinks it's the perfect way to measure my strength against theirs. Linglong shook her head. Honestly, I haven't seen much of it either. I've been on the island for over a month, but only visited a few of the practice arenas. I don't know what the actual competitions are like. Damien nodded. Then it's settled. Once summer arrives, we'll sign up. I want to see, no, feel, what it's like to push myself against the best the Void God religion has to offer. I don't even know what sports they'll be playing, or how they'll decide a winner, Damien admitted. If it happens in the summer, though, we ought to make it there. Then let's wait and see, Bai Linglong replied. Damien stiffened with determination when he learned the contest would begin after summer officially started. He wasn't yet at the pinnacle of St. Nicholas civilization, far from being a true planet-level powerhouse, but he still considered himself strong. Any chance to test and prove his strength was one he wouldn't pass up. All right, he said. Since you're new to the island, your first stop should be the Void Temple, Bai Linglong added. She nodded to herself, both out of custom and curiosity. She wanted to see whether Mr. Jin Luosha and Mr. Black Luosan would sense anything unusual there. In any case, island regulations required all newcomers to pay their respects at the Void Temple before venturing further. With that settled, the two of them set off together. As for what lies hidden within the Commandment Monument, or what the real prerequisites are for the Void God religion's trial, Bai Linglong simply couldn't say, even if she wanted to. Fair enough, Golden Rakshasa said, already diving back into her plate. But you'll tell us more when you have the chance, right? After this meal, of course. Seriously, what do you put in this sauce? It's unbelievable. Damien, by contrast, ate in a quiet, deliberate rhythm. He understood why Bai Linglong had raved about Void Island's cuisine. The island had recruited master chefs from every corner of the world, and every dish was elevated to an art form. After spending months feasting on such delights, he wondered if he'd ever appreciate the simple fare back at the St. Nicholasation. To guard against the inevitable culinary culture shock and the sleepless nights that might follow, he'd already decided to ask a few of these chefs to share their most closely held cooking secrets. Damien chuckled as he shrugged. Most chefs aren't stingy with their secrets, as long as their pupils aren't angling for their jobs or setting up shop next door. There's an old saying, if an apprentice really starves at his master's side, it means he's planning to poach his clientele. He paused, remembering something he'd picked up back on Sanic, a remote civilization outside the Xandar Empire. There, master and student were bound by strict rules, but none of that applied here. So neither Damien nor Hai Luosan hesitated to pepper the kitchen staff with questions. 10 minutes later, their breakfast was done, a banquet more fitting for lunch or dinner, with dish after dish laid out in glistening abundance. After settling the bill, Damien and Hai Luosan stepped out and caught up with Bai Linglong. Miss Bai, Damien began, brushing a stray lock of hair from his forehead. You said there are 3 training grounds on this island. We've explored 2. What about the sports arena? Hai Luosan glanced between them. So you've already been to the other 2 facilities? He asked Bai Linglong. Damien shifted uncomfortably at the foot of the towering structure. I only went inside once, 3 days ago, he admitted, flexing his fingers reflexively. The gravity regulators were set so high that as outsiders without the blessing, we couldn't stay. We had to pull back and wait. Bai Linglong inclined her head, offering him a reassuring smile. Try 10 or 20 times Earth's gravity, she said. Even blessed, you'd feel like you're carrying a mountain on your back. Moving or training becomes almost impossible. Hai Luosan, already mapping a route through the sprawling docks, chimed in. They named it appropriately. The gravity tower has different chambers, each one cranking the pull-up a notch so you can acclimate step by step. Most civilizations live on planets with gravity between 1 and 5G. Anything higher isn't exactly hospitable, at least not for long. Damien glanced up at the gleaming spire, its surface rippling with energy. Then our window is narrow. We need that blessing, and fast, if we're going to make a dent in this training. Bai Linglong exchanged a determined look with him. Don't worry, once you feel the void's touch, you'll adapt, and this place will feel a whole lot smaller. Together, the three of them stepped forward, ready to face the crushing weight of their next trial. Damien listened as Jin Rakshasa straightened and announced in a steady voice, Our gravity simulators aren't limited to 10 or 20 Gs. They can be cranked all the way up to 150 times Earth's gravity. A stunned silence fell over the group. Bai Linglong's eyes went wide. 150 Gs? And you expect us to move and fight as if it were normal? Only a handful of cultivators on Void Island could ever hope to adapt to conditions like that, Jin Rakshasa replied. Most would collapse long before they learned anything. Jin Luosha staggered backward, face ashen. That's not training, that's a death sentence. Hai Luosan scowled. Pushing past 20 Gs is already brutal enough. Sure, you toughen your muscles, but if you can't even bend a finger, you're just torturing yourself. Damien folded his arms, brow furrowed. And think about what 150 Gs would do to your organs, your heart pounding against your ribs, your lungs struggling for air, every capillary squeezed dry. Is it even humanly possible to survive, let alone train, under that kind of pressure? They exchanged grim looks, each imagining the bone-crushing weight dragging them to the ground. Adapting to such extreme gravity sounded almost impossible, but on Void Island, impossibility was just another challenge. Damien stood in the hushed corridor outside the Gravity Tower's training hall, flanked by Bai Linglong and Mr. Jin Luosha. He'd come seeking a way to break through his limits, something no off-the-shelf gravity module could provide. We can't do it, Bai Linglong admitted, at least not with our current level of skill. Only the Void God cult's senior disciples ever attempt this. Mr. Jin Luosha's expression turned grave. And make no mistake, the tower's trial isn't a casual experience. It's a relentless 30-minute gauntlet of brutal, high-intensity exercise under crushing gravity. Only once you complete that can you step into the upper chamber, where the weight doubles again. Damien swallowed. He'd always assumed that, after their bio-enhancements under the St. Nicholas Empire, adapting to 10 or even 20 times standard gravity would be no big deal. But Bai Linglong's voice wavered. I thought so, too. It's one thing to survive under pressure. You can adjust with tech or training. It's another to push your body, non-stop, against that weight. Most beings, Jin Luosha said, even the strongest in the universe, would never willingly endure it. They'd just switch on an anti-gravity field and call it a day. He paused, gaze fixed on Damien. But the Void God cult doesn't take shortcuts. They forge their disciples in trials most would call torture. Damien's heart pounded. He'd come here precisely because he refused to settle for comfort. Then I'll do it, he said, voice steady. I want into that upper chamber. Bai Linglong and Mr. Jin exchanged a look. At last she nodded. Very well. Prove you can survive the 30-minute trial, and survive it at full bore, and we'll introduce you to the cult's deeper methods. Damien squared his shoulders and stepped forward into the shadowed entrance of the gravity tower. The door hissed shut behind him. Only 30 minutes stood between him and the crucible he'd chosen. And if he emerged on the other side, who knew how far he might go? Damien didn't need to worry about adapting to an overly intense gravity environment. Yet, the Void God cult prized those brutal conditions as the fastest way to build strength. He'd already tested the 10-fold gravity chamber and collapsed from sheer exhaustion after barely 10 minutes. His body could withstand the crushing pressure, but his stamina simply gave out. The gravity hall was as much an endurance trial as it was a skill dojo. Painful though it was, Damien admitted, "This training is hardcore, but I love it." Jin Luosha's eyes brightened at Damien's words. Since Damien was guiding both Jin Luosha and Heiluo-san, he skipped the shortcut through the woods and took the broad avenue leading directly to the Void Temple. That way, his companions could learn the main routes more reliably. As they strode along the tree-lined boulevard, Jin Luosha and Heiluo-san peppered him with questions, eager to soak up every detail. Before long, the trio rounded a bend and came face to face with the Temple of the Void, a soaring structure of polished obsidian and gleaming pillars standing sentinel beside the avenue. Bai Linglong halted before a quiet pavilion and turned to her companions. "This is the Temple of Records, where Miss Sarah works." Jin Rakshasa raised an eyebrow. "But I thought outsiders weren't allowed inside. Under what circumstances could we ever go in?" Bai Linglong smiled. "Only when you're officially accompanied by a Void Cult member. Miss Sarah is said to be exceptionally beautiful, and her manner is so gentle and refined that anyone who speaks with her feels completely at ease. If strangers were free to wander in, the place would never be empty." Damien chuckled. "I'm not interested in her looks. It's just, public officials of the Void God religion are so rare. I'd like to see what one of them is really like." He fell silent for a moment, considering. As the future head of the Jin family, he expected his bride to be an extraordinary woman, someone who would stand out among their peers. So whether Miss Sarah lived up to her reputation for beauty, he wasn't sure, but he certainly intended to find out. Damien's curiosity about the Void Cult's inner circle had finally gotten the better of him. He'd heard talk of their mysterious recorder, Miss Sarah, and he was determined to see her in person. "If you want to meet her, you'll have to come at night," Bai Linglong told him, her expression unreadable. "Then let's go to the Void Temple now," Damien said, already turning on his heel. Bai Linglong nodded and fell into step, leading the way. At her side walked Heiluo-san, silent and steady in his movements, while Damien followed close behind, his mind racing with questions. They made a quiet trio as they departed. Moments later, Sarah slipped out of the temple's main hall and paused to watch them leave. From her vantage point, she'd overheard their entire exchange, but she made no move to intercept them. Instead, she studied their retreating figures in thoughtful silence. As she did, Sarah began mentally organizing her observations. Heiluo-san, calm, collected, dependable, and the other, the Golden Rakshasa, Damien, brimming with a free spirit and unfiltered honesty. She tapped her pen against her notebook, already plotting how best to record these two remarkable newcomers to the Void Cult. Even though they spoke little, their few words and gestures were enough for Sarah to judge their personalities. Heiluo-san seemed curious, but stayed silent, while Jin Luosha not only looked intrigued, but freely voiced his thoughts. Sarah made mental notes. If these men ever received the blessing and joined the Void God cult, she'd know exactly how to handle them. She understood that talking to people was an art. It wasn't enough to simply be yourself and expect others to warm up to you. You had to make them feel truly understood. A handful of well-chosen words delivered with genuine empathy could build a strong first impression and set the stage for a pleasant conversation. Sarah had learned this skill from Sonia Senpai, whose ability to put people at ease was unmatched. Sonia Senpai always picked up on the smallest details and knew just what to say. But given his current standing, he couldn't so openly display the polished social tactics he developed over the years. Damien strode swiftly back into the Temple of Records and took his place, settling in with practiced patience. Although he could roam Void Island at will, there was nothing pressing to attend to outside these marble halls, so he spent his mornings here, waiting for Void Cult members to arrive. Some would come seeking a blessing before a distant journey. Others returned broken by their travels, desperate for relief or simply someone to hear their story. Sitting in one spot day after day could wear on anyone's spirit. He often felt as if invisible chains bound him to the temple's polished floors. Still, Damien reminded himself that this was his duty. His role was to offer prayers, share words of comfort, and grant weary travelers a moment's peace. It demanded a reservoir of patience few could muster, but he understood its importance. He'd once imagined that, Once the clone ritual was perfected, he'd be free to explore the island or take long, carefree walks. That had been a naive hope born of early optimism. Now, with clearer judgment, he realized that truly helping others meant remaining here. He couldn't abandon his post until he was truly, indisputably free. Even if Damien truly masters the Void Clone spell, the best it can do is send the duplicate out to scout. His real self must remain behind on Void Island. Everyone's return is fueled by high hopes. They want to find Damien there, to share both their sorrows and their triumphs with him. If they were to discover that the Damien before them was only an illusion, their excitement would quickly sour into disappointment. Jin Luosha and He Luosan trailed by Linglong all the way to the soaring gates of the Void Temple. Wordlessly, they each placed a foot on the broad stone steps, but the instant they did, a chill dread snaked through their veins. Their enhanced biology, altered, honed, perfected, screamed a warning. This place hid something unfathomable. The air itself seemed to pulse with an otherworldly pressure, as if the temple were a living maw, ready to swallow them whole. They froze, eyes locked, hearts hammering. When they finally dared to look up the staircase, both faces went pale. Not a word was spoken, but the thought hung in the air between them. What lay waiting at the summit of these steps? Jin Luosha took an involuntary step back. Despite belonging to one of the Imperial City's 5 great houses, renowned for mastering the most advanced biotransformations, he had never felt a warning so intense. His augmented instincts, sharper than those of any ordinary human, were now telling him to flee. Yet something, curiosity, duty, or perhaps fear itself, held him rooted in place. Damien's primal instincts trembled, and a creeping fear he couldn't shake washed over him. There had to be a creature at the summit of this temple that utterly dominated everything below it in the natural order. Is this aura coming from Lord Cassidon, the god of the void, or from some other formidable being? He whispered. Hai Luosan's face grew solemn, and his tone dropped to a cautious murmur. Across from him, Bai Linglong's eyes brightened. Both men had sensed that same oppressive energy. She had been unable to name it outright, but she'd quietly hoped Jin Luosha and He Luosan would recognize the perilous presence suffusing the Void Temple. This is the temple of the Void God, Bai Linglong explained, masking her excitement with a calm smile. It's only natural that it emits such a strange, overwhelming aura. As long as you ascend with proper reverence for Lord Cassidon, the god of the void, you need not fear anything. Her plan was clear. Draw them up here, under the guise of worship. Then let them lay hands on the commandment monument themselves. Once they touched it, everything would fall into place. At the villa perched atop the mountain, Damien watched Bai Linglong as she squared off against Jin Luosha and He Luosan. To his surprise, he could actually sense it too, the stirring presence of the commandment monument. Based on the fleeting changes in Jin and He's faces, Damien understood why Bai had detected it so quickly. The St. Nicholas civilization's biological transformations didn't just grant its subjects superhuman strength, they also awakened a potent, almost animalistic sixth sense. This instinctual perception could detect the faintest hints of danger or arcane power well before they became obvious to ordinary humans. When the monument's will first awakened, its aura was barely more than a whisper in the ether, too subtle for most to notice. But those who had undergone the highest-level transformations could pick up on these whispers almost immediately. Bai Linglong's enhancement, while significant, was only mid-tier by St. Nicholas standards. She could feel something unusual in the air, a unique energy signature, yet her perception wasn't as precise or vivid as Jin Luosha's or He Luosan's. Damien watched them closely, intrigued. The two men exchanged a quick glance, each registering the monument's presence in their own heightened way. In that instant, Damien realized just how profound the St. Nicholas transformations truly were, and how far beyond ordinary human senses they could elevate someone. Jin Luosha and He Luosan had barely taken a single step when Damien noticed their faces change. Their pupils constricted, and a flicker of terror passed over them. He realized, with nearly complete certainty, that they just sensed the terrifying will hidden within the commandment monument. It made sense. Only those who'd been touched by the ancient powers of the St. Nicholas civilization, warped by those formidable forces, could perceive the monument's aura. Damien himself had never witnessed the monument's full awakening. He hadn't dared to strengthen its breath or amplify its will. He preferred to observe from a distance. Yet over the past month, ever since Bai Linglong stirred the monument's slumbering spirit, its presence had grown unmistakably stronger. Left unattended, its inner will would only continue to swell until any passerby could feel its pull. He drew in a steadying breath. He could respect the monument's power, but first, he needed to prepare himself mentally. "I won't underestimate this," he murmured, bracing for what was to come. "Climbing these steps isn't easy," Bai Linglong warned. Jin Luosha's voice trembled as he nodded. He understood her words all too well. After 40 years of life in the St. Nicholas civilization, he had never encountered a threat like this. Every footfall felt like plunging deeper into an abyss where a single misstep meant death. It wasn't that the Golden Rakshasa was afraid of dying. He would gladly sacrifice himself for the safety of their people. But here, at the summit of the Void Temple, dwelled a power that utterly dwarfed him in the cosmic order. And, most terrifying of all, there was no sign of Lord Kassadin, the Void God, anywhere in sight. "I need a moment to compose myself," Jin Luosha admitted, closing his eyes and drawing in a shaky breath. Hei Luosan, standing beside him, was equally shaken. He rubbed his temples, trying to chase away the panic rising in his chest. "Me too," he managed, his voice barely above a whisper. They had come to Void Island with grand hopes of diplomacy and forging alliances. Now, with the threshold of the temple looming before them, both understood how grave the trial ahead truly was. They couldn't deny it. Every outsider who'd heard even whispers of Lord Kassadin, the god of the void, dreamed of earning his favor and receiving a blessing that might change their life. Yet Hei Luosan understood better than most how elusive such blessings were. Bai Linglong had arrived on Void Island more than a month before them, and still hadn't uncovered a single clue about what the trial involved. From the scraps of information Mr. Kyle had let slip, it sounded like her test might already be underway. But there was no progress bar, no prompt, nothing to confirm it. They could neither tell whether their own trials had begun, nor measure any progress. Perhaps that uncertainty was part of the test itself. "What do you feel?" Bai Linglong asked, watching fear warp Jin Luosha's and Hei Luosan's faces. Even now, she could see that their perceptions of the island were nothing like her own. Damien paused at the foot of the whispering stairs, his hand brushing the carved obsidian railing. Morning light filtered through the Temple of the Void's narrow windows, turning dust motes into drifting embers. Ahead, the path wound upward into darkness. Golden Rakshasa closed her eyes and drew in a slow breath. "My instincts tell me this place is like an abyss," she said, voice low and steady. "At its summit lies something extremely dangerous." Hei Luosan, leaning against the wall with his ebony-rimmed hood pulled low, raised his gaze at her. After a long moment, he nodded. "I feel the same. Whoever goes up there must be prepared, mind and heart." Bai Linglong frowned thoughtfully on the first step. This was her second visit to the Void Temple, and each time she'd sensed only the lazy slumber of Kassadin, the god of the void, capping the tower above. His presence was weighty, yes, but never lethal. She tilted her head toward Jin Luosha, who stood beside her. "Do you actually feel that aura?" Bai Linglong asked. Jin Luosha ruffled her silvery hair, considering. "Not dangerous so much as odd," she replied. "A mysterious atmosphere, but far from deadly." Bai Linglong shook her head, a small smile lifting her pale features. "It's not nearly as terrifying as they say." Damien exchanged glances with her. He'd insisted on an early start to avoid unwanted attention. By midday, rumors of a deadly presence to draw a curious crowd. For now, the only sound was their own soft voices and the echo of their boots on stone. Golden Rakshasa opened her eyes, their crimson depths steady. "Very well," she said, "but tread carefully. This temple does not welcome the careless." Damien swallowed, feeling a thrill of anticipation and something darker settle in his chest. He stepped forward onto the first stair, determination shining in his eyes. The ascent had begun. "It's fine if you can't," Jin Luosha said gently. Bai Linglong shook her head. "I still don't know whether this aura is good or evil, but it terrifies me." "Then maybe it's for the best you never discovered its true nature," Jin Luosha replied, offering her a reassuring smile. The oppressive presence in the Void Temple had chilled him to his core, and he was a man who feared nothing, not even death. If Bai Linglong had sensed that same aura, she might well have nightmares for the rest of her life. Damien paused at the foot of the endless staircase carved from black stone. He'd finally managed to steady his racing heart. He and Jin Luosha had never been the sort to shrink from hardship or danger. If they'd possessed such cowardice, they would have failed long ago in the rigorous trials of their respective orders. As heirs to powerful clans, they would often face situations where retreat wasn't an option. Only those with true ambition earned the title of great lineage, and even fewer rose to outshine their peers. "Ready?" Jin Luosha asked. Damien squared his shoulders and nodded. "Let's see how far we can climb." Damien stiffened at the words, a fierce spark igniting in his chest. To an ordinary observer, the ladder before them would seem nothing more than a simple climb. After all, only those rare few like Bai Linglong could sense the strange aura that surrounded it. Anyone else might ascend as easily as wandering through a garden. But for Damien and Hei Luosan, every rung was a gauntlet. They would have to face down the specter of death itself before reaching the top. Exchanging a grim nod, the two of them planted their feet on the first step. Instantly, it felt as though they were standing at the edge of an endless chasm. Each upward movement grew heavier, as though a mountain pressed against their spines. Somewhere in the darkness above, an unseen, malevolent presence watched their every move. In that moment, Damien realized their fates had slipped beyond their own control, ensnared in whatever force lurked overhead. A tremor ran through him. His heart pounded so fiercely that his ears rang. Despair crept in, cold and unyielding, while sweat beaded at his temples and rolled down his trembling limbs. Beside him, Hei Luosan was no less shaken. Her face drained of color, her breath shallow and ragged. Still, neither dared pull back. They would climb this ladder together, or not at all. Damien's face was slick with cold sweat, his eyes wide with fear. "Don't flinch," he warned, forcing his voice to stay steady. "It's just the aura. It's unsettling, but we won't face any real danger." He gritted his teeth, projecting his voice down the corridor not only to reassure Jin Rakshasa, but also to steel his own nerves. They were here only to pay homage. They'd never crossed paths with Lord Kassadin, the god of the void. There was no reason for the deity to bear them ill will. Drawing on every ounce of willpower, Damien set his foot on the first step and then the second. Instantly, a shock ran through him, as if invisible irons had snapped around his ankle. His deepest instincts screamed that each forward step only tightened the bonds, and each step backward would free him. Yet despite the warning, he forced himself onward, determined not to let a reflexive fear drive him from his purpose. Damien's voice rang out, defiant and hoarse. "Even if it kills me, I'll climb these stairs. Why should I be stopped by some invisible chain?" He stood on the second step for a long moment, muscles coiled, before letting out a furious roar. In that instant, something unseen snapped, as if cleats around his ankles shattered. He surged onto the third step. Beside him, the black Rakshasa, Hei Luosan, and the bronze Rakshasa, Jin Luosha, answered with their own thunderous roars. Each forced himself up one step. To any onlooker who didn't know what was really happening, their agonized faces and trembling limbs might look like the overreactions of madmen. Only Bai Linglong watched them in silence, her expression unreadable. She couldn't feel what they felt, couldn't sense the crushing weight that pressed down on their chests like a boulder. Damien, his body slick with cold sweat, could barely catch his breath. His muscles burned as if wreathed in ice and flame at once. But he refused to yield. With an iron will, he pulled himself onto the next rung. As soon as his foot touched the third step, a new wave of pressure slammed into him, heavier than before. Every movement now threatened to drain him completely, yet still he pressed on. Void Island was a place of hidden peril, and these stairs, rising out of nowhere, were its deadliest trial. Damien, Black Rakshasa, and Bronze Rakshasa shared this path. One ladder, 3 challengers, and a weight no ordinary mortal could bear. Step by step, they climbed, though each ascent demanded more of their strength, narrowing their world to the pull of the next rung beneath their feet. Damien pressed his hands against his temples as his body trembled with the urge to flee. Fighting the instinctual alarm bells ringing in his mind was draining him. each second of resistance siphoning away his mental stamina. Nearby, Sonia watched the unfolding scene in the Void Temple with keen interest. Two newcomers had just arrived, one a towering figure cloaked in golden feathers, the other a stern, muscular man whose skin was as dark and smooth as obsidian. Sonia immediately recognized them, Jin Luosha and He Luosan, both descendants of the ancient St. Nicholas civilization, just like Bai Linglong. The pair had detected the faint, pulsing aura radiating from the commandment monument at the temple's heart, though their impressions differed from what Bai Linglong had experienced. That quirk intrigued Sonia. For more than a month she'd been monitoring the monument, curious whether anyone besides Bai Linglong could sense Lord Cassidon's hidden will buried within its runes. Day after day, unwitting pilgrims flocked to the Void Temple, offering incense and prayers to prove their devotion, yet no one had come close to uncovering its secret. Sonia folded her arms, a small, confident smile playing on her lips. She waited, convinced that today, this very moment, someone would break through the monument's ancient defenses. But as the temple's shadows shifted and candlelight danced across the cavernous hall, Sonia's attention snapped back to Damien. His pale face was contorted by pain, his resolve hanging by a thread. This was the test she'd been waiting for. Would he yield to fear, or would he, against all odds, reach deep within himself and tap the hidden power of Lord Cassidon? Damien, did you set up a special trial for those two? Sonia hurried to his side, eyes wide with confusion. If you hadn't interfered, climbing the Void Temple ought to have been straightforward. Bai Linglong only mentioned that as she pursued its breath, the weight on her body grew heavier and awe filled her heart. She never said the ascent itself was particularly hard. Had it been, she would have complained. Damien shook his head. I haven't set any tests, Sonia. I've simply been watching. Sonia frowned. Then why did they hesitate? It almost felt like the temple was working against them, shifting walls, darkness swallowing the light. Before Cassidon could answer, Damien turned to him. So you're telling me there was no hidden barrier, no puzzle we don't know about? They just stopped? Cassidon pushed off the ruined pillar he'd been leaning on. Exactly. It wasn't the temple. It was themselves. Their biogenetic modifications have cranked their innate survival instinct to 11. Living creatures everywhere seek safety and ID danger. Theirs has been amplified until every shadow feels like a threat. So they didn't need a trap. Their own fears did the job. Damien's tone was calm, matter-of-fact. Right. Cassidon nodded. The Void Temple only magnifies what's inside you. Doubt, terror, hesitation, they all project outward, making the climb seem impossible. Sonia ran a hand through her hair, relief softening her features. Then the answer is simple. We give them time to face those fears. Damien surveyed the temple's yawning entrance. Once they've conquered their own shadows, they'll find the way up is no more troublesome than any other climb. Together, Damien, Sonia, and Cassidon, they fell silent, watching the two would-be climbers gather their courage for another attempt beneath the shifting stones of the Void Temple. So you're saying Miss Bai Linglong only uncovered the Commandment Monument's secret because her body's danger alarm went off? Sonia asked, her brow furrowed in thought. Exactly, Damien replied. You can't turn instinct on or off at will. It only surfaces under specific circumstances. Some people, when confronted with danger, freeze completely, mind blank, body locked. Others react the opposite way, fleeing on pure adrenaline without a second thought. In every case, instinct serves a single purpose: self-preservation. I was only able to make educated guesses while watching Bai Linglong, the elder began, so I never dared draw a firm conclusion. But now, after seeing how Jin Luosha and He Luosan reacted, there's no doubt left. He paused, studying Damien's expression. The will that emerged from the Commandment Monument is still too fresh for ordinary people to sense directly. This isn't about raw strength or even heightened senses. Only those born with near instinctual perception could detect the faint void breath I left behind in the temple. He leaned forward. On top of that, the bioengineered transformations of St. Nicholas's civilization have amplified their perception 1,000-fold. The genes woven into their very bones sound an alarm at the first hint of danger. Damien nodded slowly. Even the faint residue of his aura bound to the Commandment Monument would overwhelm countless lesser foes. In the heart of the St. Nicholas imperial capital, the five great bloodlines themselves had undergone similar transformations, integrating the essence of mighty creatures to elevate their power beyond anything ordinary. Damien sat forward, fingers steepled as he explained, "It isn't just a single gene at work here, but a fusion of countless elite genetic sequences. When you merge multiple top-tier genes, you inevitably awaken latent instincts that would normally remain dormant. Take Bai Linglong's feline-based biotransformation, for example. It's far less advanced than what you see in the Golden Rakshasa or the Black Luo San. Still, I can sense its influence, though much more subdued." He paused, meeting Sonia's eyes. Now, Black Luo San and the Golden Rakshasa underwent the most sophisticated enhancements ever achieved by the St. Nicholas civilization. Their heightened senses even let them conquer the Void Temple, something an average person might attempt without much trouble, yet their ascent caused a fair bit of chaos. Sonia nodded slowly, understanding dawning on her face. "You mentioned you have the ability to control the will embedded in the commandment monument, didn't you?" Damien stood at the base of the commandment monument, arms folded, watching the two climbers inch their way up its sheer runic surface. A faint smile curved his lips. "I could step in and take full control of the monument's will," he said softly, "but it's not yet time to dispel its influence. And besides, I know their lives aren't in real danger." He let his gaze roam over the swirling glyphs that strained to project an invisible pressure down upon the climbers. "What they're enduring is brutal," he admitted, "but if they survive this, it will stand as the most extraordinary test of mind and spirit we've ever witnessed. Courage is common enough, but the willingness to die for it? That's something far rarer." At any moment, Damien could have reached into the monument, lulled its will into dormancy, and erased every ounce of psychic torment. Yet he refused. The real thrill lay in observing whether these two would conquer the crushing weight of doubt and fear, and ultimately whether they could summit the monument's peak. Nearby, Sonia listened in with keen interest. She had heard of Mr. Ma Cassidin's reputation for daring interventions. Why else would she have sought his help when the climbers first ran into trouble? Now she understood. The ascent had grown perilous, the unseen pressure nearly overwhelming. Only someone with Cassidin's mastery could even contemplate stepping in. And yet, here he was, holding back. As the climbers paused on the ledge, catching their breath, Damien leaned forward. "Keep going," he murmured more to himself than to them. "Let's see just how far courage can carry you." Sonia had never seen anything like this before, so she naturally peppered him with questions. Once Damien answered her clearly, she dropped any further attempts at persuasion and simply admitted, "I just want to see it for myself." Damien nodded. When you're staring down death or danger, the instinct to flee is in everyone's blood. Self-preservation is as basic as breathing. That's precisely why only those who stand their ground, who are willing to lay down their lives for a belief, can truly be called martyrs or heroes. Sonia's admiration for self-sacrificing souls ran deep. Over the centuries, countless martyrs had arisen during the dark ages of the St. Nicholas civilization, their ultimate sacrifice forging a world of light and peace for future generations. Damien added thoughtfully, neither of those two came from noble or powerful families, yet they rose above ordinary people. Our civilization is fortunate to have produced such talents. He smiled, hands framing his face, genuine pride shining in his eyes. Sonia may have only known the names Golden Rakshasa and Black Luo San, but Damien recognized them the moment he laid eyes on Niklov and Madame Butterfly. These two were the undisputed champions of their respective orders. Had Madame Butterfly not forced Niklov to reveal his true identity, invoking the name of the Void God cult to earn their trust, neither Rakshasa nor Luosan would have agreed to cooperate, even under threat of death. Those who willingly face annihilation for the sake of their civilization are cut from a different cloth. Even someone born in poverty can become a hero remembered across eras, provided fate grants them the right opportunity. And though Golden Rakshasa and Black Luosan both hailed from the apex of the St. Nicholas civilization, wielding immense power, their loyalty to its future never wavered. Leading a comfortable life within a great civilization is one thing. Leaving behind a legacy that endures for millennia is quite another, and these two had already done both. Damien still fretted over who would become the inaugural leader of the community with a shared future for mankind. If someone as remarkable as Black Luo-san or Golden Rakshasa were to emerge, he'd be positively thrilled. But this global community was only just taking shape, and heroes of that caliber don't simply materialize overnight. They're forged by the interplay of culture, education, and the demands of their era. Humanity may be divided into countless ethnic and cultural branches, each with its own heritage and traditions, but the advent of a shared future community represents an entirely new epoch. From the outset, fresh concepts of governance and cutting-edge knowledge will be introduced. Ideas that encourage us to study the cosmos, to broaden our horizons step by step. In time, this process will naturally give rise to extraordinary leaders capable of guiding our entire civilization. Right now, Blue Star is already home to brilliant minds and exceptional talents. Yet no matter how gifted they are, their vision remains inherently constrained by the limits of their experience and environment. Only by embracing the vastness of the universe and by learning to think beyond familiar boundaries can we cultivate the true visionaries who will steer humanity toward its shared future. Every sentient species is prone to arrogance, especially before it ventures beyond its home world and discovers it isn't alone in the universe. Humans are no different. Our budding destiny community must first endure difficult trials that humble us and force us to confront our true place in the cosmos, even as the rulers of Blue Star. Only by recognizing how much we still have to learn can we purge our hubris. In doing so, we'll be able to choose genuinely wise, visionary leaders to guide humanity forward. Leaders capable of closing the gap between us and the most advanced civilizations out there. This transformation won't happen overnight. It will require years of steady effort, continual growth, and the patient evolution of our society. Yet it is precisely through this long journey of progress that any civilization can rise to greatness. Damien smiled warmly at Sonia. Of course, having you oversee the Void God religion is a tremendous blessing. Sonia returned his gaze, her own smile bright. Thank you for the praise, Mr. Cassadin, but we have a long way to go. I'll keep studying and planning so the Void God religion can flourish. Damien nodded. If you weren't here, I'd be hard-pressed to focus solely on its growth. Sonia's smile softened. I enjoy working in such a peaceful environment, and didn't you say the Void God religion would become my new home? That's right. This is your home now, and you're free to stay as long as you like. Damien paused, then added, I'll continue to keep an eye on our two new acolytes, but I won't micromanage them. Perfect, Sonia said with satisfaction. Damien stood. Well, I should get back to work. Before he left, Sonia handed him a chilled herbal tea she had prepared. Damien accepted it with thanks, then headed off to attend to the day's tasks. Sonia, you've done outstanding work, and I couldn't be more pleased, Damien said as she gathered her things. Don't overtax yourself. There's no shame in taking a break now and then. Sonia paused in the doorway and smiled. I've been thinking the same. Hopefully I'll carve out some time to travel with Mr. Cassadin. With that, she slipped out of the study. Moments later, Sonia returned. She'd stepped out only to scout the Void Temple's progress and couldn't resist coming back to report. Damien watched her settle before he spoke again. He knew well that once Sonia put her mind to something, urging her to rest was useless. Turning his attention back to the holomap of the Void Temple's location, he continued his work. As they chatted, Sonia mentioned that Jin Luosha and Hei Luo-san had just reached the 8th marker on the stairway. That sounded impressive until Damien pointed out that the temple's steps were counted in hundreds, not tens, so they'd climbed their way up to the 800th step already. Damien and Hei Luo-san barely made it past the mountain's base before their strength gave out. The long flight of carved stone steps rose sharply before them, but all they could manage was to drop onto one of the lower landings, chests heaving and limbs trembling. Damien slumped against a mossy wall, wiping sweat from his brow. I can't go on, he admitted, voice low. You go ahead. I'll rest for a moment. Hei Luo-san pressed his palms against his thighs, trying to steady his breathing. Normally nothing could shake his confidence in his endurance, but with every upward step, the incline had seemed steeper, the air thinner. Finally, he shook his head in frustration. Why would I leave you here alone? You're not just anyone. I'm slowing you down, Damien interrupted, managing a wan smile. Besides, if you push on yourself, I'll worry even more. A breeze whispered through the pines above, carrying cool relief. Both young men stared at the path winding upward into the mist, each lost in thought. Hailuo-san exhaled slowly. At this rate, I doubt either of us will reach the summit today. Damien glanced up, eyes narrowing against the pale sunlight. We don't have to conquer it on our first attempt, he said. Let's learn from today, grow stronger, train harder, and come back when we're ready. Hailuo-san nodded, the tension in his shoulders easing for the first time since they'd set out. You're right, no shame in turning back now. We'll press on tomorrow. They settled into silence, drawing in the cool mountain air and gathering what little energy they had left. The summit still loomed high above them, an impossible dream for this afternoon, but a promise waiting to be fulfilled another day. Chapter 7. The Road to the Void. Temple. Damien spread the tattered map of Void Island across the table and tapped it decisively. We have 3 months to plan every detail. Bai Linglong leaned back in her chair, arms folded as she studied the map. Our first priority is finding a way to breach the Temple of the Void. Damien's jaw tightened. It's not enough just to set foot on Void Island. I refuse to leave without paying my respects to Lord Cassidon's statue, the god of the Void himself. Hailuo-san, who'd been staring at his shoes, let out a shaky sigh. He'd spent days researching the island before they arrived. He knew that any outsider drawn to Void Island would inevitably find the temple. And now, for the first time, his finely tuned biological instincts, those same instincts that had saved them countless times, were working against him. The closer they'd gotten to the temple's summit, the more that oppressive, soul-crushing aura had battered his mind. If our instincts hadn't been so sensitive, Hailuo-san said, voice hoarse, we'd have reached the top in seconds. Instead, I felt like the void itself was pushing me back. Damien stepped over and placed a reassuring hand on Hailuo-san's shoulder. 3 months is plenty of time if we're methodical. We'll map out patrols, mark weak points in the wards, even study weather patterns if we have to. Nothing will be left to chance. Bai Linglong nodded. We'll split our research. Hailuo-san can focus on the temple's aura, what exactly it does to the mind. I'll handle the physical layout. Stairways, guard rotations, entry tunnels. Damien, you coordinate supplies and assemble the team. Hailuo-san raised his head, meeting their eyes with renewed determination. Then let's get to work. This time, we won't be turned away. Damien rolled up the map and tucked it under his arm. Agreed. 3 months starts now. The three of them left the room, each driven by the same fierce resolve, to conquer the Void Temple and stand before Lord Cassidon's statue in triumph. Damien collapsed onto the cool stone steps of the Void Temple, finally able to catch his breath. This is the first real rest I've had since my 20th birthday, he sighed, flexing cramped muscles. They say the ritual's always tougher than the challenge itself, and no matter what, I still have to climb 20 more levels before I can think about going down. He cast a wry glance around the empty courtyard. Good thing nobody's here. If anyone saw us like this, they'd never let us live it down. Instead of heading straight for the summit, Bai Linglong settled on the steps beside Damien and Hailuo-san. Why don't visitors arrive until afternoon? She asked. Hailuo-san shrugged. Because Sonia, the Void Goddess, only appears in the temple after midday. Jinluosha added, her blessing ceremony is all about proving your faith, so devotees come in droves when they can demonstrate their piety to her in person. Bai Linglong leaned back against the cold stone and smiled. Well then, let's make the most of these quiet hours before the crowd shows up. Mr. Jinluosha frowned as they stepped onto the empty plaza just after noon. If you really wanted to prove your devotion, he said, wouldn't you have come first thing this morning? Waiting until noon feels more like a publicity stunt than genuine reverence. That's one of the so-called insider tips you've picked up, Miss Bai Linglong. I'd steer clear of it. A true test of piety doesn't rely on tricks, just honest sincerity. When you're among many observers or facing a trial, sincerity is your strongest weapon. Golden Rakshasa let out a quiet laugh. That's not simply outsider hearsay, he replied. Void Island only truly comes alive after midday. It's so peaceful here that sleeping in is almost a local custom. And as for showing respect, nothing matters more than what's in your heart. No rigid schedule required. Bai Linglong met Mr. Jin Luosha's disapproving glance and shook her head. I understand your point, she said calmly, but I'm not here to collect blessings. My priority is to learn how to ascend to the summit. Golden Rakshasa considered her for a moment, then spoke again. Damien forced himself to resist the crushing pressure bearing down on his body, stooped low, and painfully pressed on up the winding staircase. By the time he reached the 9th-floor landing, Jin, the Golden Rakshasa, sank to his knees, every ounce of strength drained by that oppressive force. True awe isn't just a word, Bai Linglong said softly, watching him. It's something you feel deep in your bones. Hey, the Black Rakshasa, leaned heavily against the railing, gasping for air. Lady Lacey warned that everyone arrives on this island in awe. He managed between breaths. Linglong gave a small nod. That's right, but if days pass without the blessing arriving, that awe can sour into frustration, even despair. She didn't hurry off. Instead, she fell into step beside Damien and Hai, their footsteps echoing in the stairwell as she shared the island's whispered legends. Although she was forbidden to reveal the trial's true purpose, she could repeat the tales outsiders told. Some never earn the void's blessing, no matter how hard they try. A few give up and leave, broken. Others, her voice softened, lose themselves entirely. Damien gripped the banister, determination igniting in his chest. He felt the urge to flee, to turn back and abandon this ordeal, but he refused. Whatever lay beyond these stairs, he would face it head-on. Anyway, Lord Cassidon, the god of the void, is unbelievably powerful, Jin Raksha remarked, sprawling across the temple steps as if they were his personal lounge. I doubt he cares whether we fear him or not, came a quiet voice beside him. Everything depends on our own thoughts, Jin Raksha continued with a wry smile. Though his words were elegant, the way he slouched made him look more comical than imposing. People are fickle. It's only natural to feel irritated when your prayers go unanswered. But that irritation is precisely the mark of impure thoughts, another figure, Hai Luosan, piped up. He hauled himself up the final rise to the 9th tier, every movement betraying his exhaustion. Speaking slowly, he warned, if the void blessing were truly easy to claim, there wouldn't be so few masters in the void cult. Understanding this truth and keeping your expectations in check means the gap you feel after a failed attempt won't seem so vast. Yet only those with truly broad hearts can grasp that lesson. Most people can't accept failure. They see others succeed and assume they themselves deserve the same, and when they don't get it, they brand themselves inadequate. Admitting you're not good enough, learning to accept defeat, it's far harder than it sounds. He paused, looking in Jin Raksha's direction. Since you and I have both tasted failure. Bai Linglong watched as Black Luosan and Golden Rakshasa exchanged silent assurances. Though she couldn't be certain they'd follow through, she offered them a warm, confident smile. Don't worry, I won't even try to jinx you with my blessings. Golden Rakshasa's voice came, faint but determined. I wonder how long it'll take me to climb those 20 floors. It was a steep challenge, but he'd already pledged to conquer all 20 steps before they departed, and he wasn't about to back down now. Take your time. I'll wait for you at the top. I'll make sure you have somewhere comfortable to rest afterward, Bai Linglong added. The hotels on Void Island are absolutely luxurious. She sounded completely unfazed. After all, she planned to linger on Void Island as long as she liked. A single lazy day wouldn't slow her progress. It sounds perfect. Black Luosan let out a relieved chuckle. Thank you. For the next 2 hours, the three of them, Bai Linglong, Golden Rakshasa, and Black Luosan, chatted and laughed as the sun dipped low in the sky. Then, with renewed resolve, they began the ascent. Step by step, they climbed until, at long last, they reached the 20th landing. They paused there for 10 thrilling seconds, enough time to catch their breath and savor their achievement, before turning and descending the staircase together. It had been brutal work forcing their way up the steps, but coming back down from the 20th landing to the ground took them less than 2 seconds. Golden Rakshasa's once glorious golden plumage was now damp with sweat, and he no longer looked as regal or handsome as before. Damien, on the other hand, didn't appear to have changed much, aside from the fact that he was equally miserable about how drenched he was. We should set a schedule, Damien said, brushing sweat from his brow. Let's start our climb around 4 or 5 in the morning. By then, we ought to reach higher ground more easily. Golden Rakshasa, despite his exhaustion, flexed his massive wings and lifted off at a low altitude, carefully stretching stiff muscles and joints as he spoke. We'll see how we feel later, he rumbled. If need be, we'll just keep going all night. Damien didn't mind that Bai Linglong had witnessed him in such an undignified state. After all, she, too, had sensed the Void Temple's oppressive aura, even if its weight didn't press on her as heavily as it did on him and Golden Rakshasa. He was certain she understood the strain they were under. Letting any other outsider see them like this, however, would have mortified him entirely. By the time the sun rises, Luo-san will already have been climbing for hours, yet he never lets himself sleep past noon. Panting, he peers up the path. How far have we gotten today? Jin Rakshasa shrugs and turns to Bai Linglong. You've climbed 20 steps, which puts us at 1/26th of the total height. Bai Linglong taps her thigh as she counts in her head. When I first came, I only managed 1/26th in an entire morning, so this is actually an improvement. Once you're fully acclimated, Jin Rakshasa says with a nod, your pace will pick up dramatically. Golden Rakshasa, Jin Rakshasa's true title, has taught himself to quiet the urge to flee. Their slow progress owes as much to their shaky stamina as it does to the short window they have each day. 3 hours is enough time for many climbers to ascend, rest, and return, but few outsiders dare to even set foot on the path. Just keeping their fear at bay and making real headway is more than most can manage, especially once they sense the Void Temple's uncanny aura lingering on the wind. Damien glanced around at the others. There was no point worrying for anyone who couldn't sense what he could. Let's find somewhere to stay, he said. We'll freshen up with a shower first, then grab a bite. I'm starved. He straightened, rubbing his sore shoulders. Once I've regained my strength, I want to check out the gravity building. It should be perfect for training our stress tolerance before the real climb. Normally, Damien wasn't much of an eater. He kept meals light and infrequent. But hauling himself up 20 flights of stairs in just a few hours had drained every ounce of energy from him. Now, all he could think about was food. I'm with you, one of his companions said, but give me 5 minutes to clean up, then let's go. The Golden Rakshasa, having paused to rest, lifted its wings and began to flap them again, shaking off the last vestiges of fatigue. Within moments, the creature's golden feathers sparkled with renewed vigor. Damien offered a curt nod and led the way, confident that a good meal and a quick visit to the gravity building would set them all right. Damien stretched his arms and yawned. After a short rest, he and Luo-san rose from their low-slung beach chairs and, guided by Bai Linglong, set off to explore the island. The early morning air was cool and almost deserted. Only a handful of island staff and a stray beachcomber strolled along the broad avenue. Bai Linglong led them past palm-lined paths to the island's exclusive lodging district. A row of villas and small hotels, ranging from modest to opulent, clustered beside a sheltered lagoon. Since they'd scraped together 3 months of precious leave, Damien and Luo-san decided they might as well indulge. They chose the most luxurious villa on the row. Once inside, they discovered that each suite included a private mist bath, a lightly pressurized steam chamber infused with pool extracts. Damien slipped into the warm haze first, letting the fine vapor soothe his muscles after weeks of training. Luo-san wasn't far behind. Outside, Golden Rakshasa, Damien's massive, gilded beast companion, waited patiently in the courtyard. 10 minutes later, the two emerged invigorated. Golden Rakshasa shook himself, sending a cascade of water droplets dancing through the dawn light. He launched into a brief hover above the marble terrace as each droplet evaporated in midair. Then, with careful precision, he drew a long comb from a side table and began preening his radiant feathers one by one. Within moments, his plumage gleamed like burnished gold. Finally, with a powerful downstroke of his wings, Golden Rakshasa lifted off from the villa's balcony. He hovered briefly, surveying the lush greenery below, then descended gracefully to the lawn, ready to accompany Damien and Luo-san as they continued their leisurely island tour. Damien slid down the rope ladder from the hotel's upper balcony and dropped lightly into the lobby. There was no time to lose. Someone was waiting for him. He spotted Bai Linglong just inside the entrance and approached with an easy nod. "Miss Bai Linglong, which hotel are you staying at?" She returned his greeting with a small, grateful smile. "Lady Lacy has kindly offered me a place to stay for now." "Ah," Damien said, recalling the Grand Seaview Hotel at the heart of town. "So you're not in one of the main hotels?" "No," she replied, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. "Lady Lacy thought it would help me settle into island life faster and ease my nerves. She's been incredibly thoughtful." Damien felt a quiet relief wash over him. As a golden Rakshasa, one of the few survivors from the St. Nicholas civilization, he knew how easily their people were treated as curiosities or prey elsewhere. Learning that Bai Linglong already had a protective roof over her head meant a great deal. "That's good news," he said. "At least you'll be comfortable." Bai Linglong's smile brightened. "Thank you. It's reassuring to know I'm in kind hands." Together, they stepped out into the warm morning light, ready to face the day's challenges on the island. "Lacey's been wonderful. She's taught me so much," Damien said gratefully. Bai Linglong beamed at him. "I'm glad to hear that." Nearby, Hai Luosun was scanning the shoreline of Void Island. As the midday hour approached, guests began spilling out of their hotels, streamlining toward the island's communal areas. Bai Linglong gestured in that direction. "See, it's almost noon. The place is about to get busy." The three of them set off for the cafeteria. It was just before 11, and already the room held twice as many people as during the quiet morning hours. Even before they stepped inside, laughter and animated chatter drifted out to greet them. Just then, Bai Linglong's phone buzzed. It was a message from Lacy. "Where are you? I've been waiting at home and haven't seen you." Bai Linglong quickly typed back. "No need to worry. I'm here with Damien, Jin Luosha, and Hai Luosan. We just arrived on Void Island." While Lacy was still sending her reply, Kyle, Renoli, and the Predictor, ever efficient, had already slipped ahead to the canteen, intent on snagging prime seats before the lunch rush. Damien caught sight of the unmistakable silhouette of the Golden Rakshasa emerging from the mist. Stepping quietly behind Jin Luosha and Hei Luosan, he greeted them with a warm grin. "Why didn't you let me know you'd arrived?" he teased. Jin Luosha laughed and turned to face him. "We assumed you were still off training," he explained. "And with Miss Bai Linglong already on the island, we only needed someone who was free to guide us around Void Island in the meantime." Hei Luosan chimed in. "Even if we did plan to practice, you're our honored guest now. Of course we'd make time to welcome you." At that moment, Renaud appeared at their side, holding out a slender, golden leaf that caught the sunlight like a tiny work of art. "Thanks to the Golden Rakshasa, our homes are now adorned with these exquisite branches," he said with a grin. "They've become our favorite decorations." A few paces away, the diviner observed the island's tranquil beauty, then offered his impression in a contemplative tone. "I haven't explored every secret here, but my first feeling is that Void Island is far too comfortable, almost unnaturally so." Hai Luosan's expression grew serious. He met the diviner's gaze, and after a thoughtful pause, replied with solemn conviction. In the pale glow of early morning, the imperial capital of the St. Nicholas civilization was already stirring with life. Across the channel, Void Island, home to a free-access cafeteria open 24 hours a day, remained almost deserted at this hour. Most residents and visitors preferred to sleep in until the sun's first rays coaxed them awake. It didn't matter whether they were members of the Void cult or merely curious outsiders. Everyone who came here sought rest and refuge. Who could blame them? To wake naturally each day, untroubled by deadlines or danger, was a luxury few places in the Empire could offer. Of course, not everyone indulged in such leisure. Many rose before dawn to earn a living or to attend clandestine rehearsals and meetings. Damien himself noted how impressively secure Void Island felt. As Mr. Wumaki had assured him, so long as they kept a low profile and avoided trouble, no one would challenge or harass them. By contrast, the sprawling streets of the imperial capital teemed with far darker hazards. With millions of inhabitants, among them bioengineered enforcers whose strength dwarfed that of ordinary people, tragedy and violence were everyday threats. In a city where one wrong step could mean disaster, the carefree calm of Void Island felt nothing short of miraculous. Everyone here is powerful. In everyday life, disputes and even outright fights are common, but you'll never see that on Void Island. Kyle stretched back in his chair, a broad grin on his face. Ah, this is the life. When things aren't this comfortable, big problems always pop up. He patted Hailuo-san on the shoulder. Seeing all this, I'd love to turn the holy civilization's imperial capital into something like Void Island. Hailuo-san nodded thoughtfully. Creating a place this harmonious isn't easy. Kyle leaned forward. I have to say, it makes me admire Miss Sonia even more. Hailuo-san allowed himself a small smile. The Void God cult was modest in size, too small to be called a nation or a civilization, more accurately, a power or force. Yet its very presence set a standard that no established country or empire could match. Here was genuine peace and prosperity, the ultimate ideal every supreme ruler, whether of a kingdom, civilization, or mighty faction, secretly yearned to achieve. Damien understood that forging a harmonious atmosphere within a single organization was one thing, doing the same across an entire civilization was quite another. The Void Cult, still in its infancy, remained relatively easy to guide. With only tens or hundreds of thousands of adherents, order could be maintained. But once those ranks swelled into the millions, or the tens or hundreds of millions, the difficulty of governance would grow exponential, soon rendering any hope of a seamless unity impossible. Wherever people gather, clashes are inevitable. Intersections of interest breed friction. Damien knew this better than most, especially when it came to the rapid rise of the Void God religion. He was well aware that its explosive growth owed largely to the tireless efforts of the Void God envoy, Miss Sonia. Though the St. Nicholas civilization lacked the raw power of the Void Cult, the burdens of leadership fell just as heavily on anyone charged with guiding a movement, whether a fledgling faith or an interstellar empire. To be held in high esteem is a great honor. To wear the crown is to shoulder its weight. Great expectations bring glory, but they demand consistency. Success must not only be won, it must be sustained. The weight of expectations like these can easily crush anyone who isn't resolute, especially in the Void God cult. As a rising power determined to expand its domain, every major operation they undertake demands painstaking preparation and endless contingencies. Most rank-and-file members assume the leadership will handle those headaches. They only need to go about their daily lives. Damien wasn't so sure that Miss Sonia, the Void God herself, could bear such a monumental burden. Yet everything he'd seen and heard on Void Island spoke otherwise. She was more than capable. It wasn't surprising that people respected and trusted her implicitly. I didn't expect you to be so eloquent, Kyle said with a bright grin. Kyle was clearly thrilled by Damien's praise of the Void Cult. He and the others had long regarded it as their new home, and Miss Sonia remained among the few they held in the highest esteem. No matter whether someone flatters out of calculated politeness or genuine admiration, praising a person's homeland and achievements always hits home. After all, even knowing the praise might be insincere, people still warm to kind words. It's simply human nature. I see everything from the same vantage point as those in power, Damien added. Miss Sonia's success in transforming Void Island is truly remarkable, he continued with unabashed honesty. Damien wasn't one to hide his feelings. Unlike the scheming Jin Rakshasa, he spoke his mind freely. Of course, negotiating with seasoned veterans often required diplomacy, and sometimes he'd voice agreements he didn't fully mean, all for the sake of smoother cooperation. But his compliments about Void Island came straight from the heart. He knew how daunting leadership could be, and he respected anyone who could shoulder that burden so effectively. Renoli chuckled. Even if you flatter me on purpose, it won't earn you any extra blessings. But it will make life on the island a lot more comfortable, Renoli countered with a smile. Of course I know that, Hailuo-san replied gravely. Do you think I'd enjoy having someone butter me up? Renoli just laughed. Hailuo-san's tone was surprisingly sincere. He didn't sound like he was teasing. I didn't expect you to be so silver-tongued, he admitted. Kyle joined in the laughter. All right, let's stop talking shop and get some food. Kyle had worked with Hailuo-san and Jin Luosha before, so he knew their personalities well. Jin Luosha, known as the Golden Rakshasa, was straightforward and blunt. Hailuo-san, by contrast, spoke little but carried himself with such calm authority that people instinctively trusted him. That was why Kyle felt a surge of pride when Luosan spoke kindly of Void Island. As hosts to friends from afar, they naturally wanted everyone to see the place at its best. With that, the group walked into the mess hall together, their conversation drifting toward the day's feast. After catching up, Damien, Bai Linglong, and Kyle turned their attention to what had happened with He Luosan and Jin Luosha, who'd arrived on the island at dawn. Damien raised an eyebrow. "So you actually talked with Mr. Wumaki before sunrise?" Bai Linglong shook her head. "No, he approached us. He wasn't waiting for an invitation. He came straight over and offered to help." Kyle frowned, folding his arms. "That's not like him. Even if he's eager to assist fellow countrymen, he wouldn't dash off so early unless something serious was going on. There must be more to this." Damien leaned forward. "Did he say anything else?" Bai Linglong exchanged a glance with Kyle. He was very tight-lipped about the details, she admitted. Clearly, whatever he's involved in is urgent and confidential. Damien watched the prophet remain eerily composed. "Don't worry," the prophet said softly. "Wumaki has already taken action. No one can stand in his way, unless they're a true top-tier expert in the universe." Damien's brow furrowed. "He may keep a low profile, but I've heard that once he activates his abilities, there's almost no counter." The prophet inclined his head. "Exactly. On the surface, dream manipulation doesn't look like a lethal superpower. It isn't fireworks and explosions. But in Wumaki's hands, it's devastating. He invades your mind, wraps you in illusions, and you can't break free. His defenses in the dream realm are impenetrable. Ordinary powerhouses go under in seconds. They're like fish on a chopping block." He paused, choosing his words carefully. "And don't forget the Void's blessing. It amplifies his gifts beyond imagination. His investigative instincts are unrivaled. He can sift through people's thoughts, uncover hidden truths, disrupt your strategy before you even realize he's there. No matter how strong you believe yourself to be, facing Wumaki without being among the universe's elite is a death sentence." Damien nodded grimly. He'd long suspected that controlling dreams was more than an oddity. It was a weapon. "Understood," he said. "We'll give him room to work." The prophet offered a rare, approving smile. "Good. With Wumaki on the case, our victory is all but guaranteed." Damien leaned back in his seat and said, "I'll wait until he gets back. Then I'll ask him myself." He wasn't worried that Wumaki couldn't handle the problem, just curious about what kind of trouble had come up. He signaled to a few members of the Void God cult. "Go find him and bring him here." In truth, the cult's power had grown dramatically. Cosmic heavy hitters still weren't everywhere at once, but there were already enough of them to make a difference. Exactly how many stood at the very top echelon remained a mystery. Damien only knew that his closest allies had reached near-universal peak strength. Whether all four ranked among the absolute elite was untested, simply because no one powerful enough had shown up to challenge them. Even without Lord Cassidin stepping in, the cult's cadre of cosmic warriors was formidable enough to expand their domain on its own. So far, they'd been content to await Miss Sonia's orders, free to take action on smaller matters in the meantime, with the understanding that any fallout would be theirs to manage. "As long as you don't stir up trouble that draws the attention of the Void God cult's leadership, you should be fine," the woman said coolly. Golden Rakshasa cocked her head, curiosity brightening her eyes. "Is Mr. Wumaki really one of the universe's powerhouses?" Her companion shrugged. "Who knows what he went through in the past? It seems to have sapped his fighting spirit. Now he's more carefree than ever." "He refuses to see himself as strong," the woman continued. "He claims weakness. But from what I've observed and the reports I've gathered, he's already reached that level." Just then, a clear, confident voice rang out behind them. "Lacey, it's been ages. Your style has changed, but you're as beautiful as ever." Golden Rakshasa, Miss Lacey, turned at the familiar tone, a warm smile spreading across her face. There was nothing wrong with accepting a compliment. After all, her current attire on Void Island was a stark departure from the gentle, approachable look she'd favored in the St. Nicholas civilization. On Void Island, Lacey no longer needed to cloak her presence. Her cold, magnetic poise cut through the air, drawing every eye. Ian leaned closer to Luosan, whispering, The void divine religion really is as formidable as the rumors. Haluosan nodded, recalling the casual meeting he'd had that very morning with a void divine insider, a true cosmic powerhouse. In the St. Nicholas civilization, even the most celebrated clan heads rarely rose beyond planetary-level strength. Only the Jin family's leader had just crossed the threshold into cosmic territory, and just barely. Compared to that, a single void divine practitioner was leagues ahead. Witnessing the chasm between their forces and the void divines made Haluosan all the more determined. If he could assume leadership of the St. Nicholas and forge an alliance with the void divine, their civilization might finally stand a chance amid the universe's titans. Strong backers meant survival, and the void divine religion boasted more than its fair share of cosmic-level champions. We have to push ourselves harder, he resolved. But for now, he set ambition aside. There would be time enough tomorrow to plot alliances and power plays. Tonight, their priority was simple: observe, learn, and bide their time. "Where have you been this morning?" Lacey's voice rang out as she surveyed the courtyard. "I heard, by Linglong, that you didn't make it to the training grounds for your daily session." Lacey shook her head. "A solid foundation is everything. Don't be so quick to slack off. If you like, take Golden Rakshasa and Black Luosan with you this afternoon. Head to the training grounds, then feel free to explore Void Island afterward." With a casual nod, Lacey paused, then turned her gaze to Bai Linglong. "You haven't actually been anywhere else? You just stopped by the cafeteria and then came straight here to the Void Temple?" Bai Linglong bit her lip, then offered a timid smile. "Yes, well, no. I did come to the cafeteria first, but I got held up in the Void Temple longer than I expected. That's why I didn't make it to the training grounds this morning. I promise I'll go this afternoon, Miss Lacey. Please don't be upset." She fluttered her lashes, feigning innocence. In truth, she'd planned to bring Golden Rakshasa and Black Luo-san on a tour of the Void Temple, and then sneak them off to the Gravity Tower and the training grounds afterward. Those locations were renowned for cultivating new strengths and techniques, perfect spots to glean fresh insights before returning home to resume serious practice. Lacey hadn't expected the terrifying auras radiating from Hai Luosan and Jin Luosha to eclipse her own. At that pace, climbing the 20th took them hours, and they still hadn't reached the top. When Bai Linglong's soft, almost coquettish voice drifted back to her, Lacey felt no anger. She simply wanted to warn her young disciple against growing complacent. Linglong wasn't yet among the cosmos's elite. Slacking off was the last thing she could afford. After all, traveling the universe was Linglong's dream, and the stronger she became, the safer her journey would be. So Lacey was momentarily taken aback when Bai Linglong offered her surprising rationale. "The Void Temple's empty at this hour," Linglong cooed. "Why hurry out the moment we're done with worship?" Lacey frowned. "If it's so quiet in there, why did you linger so long?" She glanced over at Golden Raksa, Jin Luosha, and Hei Luosan. "You two didn't notice anything unusual? Honestly, we might have wasted a lot of time." Jin Luosha simply shrugged, choosing not to elaborate. Damien rubbed the back of his neck and forced a wry smile. "I'll be honest, I ran into more trouble than I expected. Hai Luosan and I pushed ourselves so hard we both collapsed. Then, of all things, we had to slog back up 20 flights of stairs. It was mortifying." He paused, glancing around the circle. "As for detecting any special aura inside the Void Temple, the only one I caught was Bai Linglong's." Lacey's brow furrowed with concern. "And did that lead to any discovery? Did you manage to gain anything from it?" "Not really," Damien admitted. "I check. Hai Luosan's aura is exactly the same, and so is the Jin Rakshasa's. No change at all." Kyle shook his head. "I didn't pick up anything either, but perhaps it's possible to seize an opportunity there without sensing the temple's signature aura." Renaud tapped his chin thoughtfully. "Opportunities that rare only fall to someone incredibly fortunate. Lady Bai Linglong is one such person." The prophet merely inclined his head, his expression as calm and inscrutable as ever. "Indeed." "We don't know what opportunity you mean," Hai Luosan said, leaning forward in his seat. "But if you really did gain something, consider me stunned." Immediately he understood. Bai Linglong had tapped into some hidden boon within the Void Temple, an advantage Hai Luosan and Jin Rakshasa themselves had never received. If they hoped to uncover the same gift, they would have to endure the temple's trials and reach its summit. After all, chances to strengthen the body were common. Chances to enlighten the mind were exceedingly rare. The onlookers around them fell silent, every ear straining to catch more. Rumor had it that Bai Linglong had approached the temple's commandments monument, prostrated himself before Kassadin, the god of the void, and emerged with newfound insight. Countless challengers had tried and failed to draw anything from that ancient tablet. Now, hearing Bai Linglong confirm his revelation, they realized the whispers were true. They'd never noticed the difference before. But now Lacey and Kyle, two of the Void cult's most powerful figures, were both picking up a strange aura from the Void Temple. The golden, feather-plumed man and the tall, obsidian-skinned warrior exchanged knowing looks. Suddenly, it all made sense. There was something fundamentally different about these newcomers. Of course, an unusual energy at the Void Temple wasn't entirely unexpected. The temple housed the very commandment tablet inscribed by Kassadin, the god of the void. Yet until today, neither Lacey nor Kyle had been able to perceive its presence. Now that they had, they both felt compelled to investigate in person. "Can you explain exactly what's happening?" Kyle asked, eyeing Damien, who'd gone uncharacteristically pale. At that question, everyone else nearby fell silent, their curiosity instantly piqued. Damien glanced at his companion, Jin Luosha, then met Kyle's gaze. "Honestly, Jin and I still haven't pieced it all together," he admitted. "And there are too many ears in this courtyard," Jin Luosha added under his breath. "Why don't we find somewhere more private? I can tell you everything there." Lacey gave a slow nod, her golden eyes narrowing thoughtfully. "Very well," she said. "Lead the way." Damien felt his cheeks burn the moment the subject came up. Even if he'd been willing to tell Kyle what had really happened with Luosan, there was no way he could admit the details in a crowded cafeteria. He simply shut his mouth, and the frustration of the onlookers flared instantly. In any other place, they might have resorted to rougher tactics to force him to spill what the Golden Birdman had discovered. But this was Void Island, where violence was strictly off-limits unless someone was fighting for their life. Realizing they could not intimidate him, a few of the outsiders softened their approach. After all, neither the Golden Birdman nor Damien, the young man with the obsidian-hued skin, were actual members of the Void cult. As outsiders themselves, they still had room to maneuver. Kyle cleared his throat, caught Lacey's eye, and suggested they move to a quieter corner to continue talking. Lacey nodded and took a seat, unpacking her meal. With Bai Linglong acting as their guide through the mysteries of Void Island, there was no need to upend their plans over this one incident. The group settled in, their curiosity tempered for the moment, as they began a more relaxed, low-key conversation. That evening, the group lingered over dinner under the Academy's lanterns, taking their time to relax. Damien and Luosan sat side by side, sharing observations and quietly savoring the last of their tea. Finally, Kyle set down his chopsticks and stretched. "We still have training this evening," he reminded them. "Once that's done, the rest of the night is ours." Golden Rakshasa rose and nodded. "Let's head to the gravity building." Lacey waved brightly. "See you at the practice grounds." With that, Kyle, Golden Rakshasa, Lacey, and the others filed out together. Left alone, Bai Linglong gestured toward the courtyard's training field. "Miss Lacey said you had some interesting opportunities today," she said, her tone a curious whisper. "What did you find?" Damien glanced back to confirm they weren't overheard, then lowered his voice. "I can't reveal the Void God cult's inner doctrines, they're too precise to share. But I did manage to channel a fragment of the Void's power, equivalent to what the cult's greatest masters possess." Bai Linglong stopped beneath a single lantern, its glow dancing over her thoughtful expression. "So you haven't received the official blessing," she murmured, "yet you've unlocked a power normally reserved for those who have." In an instant, Damien understood what she meant, and his eyes went wide. She'd grasped the truth faster than he'd ever expected. Bai Linglong grinned at the stunned expressions on Mr. Jin Luosha's and Luosan's faces. "Like I said, I've only tapped into a fragment of the Void's power. It won't evolve any further. Still, it's given me a tremendous boost in strength." Jin Luosha recovered first. "That explains why you seem so much more self-assured lately, Miss Bai. Heiluo-san nodded. Indeed, greater power naturally breeds confidence. Would you demonstrate it for us? Bai Linglong considered their eager faces and decided there was no harm in showing them. All right, on one condition. Name it, Jin Luosha said at once. My strength still doesn't match Lady Lacey's, she warned. I've only absorbed a sliver of the void's energy. I haven't received its true blessing, which makes all the difference. The two men exchanged excited glances. Bai Linglong often practiced her void technique in the training yard. As long as she kept its true origin secret, no one would suspect the real source of her power, a fact the other void cult disciples hadn't yet caught on to. With that assurance, she prepared to reveal exactly what her partial mastery could do. Once everyone had heard her story, not one person doubted it. Instead, they all offered their congratulations on such a rare opportunity. Even if Bai Linglong had wanted to keep her secret, Mr. Jin Luosha and Mr. He Luosan would have uncovered it within 3 months of arriving in the ancient era. Sensing their high expectations, she decided to forestall any future disappointment by explaining the full picture right away. Blessing of the Void is known throughout the universe as the ultimate key to awakening top-tier powerhouses, she said. Of course, I understand its true value and the risks involved. You're incredibly fortunate to have tapped even a fraction of the Void's power, Hai Luosan replied. Both he and Jin Luosha knew that once someone received the Void's blessing, their strength could skyrocket. What they really wanted to gauge was how much improvement came from holding only a partial share of that power. In the St. Nicholas civilization, Bai Linglong was respected as a formidable cultivator, but she wasn't yet among the absolute elite. That was precisely why they were so curious. How far could she rise with just a sliver of the Void's might? I'll show you once we reach the training grounds, Bai Linglong said, a confident smile on her lips. And I hope both Mr. Jin Luosha and Mr. Hai Luosan will truly benefit. The Void God Sect's cultivation methods are nothing like the standard schools. You'll find your power increasing in ways you can't imagine. She met their curious gazes, relieved to see they weren't writing her off as too weak to be of use. So, she asked, how much stronger do you think you can become just by practicing these techniques? Jin Luosha exchanged a thoughtful look with He Luosan before replying. Honestly, no matter how dazzling a skill appears, it's worthless if you can't handle real combat or adapt to stronger opponents. He Luosan nodded. The Jin family's hallmark had long been relentless drilling and flawless execution of every technique, but they'd learned that against truly powerful foes, all those honed skills often fell flat. When raw strength surpasses technique, elaborate moves count for nothing. Jin Luosha's tone was edged with skepticism as he added, That's exactly where my doubts lie. You'll know it when you see it, Jin Luosha said with a knowing smile. Bai Linglong nodded, already feeling that this must mark the upper limit of her potential. Mastering her power control and flushing out the wasted energy in her body had effectively raised that ceiling. In truth, that dormant energy had always been her true limit. She simply hadn't known how to tap into it. Over the past month of relentless training, it wasn't just the chance blessing of the Void Dark Star that had strengthened her. The fundamentals drilled into her at the training grounds had sharpened her abilities just as much. Then let's hurry, Bai Linglong urged, excitement lighting her eyes. Show me these cultivation techniques you mentioned. Jin Luosha's grin grew wider at her eagerness. Alongside He Luosan, the three of them broke into a steady jog down the broad avenue. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the sprawling training arena. From beneath the earth came the sound of thunderous impacts, each strike echoing like a rolling storm. Dozens of cultivators stood before massive iron plates, channeling their energy into bone-shaking blows that sent ripples through the air. The sight left Jin Luosha and He Luosan wide-eyed with anticipation. Damien followed Lady Lacey to the cliff's edge, where the afternoon light fell over a vast plateau dotted with enormous metal blocks. Each slab pulsed with a low, menacing hum. This was the forging grounds of the Void Cult, where disciples built their foundation in strength and endurance. Here, Lady Lacey announced, her voice echoing across the gorge, is where every Void disciple proves themselves. You must strike the vibrating metal with full force for 10 uninterrupted minutes. Keep it resonating without pause, and if you emerge unhurt, you pass the basic test. Bai Linglong, standing to Damien's right, added, "The heavier the block, the tougher the trial. A heavier slab sends out more violent shockwaves, covers a wider area, and reacts faster to each blow. The stronger you hit, the more abrupt the feedback, lightning-quick pulses that make staying unscathed almost impossible." Damien swallowed as he gazed down at the nearest slab, its surface scarred from countless assaults. Beside him, Golden Rakshasa, towering and sinewy, leaned forward, inspecting the machines of metal. "What weight do you train on?" he asked Bai Linglong. She lifted her chin with a faint smile. 180 tons. That's the block I work with, day after day." Golden Rakshasa's dark eyes flicked from the slab back to Damien. 180, he murmured. "If you want to join us, you'll have to be ready for far heavier challenges. But first, you'll need to prove you can survive 10 minutes with these." Damien clenched his fists, the promise of pain and victory throbbing through his veins. The trial awaited. Damien leaned forward, curiosity alight in his amber eyes. "So generating an 180-ton strike isn't the norm?" Bai Linglong nodded. "Not when you tap into void power." Damien, known among the St. Nicholas for wielding some of the finest biological transformations, knew that an 180-ton impact was already exceptional. Yet he also understood that the apex of such enhancements could far exceed that. He wasn't surprised, he was fascinated. "If I channel void power," Bai Linglong continued, "I can spar against vibrating metal weighing 1,800 tons. The catch is, it only lasts about 3 minutes. 80 and 100 tons. Damien and Hailuo-san exchanged astonished glances. "You're saying she's outclassed both of us," Hailuo-san muttered, voice edged with awe. Damien's brow furrowed. "Void power can be that potent?" They all remembered the legend of their ancestor, Jin Jiluo, the strongest Jin family member in history, whose extreme speed blessing had mustered a 3,000-ton strike at its peak. And now here was Bai Linglong, flirting with those very numbers in mere minutes. The realization settled over them like a shockwave. Void power was more fearsome than any of them had ever imagined. Damien stared at the holoscreen in stunned silence. A single explosive pulse from Bai Linglong's fighter had the raw power to tear a space interceptor to shreds. Historically, the heads of the Jin family boasted about 2,000 tons of destructive force. Bai Linglong's base output was a mere 180 tons. Yet by channeling void energy, she had spiked to 1,800 tons. Enough, in an instant, to stand toe-to-toe with the major branch leaders of the St. Nicholas civilization. The implications were staggering. He turned to Miss Sonia and Miss Sarah, who stood nearby. "Is the void really that overwhelming?" Sonia exchanged a glance with Sarah before answering. "It isn't that the void is inherently broken, it's that it demands precise skill," she said. "You're not members of the cult of the void god, so we can't share all the details. But if you learn to wield it correctly, the boost to your strength is nothing short of phenomenal." Sarah nodded. "As for whether she's stronger than you, I can't say. I don't know your limits." Damien frowned, absorbing their words. And then it clicked. Bai Linglong wasn't tapping ordinary void power. She was accessing something far darker, something known only as the Void Dark Star. That was why her surge had been so terrifyingly effective. Even more troubling, Bai Linglong had convinced Sonia and Sarah to impose a complete gag order on discussing the Dark Star technique. Not even they were allowed to speak of it. A chill ran down Damien's spine. If Bai Linglong had mastered the Void Dark Star, the balance of power in the St. Nicholas civilization could shift in an instant, and no one, it seemed, was prepared for what she'd unleash next. Damien's sudden leap in power came entirely from Miss Sarah's special instruction in the Dark Star blessing technique, rather than the standard physical blessing most disciples learn. He still uses the ordinary blessing technique to sustain himself in long fights, but unleashing the Dark Star blessing for 3 full minutes is already considered extraordinary. Even as he refines his control over void energy, without a deeper evolution of the Dark Star itself, his maximum duration will remain around 10 minutes, and in the heat of real combat, unexpected twists often cut that time even shorter. Miss Sarah warned him that, when fully unleashed, the Dark Star blessing can amplify his strength tenfold, or even more. She wasn't exaggerating. It is a devastating trump card, capable of turning the tide against overwhelmingly powerful enemies and neutralizing imminent threats in an instant. Hearing about it is one thing, but witnessing its explosive force firsthand is when you truly understand its might. Miss Bailinglong, please show us. He Luosan's voice was calm, but beneath it lay keen anticipation. He understood that, although Bailinglong had permission to demonstrate her power, she was still bound by certain restrictions. He wouldn't press her for explanations, he simply wanted to witness the void's strange might for himself. "Show us," he said. "We'll keep a close watch." Bailinglong inclined her head and turned her gaze toward the 1,800-ton shock metal pillar, positioned 3,000 meters to the west, her usual target for cultivation. Instantly, the energy of the dark star of the void swirled around her like a storm. A radiant, violet-tinted full moon bloomed on her forehead, and her once pure white hair took on a pulling, an eerie, purple gleam. Jin Luosha and He Luosan both felt the shift in her aura. Bailinglong now seemed like an unsheathed, peerless sword. Every ripple of energy radiated a razor-sharp intensity that set their hearts racing. They watched in stunned silence as her transformation unfolded. To Bailinglong herself, the world appeared to slow, as though time itself bowed to the formidable power she had summoned. Damien felt the surge of power ripple through his body the moment he activated the Dark Star Blessing technique. His strength, speed, defense, and sensory perception all spiked at once, as if the world itself were bending to his will. Such a rush could intoxicate anyone, but thanks to Lady Lacey's strict discipline, Damien kept his focus. He planted his foot on the training ground and launched himself straight into the sky. A sword of violet light flared around him, drawing every eye below. Damien hovered for only an instant, like a sleek purple-furred cat crouching before a deadly spring, and then he pushed off, rocketing upward. The very air beneath him exploded outward in a brilliant shockwave. At the apex of his jump, Damien's form contracted before he plummeted back to earth like a meteor. A razor-thin aura of destruction trailed him as he descended, clawed fingers glowing with dark energy. With deafening force, he struck the massive 1,800-ton shock metal block at the far end of the field. Brilliant violet gouges shredded the surface, carving deep claw marks into the impenetrable alloy. For a heartbeat, the world seemed to hold its breath. Then the impact tore the air apart in a thunderous roar, and the shockwave rolled outward, proof of Damien's mastery over the Dark Star Blessing technique. Damien's hammer came down with earth-shaking force. The moment his heavy blow met the glowing iron, a ringing clang tore through the training ground like thunder. Sparks fountained outward as though the very heavens were being rent apart. The sound reminded onlookers of a divine smith at work, each strike of metal on metal resonating with a power that seemed to forge not just a weapon, but a legend. The reverberations rolled on, persisting across the 9 lofty terraces of the arena, until even Jin Luosha and He Luosan, standing thousands of meters away, felt their eardrums pulse with the aftershocks. Yet neither the roar of metal nor the shock to their senses compared to the shock in their hearts. As they stared, mouths agape, neither could believe that a mere mortal youth, Damien, was coaxing such brilliance from raw iron. Each hammer strike seemed to chip away at the boundaries between man and God, leaving both spectators breathless at the power of his craftsmanship. Chapter 695, The True Face of the Void God Sect, Part 10. Bailinglong's training pressed on without pause. Her Void Dark Star power, though still in its infancy, lacked the capacity to evolve further for now, but its recovery rate was remarkably swift. 1 or 2 modest meals were enough to restore her fully. Thus, she dedicated every morning to intensive drills and spent her afternoons mastering the finer points of void energy control. When she moved, streams of violet starlight rippled along her form. Her fists, her feet, even the tip of her tail glinted like sharpened blades. Each strike she delivered rocked the enormous 1,800-ton behemoth before her, sending tremors through the earth itself. Jin Luosha and He Luosan had braced themselves for something impressive. They'd heard Bailinglong's descriptions in advance. Yet no amount of warning could prepare them for the sheer power they witnessed. In that moment, it was unmistakable. Bailinglong, wielding the force of the void, stood shoulder to shoulder with the grand elders of the 5 great houses in the imperial city of the St. Nicholas civilization. She had truly risen to the ranks of the planet-level prodigies. Granted, there existed monsters even mightier than planet-level titans, but such beings were vanishingly rare. Damien stood at the edge of the training arena, watching Bai Linglong channel the raw power of the void. Every time that shimmering darkness pooled around her, he felt a familiar twinge of envy. Her command of the void seemed to outshine his own. Its rippling energy summoned shadows that could swallow entire battlefields. "Why does her void power always feel so much stronger than mine?" Damien muttered, unconsciously flexing his fists. An elder of the void cult, standing a few paces behind him, offered a curt nod. "She drew that strength from the commandment tablet. Lord Cassidon's legacy still courses through her veins. It's only natural you'd sense something unique." No one in the arena reacted. They'd grown used to Bai Linglong's terrifying might. Today, she had pushed herself further than ever before, sustaining the void's full form for nearly a minute. Behind her, the silhouette of a colossal beast had taken shape, an ethereal guardian poised to strike in perfect synchronicity with its master. Whenever she struck, talon and fist raked across the field in sweeping arcs, every blow amplified by the phantom creature's presence. Yet Damien knew that raw destructive force and true cultivation were not the same thing. Unleashing a wide-area assault might mow down dozens of lesser foes, but brute strength alone would falter against equals or superiors. There were countless techniques for overwhelming weaker opponents. Cunning, precision, and unshakable discipline were the only paths to victory when strength alone wouldn't suffice. As Bai Linglong's beastly shadow dissipated and the void's currents receded, Damien's resolve hardened. He understood now that if he ever hoped to surpass her, he'd need more than power. He'd need strategy, restraint, and a deeper bond with the void itself. With that, he squared his shoulders and stepped forward, ready to begin his next trial. Damien's mentor's words still rang in his ears. True victory doesn't come from reckless force. A strong opponent can shrug off a careless strike, he'd warned. Learn to judge which blows will land and which won't. If you can't find an opening, don't waste your strength. Live to fight another day. All around them, the training ground thundered with the roar of clashing power. At first glance, the rolling shockwaves would stun any newcomer. The air pulsed, the earth trembled, and distant mountains echoed with metallic clangs. Yet the disciples of the Void God cult, Damien included, pressed on without a hint of hesitation. Before them stood towering blocks of enchanted metal, each calibrated to resist weights ranging from mere hundreds of tons up to 2,000. Cultivators gripped these monoliths, channeling their chi to make the heavy plates shudder. The fiercer our power, the more unshakable the foundation grew, warding off fissures in the earth even as the racket threatened to split the ground beneath their feet. Standing side by side, Damien, Jin Luosha, and He Luosan felt the oppressive intensity in the air. None of them spoke. Words would have been drowned out by the rolling thunder. But together they shared one thought. This was no ordinary training. Here, beneath Void Island's calm veneer, lay a merciless crucible designed to forge only the strongest. And now, more than ever, Damien understood exactly what it meant to push beyond comfort and embrace the harsh realities of true strength. Damien's first impression of Void Island was one of deceptive calm. Neatly laid out buildings, quiet courtyards, and residents who lounged until noon like salted fish gave the place an almost sleepy air. But behind that peaceful facade lay the true heart of the island, a sprawling training ground, buzzing with ambition, so fierce it felt like wildfire, waiting to ignite anyone who walked in. Having just climbed the heights of the Void Temple, Jin Rakshasa and He Luosan were still nursing sore muscles and ragged breaths. If they hadn't pushed every last reserve of strength, they would never have made it down in one piece. Now, eyeing the open field before them, they couldn't wait to prove their mettle. At the center of the grounds, Bai Linglong prepared her signature technique. For 2 minutes and 30 seconds, she flowed between explosive motion and absolute stillness. When her hands, rounded like soft petals, met the metal target, she absorbed the resonant shock and with a single graceful motion, sent that energy soaring skyward. This was precisely the drill Lady Lacey demanded. First, Trainees learned to dodge and weave, anticipating every kind of strike. Then, at the climax, when fatigue set in, they were forced to stand their ground, absorb the blow, and neutralize its power. No matter the situation, mastery meant knowing how to unload force rather than simply evade it. Damien halted the disturbance with a precise surge of energy, then pivoted and sprinted toward Jinluosha and Heiluosan. In a single, effortless bound, he scaled the sheer 100-meter cliff face, his form light and sure. He landed beside them, a breath of cool air following in his wake. "My power is nearly at this level now," he announced, straightening his stance. Jinluosha exchanged a glance with Heiluosan, incredulous. "That's not nearly anything. That's already extraordinary strength," he said. "He's even stronger than the two of us combined," Heiluosan added, eyes wide. Jinluosha frowned. Damien's calm confidence and the gap between his normal state and this unleashed ability gave him pause. As the appointed leader of the Jin family's younger generation, he'd always taken pride in his own prowess, but this display made him feel suddenly inadequate. That isn't your everyday strength," he protested. "It's a special technique." Damien nodded soberly. "Exactly. It's a unique skill I can't maintain indefinitely. And even at full force, I couldn't break through Lady Lacey's defenses if she simply held her ground." His expression grew serious. "She's the first to doubt her own power, so how could I ever claim I'm truly strong?" Birds of a feather flock together. Surround yourself with red feathers, and you turn red. Stand close to ink, and you blacken. The company you keep inevitably shapes your thoughts. Ever since she came under Miss Lacey's wing, Bai Linglong had been painfully aware of her own limits. Her talent was respectable, but she was no true powerhouse, certainly not in Lacey's league. She dared not indulge in any pride. "You can't measure everyone by Miss Lacey's standards," Bai Linglong said quietly. "She's one of the Void cult's most renowned and formidable figures." Jinluosha bristled at that. He thought it unfair to compare ordinary trainees to someone as terrifyingly strong as Lacey. After all, most of the people here were just recruits with standard genetic enhancements and Kamo and tech weapons. "Even if you don't count Lady Lacey," he shot back, "there are plenty of fighters in this training ground stronger than I am." Bai Linglong surveyed the assembled trainees, her gaze steady. "If you think I'm exaggerating," she said, "feel free to step forward and prove me wrong." As Bai Linglong continued her training, her senses prickled with awareness. From every direction she'd catch the distant clang of the Void cult's heavy concussive weapons being tested. "He's right," observed Heiluosan, stepping beside her. He nodded toward the weapons. "Don't measure yourself against the Void God cult's brutes. You belong to the St. Nicholas civilization. That's the true standard you should aim for." Bai Linglong paused, sweat beading at her brow. Heiluosan gave her an encouraging look. "At your current level of strength, rejoining the Bai family's main line is no longer out of reach. In the St. Nicholas civilization, the Bai family may not boast the greatest raw power, but they are unrivaled in blending superhuman speed with arcane skill, one of the 5 leading houses in the imperial capital. Although Bai Linglong has yet to master any formal magic, her explosive physical might already eclipses many within her own clan. Only the Bai family's patriarch can match her prowess in combat. A warrior of her caliber would be welcomed back into the direct lineage without hesitation. "I once imagined a triumphant return to the Bai clan," Damien admitted, "but now all I want is to voyage through the universe and witness its wonders firsthand. When I've grown weary of wandering and crave a place to call home, perhaps then I'll revisit those old ambitions." Damien understood that by the universe's loftiest standards, his power wasn't unparalleled. Yet among the established civilizations, it ranked among the best. Measured against the Bai family's overall might, his strength even rivaled the clan heads. With such power, returning to the Bai clan would no longer be a distant dream. Still, Damien knew that yearning was a relic of his past. What truly drove him was the pull of uncharted stars and unknown worlds. Had he lacked that dream, he would never have found the courage to leave the St. Nicholas civilization, never captured the attention of Lord Cassidon of the Void, and never received the opportunity that changed his fate. Instead, he'd still be back home, leading tours for pocket money and spending his earnings on trifles, never daring to step beyond the familiar horizon. In the ancient civilization of St. Nicholas, most people lived without worrying about food or shelter. Such an untroubled existence was undeniably beautiful, but it often left life lacking in passion and transformation. Damien felt this absence keenly. More than comfort, he yearned to follow the fire in his heart, to journey across the stars, expand his mind, immerse himself in new cultures, and sate his insatiable curiosity. Lady Lacy had warned him that desire is fleeting. The more you see, the more you want, but unless those wants crystallize into firm convictions, they remain nothing more than idle words or wistful dreams. Damien understood now. He needed to define his beliefs clearly, then devote himself wholeheartedly to bringing them to life. Only by doing so could he step beyond the boundaries of his old world and forge his own path. Luosan greeted Damien with an approving smile. "Having a plan is half the battle," he said. As one of the two leaders of the younger generation among St. Nicholas's 5 great houses, the other being Jin Rakshasa, Luosan knew the weight of expectation that rested on their shoulders. Together, they would carry the hopes of their people into whatever the future held. Everyone knows how exhausting it is to live under constant pressure, so none of them expects others to endure the same fate. Take Bai Linglong, for example, a scion of one of the Bai family's junior branches. It's only natural for her to aspire to rejoin the main line or pursue greater ambitions. Jin Rakshasa leaned forward, eyeing Linglong intently. "Did you really acquire your void power from the Void Temple?" he asked. "Is there any chance we could obtain it as well?" He wasn't demanding that Linglong pledge herself to the St. Nicholas civilization. Rather, he was curious and frankly eager to tap into the same source of power she had accessed. Though the Void Cult's numbers are relatively small, its abilities are formidable. That was the very reason he and Luosan had journeyed to Void Island in the first place, to uncover hidden strengths they could bring back. Now, witnessing how dramatically Linglong's combat prowess had soared thanks to her void infusion, the Golden Rakshasa felt a fierce longing ignite within him. If he could harness that power for himself, he knew it would deal a serious setback to the St. Nicholas civilization's pioneering biotechnologies, technologies that, despite their advancement, had begun to plateau. By seizing the void power first, he could break through this bottleneck, elevate the civilization's might even further, and finally give St. Nicholas a voice worthy of its achievements. "I can't say for certain," Bai Linglong said, "but you should trust that feeling. There could be real gains in store. I discovered my own opportunity by following the special aura I sensed." She silently hoped the same might be true for Jin Rakshasa and Luosan, the two destined to become the future stewards of the St. Nicholas civilization. Lord Kyle and the others had cautioned her, however, that Lord Cassidon's kindness was a fleeting thing. Those who arrived late were unlikely to receive the same favor as the earliest visitors. Still, Jin Rakshasa and Luosan had already perceived the commandment monument's breath. Once they ascended to the summit of the Void Temple, it was almost certain they would trigger the trial of the Void Blessing. Whether they earned its power would depend entirely on their own strengths and convictions. As for Bai Linglong herself, she was still preparing. She knew she must purify her beliefs, forging her heart and will into one unwavering purpose. Only when her faith was both genuine and unshakable would she approach the commandment monument and face its ultimate test. Bai Linglong's eyes shone with excitement as she laid out the plan. If Damien manages to pass, his future will only get brighter. He'll gain genuine access to the inner circle of the Void Cult and learn about powerful worlds he's never even heard of. And if he doesn't make it this time, he can spend more time refining his skills and still emerge strong enough to protect himself as he travels across the stars. Damien tapped his chest with a grin. "I'll trust my instincts. Give me 2 weeks. I'll be at the summit of the Void Temple before then." Jin Luosha practically vibrated with enthusiasm. "Keep your voice down. Don't broadcast our strategy to every wandering spirit in the compound." Beside him, Luosan rested a calm hand on Jin's shoulder. "Regardless, scaling the Void Temple is our only option if we want to advance." Bai Linglong nodded in agreement. "I swear I'm not exaggerating. It's nothing like the training you'll find in the outer worlds. Down in those halls, you'll have to hammer through fields of shock-forged metal. But each blast, each strike, will teach Damien unique techniques no normal sect can offer. Damien peered down at the fighters below. He'd noticed something curious. No matter how ferocious their blows, most strikes against the shock metal left it utterly still. Yet a few practitioners, with what looked like effortless taps, managed to set its surface trembling. There was clearly a vast gap in skill. "Miss Bai Linglong," Damien called, "focus on making the metal resonate. Strike it so it actually vibrates." Hei Luo-san leaned in, eyebrows raised. "So we're aiming to breach its interior?" Bai Linglong met his gaze without hesitation. "Observe how shock metal works. It's designed to absorb and diffuse every impact. The thicker it is, the more layers it builds, and the more an CK's energy gets scattered. Even the strongest blows lose their cutting edge when they fan out in all directions." She tapped the metal herself, producing only a dull thud. "To break through, we can't rely on brute force alone. We need to concentrate our energy into a single, unrelenting point. That focused strike, that's the only way to shatter these defenses." Damien listened intently as Bai Linglong traced a fingertip through the air, the faint hum of energy rippling around her. "When you strike with conventional force," she began, "your blows only affect the surface of shock metal, causing it to shudder. But if you can channel your power inward, through every fiber of the metal, you'll make it resonate from the inside out. That's what the Huajin technique from the Void God religion teaches you." She paused, letting the idea sink in. Damien raised an eyebrow. "So, Huajin lets me focus all my strength into a single penetrating blow, nothing wasted?" "Exactly," Bai Linglong smiled. "By mastering Huajin, you gain total control over the energy coursing through your body. Every attack you unleash becomes sharper, more efficient. It's how you unlock your hidden potential." Damien nodded thoughtfully. "Before, I could only make the metal vibrate with the force of about 150 tons. But after I learned the first level of Huajin, I managed to push that to 180 tons under normal conditions." "Impressive," Bai Linglong said. She crossed her arms, her expression serious. "That's why you need to learn the higher stages of Huajin. With your modified biology already granting you tremendous strength, enough to level most foes without advanced weaponry, Huajin will refine that raw power into something far deadlier. In the St. Nicholas civilization, an individual warrior with your baseline is already a force to be reckoned with, but imagine combining that might with perfectly honed technique." Damien's eyes gleamed. "Then I'd be unstoppable, unless I ran into cosmic-level opponents or the most cutting-edge tech out there." "Precisely," Bai Linglong agreed. "And until you master Huajin completely, you'll always have that ceiling. So let's begin your training." She extended her hand, the air around them crackling with anticipation. Damien clasped her hand firmly. Whatever challenges lay ahead, he was ready to break through his limits and make every strike count. Chapter 1. The Boundaries of Power. Damien stood before the viewport of the St. Nicholas flagship, gazing out at the swirling nebulae of the Andromeda galaxy. Countless stars stretched before him, but every one of them lay under the watchful eye of the Xandar Empire, the ancient power that maintained cosmic order across these star systems. He'd spent years studying their edicts, their fleets, their meticulous records of every planetary polity in the galaxy. Without the Xandar Empire's hegemony, the St. Nicholas civilization might already have launched its conquest, spreading its influence among weaker, unaligned worlds. Yet despite their ambitions, Damien knew his people lacked the means to challenge an empire. They had no colossal dreadnoughts bristling with planet-busting cannons. They possessed no cadre of legendary warriors or superhuman champions capable of toppling star fortresses single-handed. Nor could they deploy any technological marvel to rival the Xandar Armada's quantum-anchored starships. In recent decades, the leadership had toyed with radical solutions: biological modifications, cybernetic integrations, gene splicing programs designed to produce unparalleled soldiers. But outside the St. Nicholas sphere, such experiments were taboo. Most advanced civilizations regarded them as abominations, a violation of natural order. Rumors of spliced or augmented beings spread quickly, and any envoy who dared reveal those secrets was met with suspicion, or outright sanctions. Diplomatic overtures to other races, the Lisari, the Nathi Collective, the Oran hegemony, had faltered at the first mention of genetic enhancement. Where negotiation might once have opened trade routes or alliances, it now bred resistance. Unmodified worlds refused entry to St. Nicholas envoys. Merchants were turned away from markets. Scientists were denied accreditation at interstellar symposiums. Standing there in the silent glow of the bridge, Damien felt the weight of every closed door pressing on him. If the St. Nicholas could not match the Xandar Empire's raw firepower, and if societal taboos barred the most cutting-edge enhancements, what path remained? He turned from the viewport and addressed his assembled officers. Their faces were resolute, but their eyes betrayed concern. "Report," he said. "Where do we stand?" Lieutenant Maris hesitated before replying. "Diplomatic channels remain blocked, sir. Our latest offer of technological exchange was refused outright. Xandar loyalists on Nimra Prime have threatened reprisals if we proceed with our genetic research." Damien nodded. He ran a hand through his dark hair. "So the Empire's grip holds fast, and the galaxy shudders itself against us." He let his words hang in the tense air. Then he spoke again, quietly but firmly. "We cannot win by conventional means, yet giving up is not an option." Over the soft hum of the flagship's engines, the crew sensed a turning point. Damien's mind raced through possibilities: clandestine alliances, guerrilla strikes against remote Xandar outposts, covert research hidden behind civilian vessels, anything to break the stranglehold of long-standing prejudice and imperial rule. He straightened, resolve flaring in his eyes. "Begin preliminary plans for Operation New Dawn," he ordered. "We'll need unregistered labs, untraceable freighters, and a network of sympathizers willing to test our prototypes. If the galaxy won't accept a St. Nicholas soldier, we'll show them one they can't ignore." As the officers dispersed to carry out his commands, Damien returned to the viewport. The stars still shone above, indifferent and distant, but to him, each one represented both a challenge and an opportunity. The St. Nicholas civilization had its backs to the wall. Now, under his leadership, it would fight for a place among the stars on its own terms. And so, in the shadow of the Xandar Empire, the first moves were made toward a new chapter in the struggle for cosmic influence, one defined not by tradition, but by bold ingenuity and the unbreakable will to survive. The convergence of numerous factors had thrust the St. Nicholas civilization into a perilous dilemma, and no simple solution lay in sight. Eons ago, that very crisis drove them to join the Universal Collective. Yet, unlike most civilizations who, upon integration, devoted themselves to mass production for interstellar trade, St. Nicholas had always emphasized internal circulation. They believed that only by maintaining a robust system of internal exchange could they guarantee the steady flow of resources and knowledge required to achieve their long-term ambitions, technological breakthroughs chief among them. Can someone truly awaken the hidden power within their body from the very first stage? Bai Linglong murmured, her eyes alight with curiosity. He Luosan tapped his datapad, brow furrowed. "I still don't understand. How many tiers are there on the Huajin scale in total?" Jin Luosha finally grasped Bai Linglong's intent. She planned for him and He Luosan to extract every ounce of insight they could from these teachings, then return home to advance the ancient legacy of the St. Nicholas civilization. Damien watched intently as Bai Linglong began her explanation. "Long ago, Miss Sonia, the Void Goddess, discovered the Huajin force and divided it into 9 distinct realms. Each realm comes with its own training techniques. Even so, reaching the highest echelons still depends greatly on one's innate talent." She paused, glancing around the circle. "Of course, only full members of the Void cult ever learn the secrets of all 9 realms. Outsiders are limited to just the first realm of power control. Don't underestimate that first realm," Bai Linglong warned. "The Void God sect enforces a strict hierarchy and precise cultivation methods. Mastery of even level 1 marks you as having surpassed ordinary disciples." Damien leaned forward. "On Void Island itself, a newcomer who has just unlocked the basics is still considered a novice," Bai Linglong continued. "But in other civilizations, even that foundation alone can earn you the title of combat master." Her eyes shone with conviction. "This is the extraordinary strength of the Void God sect's fundamentals. No matter which path you follow, whether you pursue raw destructive power, transcendent mobility, or transcendent defense, you all start with these core abilities. They prepare you to face the unknown dangers lurking throughout the universe. As she finished, Damien felt a thrill of possibility at the thought of mastering those first vital techniques, and perhaps one day advancing far beyond them. You can already see that she's mastered the penetration technique at Tier 1, Jin Luosha said, his gaze fixed on the aftermath of Bai Linglong's display. He exchanged a meaningful look with He Luosan. But what about the higher tiers? How grueling must those forms be? Moments ago, they'd watched Bai Linglong unleash blow after blow, each strike reverberating through the air like a thunderclap. It wasn't just the destruction of the concussive metal before her that left them in awe. It was the roar that followed, as though 1,800 tons of solid steel had been rent apart by raw force. One casual swing from her could level mountains and split boulders. Of course, it isn't hard to focus all one's strength into a single, earth-shaking attack. Any determined cultivator can gather every ounce of power and release it at once. The true test, though, is maintaining that level of ferocity in every strike, a merciless trial of stamina and will. Even mastering what they just witnessed was considered only an introductory achievement within the Void God sect. So Jin Luosha couldn't help but wonder, if this is only Tier 1, what kind of power awaited those who had fought their way to the 9th realm? Bai Linglong shook her head. Because I never received the blessing, I have no way to subdivide or learn the later techniques myself. But if you want to know how formidable the 9th level truly is, I do have some insight. She glanced at Damien. Master Kyle told me that, within the entire Void cult, only 2 people have ever reached the 9th level, Miss Sonia, the so-called God of the Void, and Lady Lacey. Sonia is so enigmatic that nobody can say for certain how strong she really is. But Lady Lacey's path is easier to trace, and through her, we at least get a glimpse of what 9th level power looks like. Linglong paused, as if gathering her thoughts. Lacey began her journey at the very bottom of the cult. Her rise to immense strength is owed entirely to ironclad self-discipline, perfect mastery of her core techniques, and a relentless drive to evolve time and again. Because she started from such a low base, she could never afford complacency. Each evolution was an absolute necessity. If she had lagged even once, she would have fallen irreversibly behind her peers. She sighed softly. As for the very origins of the Void cult, Lady Lacey only spoke in passing. She suggested asking Master Kyle for the full history. He's the one who's pieced together our founder's records and knows far more than I do. Nikrov's rise is nothing short of astonishing. Long before he ever received the Void's blessing, he was already the undisputed overlord of an entire civilization, one of the universe's most formidable beings. His only real limitation was the fragility of his own body, which prevented him from undertaking interstellar voyages. Otherwise, he was nearly flawless. When Nikrov passed the final trial and obtained the Void's favor, it marked the beginning of a new era. Though he still trails behind veterans like Lady Lacey in raw power, he has taken that crucial first step Tau, Ard, joining their ranks. What makes this so remarkable is how quickly he's closing the gap. In just a year or two, he could very well surpass the accomplishments that Lady Lacey and her peers have spent decades achieving. Lady Lacey herself admits that watching a newcomer overtake seasoned pioneers is bitterly ironic and entirely representative of this world of titans. Here, starting points are never equal, and neither are the struggles required to advance. No matter how diligently you toil, someone with a higher starting line can render your hard work obsolete almost overnight. Miss Bai Linglong, too, has remarked on this phenomenon, citing the enigmatic Xingjue. Even Kassadin, the Void God, has recognized Xingjue's raw potential, proof that in this realm, greatness can emerge wherever the Void deems fit. Damien's potential dwarfed that of almost anyone else. He could rise to the top of the universe in the blink of an eye. Yet Lady Lacey seemed to admit she knew very little about him, mentioning his name only once or twice before moving on. Miss Lacey understands what I'm getting at, someone murmured, as if testing the waters. Jin Luosha, who had been listening to the case files Bai Linglong presented to the council's representatives, began to piece things together. He still didn't know the full extent of Lacey's power, and he'd never encountered Jin Rakshasa in person. But he'd seen the feats of Linoli and Kyle, warriors whose reputations rivaled Lacey's, tear through disaster-level creatures as effortlessly as crushing ants underfoot. On top of that, Mr. Nikrov and Her Majesty the Queen had both received the Void's blessing before officially joining the Void cult. Yet it was Lacey who truly pulled the strings behind their ascension. If Mr. Nikrov's own strength served as any yardstick, it suggested that Lady Lacey's abilities were nothing short of extraordinary. Damien sat motionless as the three cloaked figures outlined his next steps. One of them spoke in a low, measured tone. "Tonight, you begin your ascent of the Void Temple. Climb straight to its summit. Even if you don't secure an opportunity there, clearing the trial as early as possible will conserve the energy you'll need for the energy conversion techniques on the training grounds." Another figure chimed in. "Exactly. The sooner you finish, the more time you'll have to refine those skills." A third added with quiet satisfaction, "And now that you've learned more about the Void God sect, you'll see this was precisely the right moment to arrive on Void Island." Damien glanced at Jin Rakshasa, whose eagerness was plain in his bright eyes, and offered a curt nod. He, too, felt a surge of excitement for the coming months of practice. In their world, strength often bred a certain overconfidence. Most cultivators had heard whispers of legendary masters scattered throughout the cosmos, but until you stood face to face with them, doubt always lingered. Rumors could be inflated. Countless so-called prodigies had proven underwhelming in reality. Yet in the hush of that sacred chamber, Damien felt no trace of skepticism, only the burning anticipation of what lay ahead. He rose to his feet. "Very well, I'll begin tonight." With those words, the plan was set. The Void Temple awaited. Damien finally understood that true humility only comes when you stand face to face with people far stronger than yourself. Until you've witnessed their power firsthand, it's all too easy to fool yourself into believing you're already at the top. And once that illusion shatters, you recognize something else. You can't afford to be satisfied with the status quo. You must keep growing, keep pushing your limits. That restless urge to improve, desire, is endless. The more you learn, the more you want to learn. Meanwhile, those who retreat to a corner and settle for what they have fall into one of two traps. They've already exhausted themselves and truly reached their endpoint, or they're like frogs at the bottom of a well, convinced the sky is nothing but a painted circle overhead. Everyone harbors a bit of arrogance, but it comes in different forms. Some people, knowing too little, arrogantly declare themselves invincible and fear nothing. There's nothing inherently wrong with that bold mindset. It can drive you past self-doubt. But for such fearless confidence to be justified, your abilities must genuinely surpass everyone else's. Otherwise, it's just another illusion waiting to be exposed. Damien's arrogance and his failure to grasp real courage had drawn the attention of powers far older and stranger than he could imagine. Only when he stood on the brink of death would he learn that he was never as invincible as he believed, and how perilous the universe truly is. For untold eons, the cosmos has stretched on, its stars scattered like grains of sand along an endless shore. Hidden among them lie ancient monstrosities, beings either unknown or long since forgotten. This is the natural order of things. Yet true arrogance is born of experience, the hard-won wisdom to know when to press forward and when to fall back. Sometimes you must feign cowardice, sometimes you must yield. That is the surest way to guard against sudden disaster. And remember, your attitude must shift with people and circumstances. A measured pride can make your path smoother. Unchecked hubris will inevitably bring ruin. It's only a matter of time. "We're still low on energy," Damien said, rubbing the back of his neck. "It wouldn't be wise to dive into combat training just yet. Let's go have a look at the gravity tower first." He led the way down the pathway, his eyes alight at the sight of the sprawling training grounds. The air buzzed with residual ki from earlier exercises, and the sight of sparring mats and impact dummies promised exactly the challenge he craved, once he was ready, that is. "The gravity tower is all the way at the far end," Damien explained, glancing back to make sure Bai Linglong was keeping pace. "Come on, this way." Bai Linglong nodded, her own curiosity piqued. As they walked, Damien seized the moment to ask a question that had been on his mind since they arrived. Bai Linglong, you speak highly of Lady Lacey. Do you know how many members of the Void cult share her level of renown? She smiled, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Funny you should ask. I once posed that very question to Lady Lacey herself. She told me that, aside from Lord Kyle, Lord Renoli, and Lord Predictor, there are 4 others who enjoy the same stature. Damien raised an eyebrow. 4 more? Why haven't we seen them? Because, Bai Linglong said, those 4 rarely set foot on this island. They tend to remain in their home territories. If I ever do encounter one of them here, you can be sure I'll make the most of the opportunity. Her laughter was soft but genuine as they continued onward, the gravity tower's colossal silhouette growing larger with every step. 4 more warriors as powerful as Mr. Kyle and his team? That's terrifying to think about, someone whispered. Jin Luosha felt a thrill run through him. The Void Cult's 4 killing gods were already legends in the bounty hunting world. Simply hearing their names struck fear into the hearts of enemies. And now there was talk of another quartet matching them blow for blow. If all 8 ever fought together, it would spell total annihilation for anyone who stood in their way. Not even the universe's strongest champions could withstand such power. Just wait until the Void Cult goes to war with the Kree Empire, Jin Luosha said, a confident smile playing at his lips. I'll be there to see it, his companion replied. That's a battle no one will want to miss. And it'll be even more spectacular by then, Jin Luosha added. Give Mr. Nikrov time, and he'll close the gap between himself and the killing gods. At that moment, He Luosan, who knew Jin Luosha's thoughts better than anyone, quietly slipped into his mind. With his rapid progress, He Luosan observed, Nikrov will soon rank among the Void Cult's top powerhouses. Even Mr. Kyle has acknowledged it. Therefore, as long as the war isn't launched immediately, and as long as it's not too soon, we strike now and give Nikrov time to grow. By then, Mr. Nikrov will have become a force to be reckoned with. Damien still couldn't erase from his mind the image of Nikrov crushing wave after wave of disaster-class monsters into bloody pulp with a single blow. It was a vision he would carry with him forever. All the signs pointed to the Void God Faith, preparing for a full-scale campaign of expansion. They weren't rushing into battle. They were building strength, letting each member of the cult absorb the Void's power until it matured within them. That kind of transformation didn't happen overnight. It needed time to ferment. No matter what happens, Damien said, I'll be there to watch it unfold. It really will come down to... Jin Luosha met Damien's gaze, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. A showdown between the great cosmic powers and the empire of the universe. Then we'll just have to find out exactly what kind of trouble we've gotten ourselves into, Damien said, voice low. And if you try to run off, I'll come after you and drag you back myself. He Luo snorted. Damien's insistence on planning for every eventuality, no matter how reckless, was exactly Damien's style. The two of them belonged to the notorious Young Bloods clique, where bravado and daring were a way of life. But when real danger struck, you faced it head-on. You didn't treat your responsibilities like a joke. You really don't understand how we do things, do you? He Luo shot back. Isn't this precisely the moment you should be on my side? Damien replied coolly. I'm well aware that, when trouble arises, dealing with it has to come first, He Luo said, arms crossed. Damien gave him a hard look. He Luo wasn't someone you could brush off with an empty threat. Damien's word was his bond, and he believed that, even if he stepped away for a moment, he could handle anything life threw at him. Damien had endured plenty of hardship in this position. Were it not for his uncanny rapport with Jin Rakshasa, the old guard supervisors would have found an excuse to replace him long ago. Between navigating the subtle rivalries of the 5 great houses and anticipating every possible move, both at work and off, his days were spent in a constant game of intrigue. Thankfully, as long as he kept his composure at crucial moments, the worst he faced were minor setbacks. After all, the alliance among the younger scions of the capital's 5 chief clans was never permanently fixed. All right, Damien said with a nod. I'll reach out to Mr. Kyle and see what intelligence he has. The moment his tone grew serious, Jin Rakshasa shifted from his usual easygoing manner. If the Void God sect is gearing up for war, We'll nip it in the bud. No loose ends. Bai Linglong watched them with a small, amused smile. She knew how well Damien's earnest caution balanced Jin's casual confidence. Without each other, one or the other would stray too far. Their friendly quarrel still simmering at the edges, the three of them followed Bai Linglong toward the tall, black tower that loomed ahead. Damien and Golden Rakshasa stood side by side, staring up at the monolithic tower before them. It wasn't graceful or ornate, but its thick, matte black walls radiated an oppressive sense of metal-forged power. Damien quickly noticed something else, too. Compared with the training grounds they'd just left, the atmosphere here felt altogether different. The training grounds had been alive with activity, but swarming with spectators and curious onlookers. This place was far more exclusive. Aside from a few neophytes, every face in the crowd belonged unmistakably to the Void God cult. So many, in fact, that they outnumbered the gathering back at the training grounds by a wide margin. Just then, a tall man with an unnatural green complexion and sharp, chiseled features strode to the center of the courtyard. He threw back his broad shoulders, lifted his arms, and shouted, his voice echoing off the tower's dark facade. Chapter 7, The Hundredfold Threshold. Damien stumbled out of the gravity chamber, his legs trembling beneath him. Every breath felt like a battle, sweat and dust coating his skin, yet a triumphant grin crept across his face. He had done it. He had survived the test of 100-fold gravity. A clear, resonant voice crackled over the chamber's speakers. Congratulations, Damien. You have passed the 100-fold gravity trial. Exceptional work. At once, a circle of Void Cult disciples closed in around him, slapping his back and offering congratulations. Eager eyes searched his face. What did her voice sound like? One asked, leaning in. Damien leaned against the cold metal wall, closing his eyes. It was incredible, he said softly. Every word carried more power than any spell I've ever heard. Her encouragement felt like a surge of energy straight to the heart. It made every second of agony in there worth it. A few of the onlookers exchanged excited glances. If it's that amazing, another piped up, then why don't you tell us verbatim? Damien shook his head with a tired laugh. You won't understand until you've been flattened under 100 gravities. It's an experience you have to feel for yourself. He straightened and surveyed the chamber. The test of 100-fold gravity was more than a trial of endurance. It was a crucible designed to reshape the body itself. Survivors emerged with bone and muscle, tempered to withstand extreme environments and lethal attacks. Passing it wasn't just a mark of honor. It was a rite of passage that few could claim. As his fellow disciples clamored around him, hungry for every detail, Damien felt a quiet determination settle in his chest. Surviving the gravity chamber was only the first step. With Miss Sonia's blessing echoing in his mind, he knew the path ahead would demand even greater strength, and he was ready to pursue it. Damien swept his gaze across the training hall. Remember, he began, his voice calm but firm, only those with enough raw physical strength can step into the arena. Anyone weaker will simply be torn apart by more powerful opponents. He paused, letting the truth sink in. You can learn to accept defeat, but nobody wants to lose forever or be denied any chance at revenge. A murmur ran through the crowd. Damien continued, That's why most Void Cult disciples divide their training between body evolution and void power, though they do so in wildly different proportions. Some devote 5 evolution stages to their bodies, and only 1 to void energy. Others flip the ratio entirely. Regardless of the split, every boost to your physique increases your combat power, and only then can you receive Miss Sonia's blessing. He let the promise hang in the air. It's that blessing that drives every member of our cult. One hopeful initiate, red-faced with eagerness, cleared his throat. Why won't any of you say who first passed the 100-fold gravity trial? Because, Damien replied, only after you've poured every drop of your strength into that test can you truly appreciate the blessing. If I told you in advance who succeeded, you'd never feel the exhilaration and triumph of earning it yourself. Another disciple chimed in, rubbing his aching shoulders. I'm not complaining. I just finished the trial myself, and I'm exhausted and starving. A faint smile touched Damien's lips. Then go refill your energy. Once you've both rested and recovered, we can discuss who truly mastered the 100-fold test first. With that, He dismissed them, and the hall slowly emptied, each disciple's mind buzzing with the challenge that lay ahead. Damien stretched and said, "I'm going to wash up, grab a bite, and then turn in for the night." Kangming nodded understandingly, offered a brief explanation for his visit, and prepared to leave. Just as he was about to step away, he spotted Bai Linglong approaching and raised a hand in greeting. "Miss Bai Linglong," he called out. "Are you here to see Lacey?" Bai Linglong paused, her expression brightening as she recognized him. They'd crossed paths before, and she knew Kangming was well acquainted with Lacey's affairs. "Good to see you again," she replied with a polite smile. "And congratulations, you finally passed the 100-fold trial." Kangming bowed his head respectfully. "Thank you. Actually, I'm escorting some friends from St. Nicholas Civilization who want to tour Void Island." Bai Linglong's gaze shifted to Damien and his companions. She assessed them with a practiced eye. "Your strength is evident. You're certainly not average visitors. But remember, a tour is just that. Don't get any wild ideas about testing yourselves inside the gravity tower." She leaned in, her tone low and earnest. "That place is far more dangerous than the training grounds. Follow every regulation to the letter. One careless move and you could be badly hurt." Straightening, she offered a final nod. "We'll catch up later when there's more time." With that, Bai Linglong turned on her heel and walked away, leaving Damien and his friends to weigh her warning. "I'm going to grab something to eat and get some rest," Bai Linglong announced as she turned away. Kangming paused and swept his gaze over Jin Luosha and He Luosan, sensing the strong life energies they each radiated. He nodded in approval, and couldn't resist adding a cautionary note. "You two shouldn't let your guard down in a place like this," he warned. Although he didn't know their names, the power he felt told him these outsiders were no ordinary fighters. "Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Kangming," Jin Luosha replied with a respectful bow. Bai Linglong only smiled and waved him off. With a final nod, Kangming vanished from sight as swiftly as he had appeared. Damien and He Luosan beamed with pride, their hearts soaring at the praise. Then He Luosan turned to Bai Linglong and asked, "Who was that Mr. Kangming just now?" It was Damien's first time meeting him, so he looked to Bai Linglong for answers. "I've heard Master Kyle and his friends are very easygoing. They treat everyone with respect. I often see them chatting late at night in the cafeteria," she continued. "But beyond that, I don't know much about them. Most of the Void Sect's members are quartered in the gravity tower, so it's hard to gauge the true extent of their strength." Bai Linglong had enjoyed special courtesies on the island, thanks to Lord Kyle's reputation. Although she didn't know all the Void Sect disciples personally, many had at least exchanged greetings with her. Damien considered this and then asked, "How punishing is a 100-fold gravity environment on the body? And do you know how many Void Sect members have actually passed the 100-fold gravity trial?" He listened carefully as Bai Linglong prepared to explain, eager to understand just how formidable the Void Sect's prowess really was. Damien glanced at the records, hololith flickering in midair. "How many Void Cult members have actually survived a 100G chamber?" The facility attendant shook his head. "Very few. Anyone who makes it through a 100G test is already at the level of a true powerhouse in this sector of the universe." Bai Linglong's eyes lit up. "Well then, let's go see for ourselves." He Luosan grinned and fell in step beside her. Within moments, the three of them stood before the gleaming entrance to the gravity tower's main hall. Towering pillars of polished alloy rose on either side of the grand doorway, and overhead projectors bathed the pristine marble floor in soft light. Directional signs guided visitors to different testing chambers, lounges, and the central records alcove. They made their way past clusters of onlookers, cadets in crisp uniforms and off-duty pilots in flight jackets, until they reached a vast silver wall inscribed with names and gravities. Damien took a breath and read aloud the top entries. Hercules, Kyle survived 150G chamber. Lacey survived 150G chamber. Renoli survived 120G chamber. Shi Tianpo survived 115G chamber. Below them, the list continued, names of those who'd conquered the 100G threshold. "Just imagine," Linglong whispered, tracing her finger along the gleaming script. "These people have faced pressures 100 times greater than standard gravity, and live to tell the tale. Damien nodded, feeling the weight of possibility settle in his chest. Let's see how high we can climb. With renewed determination, the trio turned away from the record wall and headed deeper into the gravity tower, each eager to learn what it would take to etch their own names among the legends. Only 127 people in history have ever survived the 100 times gravity chamber. To everyone's surprise, Damien's name appeared last on that exclusive list. The registry itself laid bare the gulf in sheer physical power between challengers. Jin Luosha leaned in, scanning the dozen or so known names. Most were complete unknowns outside a few fringe star systems, but then he froze at entry 32, Thor Odinson. Could this really be the Thor of the Nine Realms? He blurted. Ms. Lacey nodded with a small smile. Yes, this record was set by Thor himself, the god of thunder. Bai Linglong crossed her arms thoughtfully. And he's only grown stronger since. His current power probably far exceeds what these old logs show. Indeed, Odin the All-Father was a household name across the galaxy, and his son Thor was just as legendary. Any scholar of interstellar politics would recognize that name immediately. Bai Linglong strode back into the chamber and caught Lady Lacey alone. When did Thor Odinson, the god of thunder, join the Void cult? She asked, brows knitting in confusion. Lady Lacey glanced up from her datapad. Apparently just recently. I was as surprised as you. Isn't he from Asgard? D? Hyluosan piped up, eyes wide. Wouldn't he worship his father, King Odin? Lady Lacey shrugged, an apologetic lift of her shoulders. That's what we thought too, but according to our records, he's now enlisted under the Void banner. Bai Linglong shook her head. And Bruce Banner? Our Hulk. Surely he passed the high-gravity trials with ease. Lady Lacey's lips curved into a wry smile. Banner barely completed the 85G chamber, hardly the performance we expected. And Yam Molix? Jin Luosha flipped to the next entry, already knowing the answer. Only 80 Gs, Lady Lacey confirmed. Not to mention Tony Stark, our so-called Void Herald, managed just 60 Gs. Jin Luosha leaned in, scrutinizing the list. These were some of the most famous names in the Void cult, yet their gravity building scores were staggeringly low. He frowned. None of it made sense. Chapter 7. The Records of the Gravity Hall. Damien stood before the towering obsidian slab in the heart of Void Island's Gravity Hall. Countless names glowed like distant stars, each a testament to someone who had braved the chamber's crushing G-forces. He ran a hand over the smooth surface, reading aloud the most familiar entries. The Hulk, Bruce Banner, and the Void Herald, Tony Stark, they've both returned to their hometowns, he murmured. Beside him, Bai Linglong frowned as she studied the list. If you only visit the island occasionally, you won't get the chance to set new records in the chamber. You can't judge who's truly among the Void cult's greatest simply by this leaderboard. Damien glanced up. Why not? Surviving 60 gravities should be proof enough of someone's power. Linglong shook her head. The Void path isn't just about physical endurance. There are entire schools of Void magic, different ways to harness the Void beyond raw strength. This list only tracks how long someone lasted under strain. It says nothing about their mastery of Void arts. She tapped an entry halfway down the panel. Tony Stark's achievement, 60 gravities, is impressive. He'd crush most challengers. Yet even that record isn't at the very top. She paused, brows knitting. I looked into his name. That record was set over 2 years ago. Since then, Stark has focused on developing his hometown and only rarely returns here. Damien considered her words. So the strongest practitioners might not even be visible on this board. Exactly, Linglong agreed. It's a starting point, but it doesn't tell the whole story. True strength in the Void path lies in how well you body, mind, and magic, and not everyone tests themselves the same way. Damien closed his hand into a fist, resolve gleaming in his eyes. Then we'll make our own mark, one that can't be measured by pressure alone. Bruce Banner, the Hulk, had also returned to his hometown to lend his strength. As Lady Lacey explained to Damien, Banner represents a rare kind of initial vessel for the Void cult, one who has already crushed countless opponents. Physically, he rivals Lord Kyle himself, making him a prominent figure of the body school. Of course, the Void magic he wields manifests differently than Kyle's, yielding unique abilities all its own. More than a month had passed, and Damien still couldn't be certain which 4 individuals ranked among the Void God religion's remaining top powerhouses. Yet one name kept rising to the surface: Thor Odinson. After all, who could doubt the might of the god of thunder? His very name evokes unthinkable strength, an entity capable of obliterating all life. If such a being were to join the Void cult and receive its blessings, his power would surely outpace even Mr. Nikrov's. It seemed only a matter of time before Thor claimed his place among the 8 supreme masters of the Void God religion. Damien studied the glowing registry hovering before him. "This list may not be exhaustive," he said, "but it already tells us everything we need to know about who's passed the 100-fold gravity tower." Hyluosan exhaled slowly. "Over 100 heavyweights have come dead, rough this trial, and every one of them walks the line between living legend and monster." "I don't even know if we'll pass the gravity test," Damien admitted, brow furrowed. "At our current level, 20 times Earth's gravity is the ceiling," Hyluosan continued. "Push it to 30 or 40 Gs, and we'll be crippled before we make progress. 100 Gs? We'd be torn apart." Damien turned to Jin Rakshasa. "If we're being realistic, we cap it at 20 Gs. That's all we can reliably endure." Jin nodded, tapping a holographic dial. 20 Gs will weed out most contenders. We can reinforce our suits for up to 30 in an emergency, but beyond that, no one of our rank stands a chance. Hyluosan's finger traced a name near the bottom of the list. Each of these names represents at least a cosmic-level powerhouse. Some are household legends, others complete mysteries. But when the Void God faith begins its march outward, it's these individuals who will claim new systems. Their renown may not span the entire universe yet, but within the Andromeda galaxy, they'll be the ones shaping civilizations or ruling them. A hush fell over the chamber. Gravity was only their first trial. Far stranger and far deadlier challenges lay ahead, and only true monsters would survive to face them. Damien leaned forward, lowering his voice to a respectful whisper. "Truthfully," he said, "you might as well call him a god. Even among deities, few wield true planet-level power. In the Void cult alone, there are over 100 such titans, men capable of ruling entire civilizations. Should one of them truly unleash their strength, it would rip through the universe like a shockwave. You'll understand what I mean after you face the trial in a few days." He glanced at his companion, Bai Linglong, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. "Sir, is there any way we could sneak a peek at Lady Lacey and the others while they train?" The Golden Rakshasa shook his head ruefully. "I'd love to accompany you, believe me, but the rules are strict. If you don't clear the first-floor gravity test, you're barred from ascending to the second. And Lady Lacey's group? They're all the way at the top. You need to pass a certain threshold just to set foot on the observation decks." Bai Linglong pressed her lips together, clearly disappointed. Damien understood her frustration, but he offered a reassuring nod. "All right," he said, "let's head back and rest. We'll be ready for tonight's climb." The Golden Rakshasa gave them a sympathetic look. While he regretted their exclusion, he respected the regulations, and he knew Damien would prove himself soon enough. Cultivating alongside someone whose power dwarfs your own is an experience beyond comprehension. Merely observing such a master won't accelerate your progress, and could even leave you feeling overwhelmed. Yet Damien is determined to clear the Void Temple trial as swiftly as possible, so he can devote himself to daily training on Void Island. If they conquer every challenge here, the entire journey will have been more than worth it. As they gathered their belongings, Bai Linglong paused. "Are you heading back to rest now, or do you plan to explore Void Island again?" Damien met her gaze. "We'll rest first, but only briefly. Our time here is shorter than yours, so we need to map out every hour. If we don't organize it properly, we'll waste the chance to train efficiently." Bai Linglong tilted her head, surprised at how seriously Damien treated his schedule. Hyluosan, however, merely offered a knowing smile. He wasn't surprised at all. Despite Damien's easygoing demeanor when it came to self-improvement, he never compromised. Of course, without such rigorous discipline, Damien could never have risen to become the most brilliant young leader in the Jin family. "All right," Bai Linglong said, noticing the rare seriousness in Damien's expression. "Let's head back." She stopped tugging at Damien and Kuro Luo-san, and the three of them made a brief detour to the gravity tower before quickly returning. Damien and Kuro both knew they needed to adjust their daily schedules. Normally, they woke at first light, but if they wanted to tackle the Void Temple tonight without embarrassing themselves, they'd have to sleep in a little and conserve their energy for a nocturnal ascent. Bai Linglong went home to shower and rest for a while before diving into her void power exercises. In principle, she should have spent more time at the training grounds today, but with Damien and Kuro just having arrived, she let herself a day off. After all, the cult of the Void God prized a balance of hard work and proper rest. Unless you have iron willpower, blind repetition will only drive you mad. By dusk, Sarah arrived at the canteen around 6:30 p.m., her mind still occupied with plans to handle Jin Luosha and Hei Luo-san. To her surprise, she found Bai Linglong, Lacey, and the others already seated, but no sign of those two. Kyle spotted her first. "Miss Sarah," he called, waving her over. Sarah returned his greeting with a warm smile and slipped into an empty chair. "Miss Bai," she asked, nodding toward the empty seats, "where are Mr. Jin Luosha and Mr. Hei Luo-san?" Bai Linglong was just placing her dinner order when she looked up. "They're resting elsewhere at the moment," she explained in her soft, pleasant tone. "They're preparing themselves mentally and physically for the challenges ahead." "Oh, so they haven't joined us yet," Sarah said, settling back. Bai Linglong nodded. "I showed them around the island earlier, and then spent some time at the Temple of Records. I knew you'd be curious, so I've kept you informed." Sarah pressed her lips into a thoughtful line. With the others gathering here tonight, the real tests were only just beginning. With Sarah's boundless power, overhearing conversations in the Temple of Records was effortless. "All right," the unseen voice concluded, "we'll save the rest for the next time we run into each other." Sarah herself had caught wind of the same rumors. The Void Temple was said to conceal a unique opportunity, and the news had already begun to leak outside their circle. "Those two must have been fired up when they arrived on the island," she observed. "No wonder they're eager to act immediately." Kyle also wondered what Damien and his companion had encountered within the Void Temple. When he asked Bai Linglong, she explained that the pair, still riding the wave of excitement, had rearranged their schedules to attempt a nighttime ascent of the temple. Their resolve, she said, was unwavering. Clear goals and decisive action were invaluable on Void Island. Rather than press for answers right away, Kyle decided to give them space. He would wait until they'd completed their trial inside the temple, and then, when they were rested and free, invite them for a proper debrief. Sarah watched them thoughtfully. "I hope they earn their chance at the Void Temple," she murmured. With her deeper understanding of void matters, she suspected Damien, the Golden Rakshasa, and Hei Luo-san, the Black Luo-san, had already drawn Lord Cassidin's attention. She'd been testing their readiness. Only those who proved themselves worthy at the Pillar of Decrees might stand before the God of the Void himself. It was well past midnight. After a grueling day of drills and study, most disciples had surrendered to sleep. A few night owls still pored over arcane tomes in the gravity hall, while outsiders drifted through the island's dimly lit entertainment wings. In that hour, Void Island lay hushed, its restless energies tucked away. Exactly at 12, Damien and Hei Luo-san emerged from the canteen with satisfied grins and light packs. Damien cracked his knuckles. "No ceilings tonight," he said. "Let's see how many flights we can climb in 10 hours. He tilted his head back and stared up at the temple's endless staircase, each worn step a testament to trials past, like a path winding straight into the abyss. With a shared nod, the two novices stepped forward, ready to test their mettle in the silent heart of the Void Temple. Damien's key, calm exterior didn't waver. Neither his face nor his heart betrayed any fear or confusion. "No need to place any bets right now," he said softly. "Remember one principle. Only push yourself as far as you can handle. Don't move too fast and risk losing your mind." Hei Luosan's features hardened. He wasn't sure what to call the Void Temple's trial, but he understood its true purpose. It tested not just their bodies, but their willpower. With every step upward, they edged closer to the temple's warehouse guardian, a deadly sentinel whose presence could shatter their minds at any moment. Rushing would be suicide. Once one's resolve broke here, there was almost no coming back. Golden Rakshasa nodded. Understood. Let's go. He led the way onto the first stair, and at once the suffocating pressure of the temple's will washed over them. But having already climbed 20 steps yesterday, neither Damien nor Haluosan flinched. The initial wave of dread that had once nearly driven them back now barely registered. At the mountaintop villa, Sonia should have been fast asleep, yet through her void perception technique she detected movement in the temple below. Climbing in the dead of night? No wonder Kassadin wanted to see this up close, she murmured. Peering into the darkness, she recognized the climbers as Jin Rakshasa and Hei Luo-san, two warriors who had decided to tackle the Void Temple's infamous trial under cover of darkness. Kassadin was known for his admiration of iron will, and he tolerated, even encouraged, those who dared to confront danger head-on. This trial was exceptionally daunting. Merely ascending a few of its steps sent sweat pouring down the brow, limbs trembling as if on the brink of collapse, and an overwhelming sense of imminent death pressing in from every side. Most people would have fled in terror. The raw, animal instincts of a golden Rakshasa and a black Luo-san would have been even harder to overcome. Pressing forward despite that primal fear marked them as truly resolute. Satisfied that they were in capable hands, Sonia relaxed at last and slipped into a peaceful slumber. Night cloaked the Void Temple in silver shadows. High above its ancient steps, Damien and Sonia rested in their mountaintop villa. Sonia lay sleeping, her void detection technique quietly scanning the temple below. If anything urgent occurred, it would instantly rouse her. Otherwise, she would sleep undisturbed until dawn. Damien, however, remained awake, his eyes fixed on the faint outlines of two figures ascending the stairway. Earlier, the men had roared defiantly, but now they moved in silence, each footfall measured and deliberate. Damien knew they were committed to the trial. There was no turning back. He decided to wait until morning to learn whether they would succeed. If they failed, he'd lost little by not watching them struggle further. He wasn't the only one observing. From a nearby ridge, Kyle, Renly, the Predictor, and Lacey formed a silent circle, their gazes locked on the temple's entrance. What kind of challenge could make every single step feel like this? Kyle murmured. Together, they watched Jin Rakshasa. For each stair he climbed, his back stooped as if under a mountain's weight, only to straighten again with fierce determination. It was obvious this was no ordinary test, but one that pushed even the strongest to their limits. For the past few years, Damien had made the trek to the Void Temple well over 600 times, perhaps even 1,000. Yet, every time he and his companions ascended those ancient steps, they did so with nothing more than quiet reverence. The climb itself never felt burdensome. Bai Linglong apparently had several opportunities to tap into the Void's power at the Commandment Monument, Renaud remarked. She hasn't shared all the details of what she endured, Lacey added, her brow furrowed in thought. She may have faced trials, but I doubt they were as severe as what Jin Luosha and Hai Luosan are going through now. Lacey glanced over at the two younger disciples, their faces redrawn, their bodies showing clear signs of fatigue. At their current pace, it'll take quite some time before they reach the temple proper, she mused. Renaud nodded in agreement. We'll have plenty of chance to question them once they've passed through. He spoke with calm assurance. Though curious about the exact nature of their tests, he wasn't one to rush matters. Damien settled on a rocky outcrop just as dusk fell, not because he intended to intervene, but simply to enjoy the spectacle. From here, he could see Jin Luosha and Hei Luosan inching their way up the sheer cliff face. At their current pace, barely more than a crawl, it would take them over 10 days to reach the summit, if they ever got there. Beside him stood the prophet, his gaze fixed on the struggling pair. If they do manage to make it to the top, he said quietly, I'd wager their chance of earning the Void's blessing is even greater than Bai Linglong's. Damien frowned. The prophet went on, the steadfast will they're showing, that's something only mortals can muster, and those with such unbreakable resolve, they've just become our strongest allies. Damien watched Jin Luosha and Hei Luosan fight gravity with every sinew. No one could divine exactly what trials Lord Kassadin, the god of the Void, still had in store, or what rewards awaited the survivors. But past tests had always prized character and determination above raw power. In that light, the impulsive generosity of Jin Luosha and the quiet courage of He Luosan were not just genuine, they might be the very keys to their salvation. As mortals, we face no insurmountable barrier. If two individuals demonstrate true reverence and unshakable faith, their odds of earning the Void's blessing rise dramatically. That's why Damien and his companion stand a better chance than Bai Linglong. Although Bai Linglong seized a rare opportunity and awakened an extraordinary power, not void energy but something even more arcane, it has propelled her abilities to rival planet-tier experts in mere moments. Yet such potent gifts carry their own unique trials imposed by Lord Cassidon, the god of the Void. Within the Void cult, it's a universally acknowledged truth that Cassidon's mind cannot be plumbed. No one ever sees him directly. All they know is that he is supremely benevolent, offering mercy and tolerance to countless followers, while at the same time maintaining the strictest discipline. Those who draw upon that mysterious power must therefore navigate challenges unlike any ordinary believer faces, tests laid down by Cassidon himself, tests that can either elevate them to new heights or cast them into the abyss. Damien knew the sacred commandments etched on the Void tablet must never be broken. Anyone who offends, even after years of devoted service to the Void religion, risks a single, irredeemable punishment, death. And if a devotee surrenders to the abyss of desire, they lose all trace of humanity or spirit, becoming a rampaging monster. In that state, there's little difference between monstrosity and death itself. Lord Cassidon merely wipes up the mess. Objectively, Golden Rakshasa and Black Luosan stand the best chance of passing the trial, Lacey observed, folding her hands. Their ideals and resolve are simply unmatched. She paused, offering a small, hopeful smile. But selfishly, I want Bai Linglong to succeed and receive her blessing as soon as possible. Lacey's face softened at the thought. Bai Linglong still lived with her here on Void Island, and Lacey delighted in every moment of their shared life. After all, female members of the Void cult on this island were a rare sight. Aside from Lacey herself, only Miss Sonia and Miss Sarah remained at the compound. 3 women in a sea of devoted men. And for Lacey, none of them meant more than Bai Linglong. Lalatina had originally been hired as a permanent staff member, but when she assumed responsibility for operations on Void Planet 001, she relocated there full-time. In fact, she spent most of the year away from home and rarely set foot on the island. The newest recruit, Lady Butterfly, still addressed her as Sir, clinging to an old formality from their shared past. Though Lalatina appreciated the respect, the title created an invisible wall between them. It made genuine, in-depth conversation nearly impossible, even as Lalatina maintained the usual professional courtesies. Privately, Lalatina yearned for more female colleagues she could relate to. Women she could speak with freely, without barriers. But her organization's dark reputation attracted exactly the wrong sort, thrill-seekers who glorified sin and had no true faith in the Void God's teachings. Lalatina knew her own acceptance into the cult wasn't granted because she craved power or license to commit atrocities. She had been chosen for a different reason, her resolve to discard her old, faltering beliefs, earn Lord Cassidon's approval, and forge herself into the leader she was always meant to become. Many women arrive on this island hoping for a blessing that will lift them to new heights. In truth, only those with unshakable faith can succeed. Anyone who treats it as a mere experiment is doomed to fail. Lord Cassidon is generous to countless hopefuls. He offers them the power to change desperate circumstances and the chance to pursue true strength. Yet every gift he grants tests the depth of one's belief. I'd love to see Bai Linglong make it, Kyle admitted, but I'm not overly optimistic. His caution wasn't unfounded. Within the Void cult, there's an unspoken rule. The stronger your innate talent or the higher your starting point, the fiercer the trial you face. Linglong's abilities were modest, which taught her humility long ago. When Lord Cassidon chose to elevate her baseline power, he didn't spoil her. If anything, it only strengthened her resolve. She remains as grounded as ever, but now carries an unshakable confidence born of genuine faith. In the candlelit recess of Lord Cassidon's observation chamber, the prophets sat in near silence as they watched Bai Linglong. To their eyes, she remained composed and deferential, but none could be sure whether humility hid a swelling pride. And if there was one among them who could see through such facades, it was Kassadin himself. He knew that the moment Linglong let arrogance take root, the void blessing would abandon her. Lacey, still haunted by her first uneasy impressions, exchanged glances with the others. They had all been cautious from the start. After all, Bai Linglong's current talent had already catapulted her far beyond most peers. The void blessing, in contrast, offered no instant surge of power. Its gift was patience. Over the coming years, its recipient would inevitably eclipse even Linglong's present prowess. Renly stretched, his tone light. Let's give her time, see if she can seize this chance and pass the trial. We'll know soon enough. Don't expect an answer later than the New Year's pilgrimage, another prophet added, tapping a slender finger against the arm of his seat. She'll decide before then. The assembly nodded. All of them yearned for Linglong's success. Should she earn the void blessing, she would not only stand among them as an equal, but with her extraordinary potential, become a comrade unlike any they'd known. Damien and the others quietly returned to their quarters to rest after watching Golden Rakshasa and Black Luo Sanyi. The day's cultivation had weighed heavily on their bodies, and only a deep, uninterrupted sleep would restore their strength for tomorrow's training. Even the most iron-willed disciples must adhere to a disciplined routine, balancing intense practice with sufficient rest to advance without faltering. Proper evening repose and sound slumber were essential. True power could never be won in a single bound. One by one, the members of the Void God cult drifted off. Though Jin Luosha and He Luosin felt every muscle burning with exhaustion, neither showed any sign of giving up the climb. The very pain born of the advanced biotransformations they'd endured in childhood had now become our greatest weapon, driving them onward through every thorn and trial that lay ahead. When most people face unbearable pain, they choose to give up. If retreat is an option, 99%, or even closer to 100, will step back rather than forge ahead. Quitting is always easier than persisting. Yet Jin Luosha and He Luosan refused to follow the timid majority. They hungered for power from the void divine religion, willing to accept even a modest reward if it meant outpacing their peers. Late into the night, Jin Luosha, known among outsiders as the Golden Rakshasa, and He Luosan laid bare their true ambition. They did not intend to watch the St. Nicholas civilization's destiny unfold in the hands of strangers. Tradition dictated that the head of their family must be replaced in time, and they were determined that it would be one of them. By dawn, the pact was sealed. Over the next few years, Jin Luosha and He Luosan would rise together to become the most dazzling figures of their generation. Among all the young generation partnerships across the 5 great lineages of the imperial city, none shine brighter than Damien and his companion. To claim that brilliance, they willingly endure excruciating trials and a solitude no ordinary person could bear. Cultivation is tedious, labor is tedious. Day after day, year after year, their routine stretches into decades, even centuries, of monotonous effort. Yet they press on, driven by a shared conviction, to strengthen the St. Nicholas civilization. Each new step in their ascent brings even greater pressure and fear. They pause on the stone rungs to catch their breath, then, at the first sign of renewed strength, push themselves forward again. Through the silent watches of the night, their sweat falls like raindrops, soaking the steps beneath them. When dawn's first light finally warms the world, the sun dries those damp stones, waiting to bear their weight once more. Damien and his companion crouched on the 80th step, bodies trembling as they fought to catch their breath. Their eyes still burned with fierce determination, a fire that only seemed to grow the longer they rested. After 10 tense minutes, strength slowly trickled back into their limbs. Damien pushed himself to his feet, bracing on his knees, and, with his friend at his side, took the next step. The moment Damien's boot touched the 81st stair, a crushing wave of pressure radiated from the summit, Tianqing's overwhelming aura. Both of them hunched forward, hands pressed against bent knees, spines straining under the invisible weight. By the time they reached the top of that step, the force threatened to drive them to their knees. They fought the urge to collapse. They knew that if their knees buckled now, the injuries would make any further climb impossible. Shaking, they dug deep and forced themselves upright, legs quivering like saplings in a storm. For a long, heaving moment, their chests rose and fell in unison until finally their breathing evened out. Damien wiped sweat from his brow and whispered, "Almost there." Damien leaned against the cold metal railing of the stairwell, voice rough from exertion. "Tonight's haul was excellent. I pushed all the way up 81 floors. Hyluosan's silhouette shifted behind him. "Let's rest here a moment," Damien continued quietly. "If we stay any longer, someone's bound to notice." Damien's words, though hoarse and tinny with fatigue, carried clearly in the hush. Hyluosan gave a barely perceptible nod, his reply so soft it was almost a whisper on the morning air. "Right. Time to retreat." They settled on the landing at floor 81, backs pressed to the wall, and held perfectly still. For 20 minutes, until around 9:40 a.m., neither dared move. One false step could trigger the tower's defenses. At last, exchanging a brief, determined look, they rose and began their descent. Downstairs was mechanically easy, but by the time they reached the lobby, pain radiated through every muscle and joint. Both men grimaced as they eased onto a bench near the X-Bank. Damien massaged his shoulder and let out a low groan. "I think we overdid it this time." Hyluosan managed a wry smile. "We'll pay for this tomorrow, but for tonight, we got what we came for." "This isn't going to work," Damien said under his breath, the wind carrying his worried tone up the rocky slope. Beside him, Jinluosha doubled over, every breath a dagger to his ribs. Blood-stained sweat trickled down his pale face. He forced out a shaky laugh. "You really think we can keep climbing like this?" Damien wiped a hand across his brow. "Not without a healer. You need to mend those fractures, or you'll be helpless by tomorrow." He glanced at the jagged path ahead, illuminated only by the moon's cold light. One wrong step in the dark, and you could shatter what's left of your bones. Jinluosha fought to stand upright, pressing a hand to his side. "If only Bai Linglong were here," he muttered. She could rest as long as she liked, never a second thought about falling behind. Damien's jaw tightened. "Then neither of us would worry, but we don't have that luxury on Void Island. Time isn't on our side." He cast a glance over his shoulder toward the distant temple peaks, hidden in mist. The Void Divine religion has countless formidable warriors. Every one of them follows a ruthless regimen of cultivation and endurance. If we don't move fast or heal faster, we'll be left in their dust. A fresh wave of pain stole the words from Jinluosha's lips. Damien crouched beside him, scanning the shattered stones for a moment before producing a length of cloth from his pack. Gently, he wrapped it around Jin's fractured ribs. "You'll have to hold on," he said. "Rest when we reach the plateau. I'll carry as much of our gear as I can." Jinluosha managed a weak nod, trusting Damien's steady determination. Moonlight danced on the jagged cliffs as the two friends pressed onward, every strained step a reminder that on Void Island, survival belonged only to those who refused to break. He said there won't be any shortage of skilled healers. Otherwise, none of us could endure those daily treatments. Just ask Miss Bai Linglong when we get the chance. Hyluosan's head felt heavy, as if he might slip into unconsciousness at any moment. But upon hearing Damien's anxieties, he found himself calming the younger man with reasoned reassurance. Damien's tension faded immediately, though the memory of last night's horrors and the crushing psychic pressure they'd just experienced still weighed on him. "I suppose you're right," Damien murmured, "but Master Kassadin, the god of the void, exerts a truly terrifying force. Ever since we reached the 70th floor, my knees have threatened to give out beneath me. With every step higher into the Void Temple, the oppressive aura intensified. It was as if an omnipotent deity perched at the summit, radiating overwhelming power and deadly intent. Each stair they climbed felt like a march toward their own destruction." Damien's breath caught in his throat. "You really thought that presence above the Void Temple was an illusion?" he demanded. "It's all too real, capable of delivering divine punishment at any moment and snuffing out our lives without so much as a warning." A hush fell over the group. At length, someone whispered, "No wonder they say it's reached an invincible status in the universe. Even its aura is enough to send shivers down your spine." "After witnessing that horror," Damien continued, voice low, All the dangers we've ever faced before. Ambushes, betrayals, near-death battles. Those seem almost laughable by comparison. Hyluosan finally exhaled, relief flickering across his features. In the 10 years since he and Jin Rakshasa had been given names and trained as warriors, they'd plunged into every imaginable crisis. Blood-soaked skirmishes, desperate retreats, moments when death had felt certain. They used to swap stories of those battles as if they were badges of honor. But now, in the shadow of a truly supreme power, they understood the truth. Nothing had been as desperate as Nding before an entity that could erase them with a thought. And if they wanted even a scrap of its acknowledgement, they would have to stake their very lives on hope alone. They weren't leaving because their bodies couldn't move, but because the fear in their hearts still ran deep. Every narrow escape was an experience they never wanted to repeat and could never forget. Still, Damien said, drawing a slow breath, if I think back on those dangers, I realize there were more ways I could have saved myself. Golden Rakshasa's lips curved into a pleased smile. All of them felt lucky to be alive, and that relief showed in their faces. Good, he said. Don't ever forget it. But the 81st floor was terrifying, Damien continued, staring at the ruined steps behind them. If that was this bad, the floors ahead have to be even worse. Then be ready to get hurt, came Hyluosan's quiet warning. He nodded once, eyes still fixed on the twisted stones. This chance only comes around once. Even if I end up badly injured on the climb, I won't let it slip away. Damien met his gaze with steady resolve. He knew each step beyond this point would test him harder than the last, but no matter what dangers lay ahead, he was determined to press on. They couldn't know exactly what awaited them on the long road ahead, but they did know one thing for certain. They would get injured along the way. That didn't slow them down, though. All right, Damien said, stretching his stiff shoulders. Let's head back. First we'll take a hot shower, then grab some breakfast and rest. Sounds good, Jin Rakshasa agreed. And on our way, let's see if we can find Bai Linglong. If she isn't around, we'll wake her tonight and ask where the doctor is. Damien's eyelids drooped so heavily that he almost fell on the spot. He longed to lie down and sleep right there, but he knew they would be climbing again this evening. He needed every scrap of energy he could get, so he forced himself to stay alert. Good plan, he managed to say. Jin Rakshasa nodded. Side by side, the two of them fell into step, their silhouettes swaying gently as they made their way back. Chapter 697, Locking the Quota. By 10 o'clock that morning, Damien was already awake, watching with quiet interest as Jin Rakshasa and Hyluosan struggled up the final stretch of the climb. This was no ordinary test. It was a brutal crucible designed to break the faint of heart. To face such a trial without hesitation, to rely solely on your own indomitable will and overcome it again and again, was how one forged an unshakable spirit. In fact, ever since Niklov and Madame Butterfly had received their blessing, Damien had already received membership applications from both Golden Rakshasa and Hyluosan. At the time, however, he hadn't given their requests much thought, simply because he hadn't observed them closely enough. Like Bai Linglong, Jin Rakshasa and Hyluosan could sense the hidden will pulsing at the heart of the Void Temple, but logic said they shouldn't have run into anything as dangerous as this. After all, Bai Linglong herself had climbed the temple twice with barely a second thought. It was only after those effortless ascents that her own application to join the Void Divine cult landed on Damien's desk. Chapter 7, The Will of Distraction. Damien watched from a distance as Jin Luosha and Hyluosan fought their way through the traps of the Commandment Monument. He understood all too well how perilous their situation was. Every twist of the corridor, every hidden mechanism could spell disaster. Yet they pressed on. Observing them sparked a cascade of thoughts in Damien's mind. Not long ago, a new force had awakened within the monument, the so-called Will of Distraction. It had appeared unbidden, as if the very structure of the monument had decided to test its challengers in a novel way. If Damien could learn to harness that power, he reasoned, it might become an invaluable tool for selecting future initiates into the cult of the Void God. But so far, no one had passed the monument's trial since the Will of Distraction emerged. Sonia had offered sympathy, but no concrete advice, so Damien was left to his own devices, forced to theorize and strategize without precedent. The problem was a scarcity of data. Only a handful of people had even triggered the will of distraction, and all had failed the test. Damien had no case studies to draw upon. He racked his brain for any common threads among the monument's contestants. Jin Luosha, He Luosan, and Bai Linglong all traced their origins to the vanished civilization of St. Nicholas, and each had undergone varying degrees of biological modification. Their enhancements differed in scope and effect, yet they shared that ancient lineage, and the monument saw only their spirits, not their flesh. The trial regarded no gender, no rank, no past achievements. It tested only one thing: the contestants' capacity to maintain focus in the face of the monument's will. As Damien weighed his options, the flicker of torchlight against the obsidian walls reminded him that theory would only carry him so far. Sooner or later, someone would have to step forward and face the monument's new challenge. And whoever did would change the future of the Void God cult forever. As long as the divine will permits it, blessings can be granted to anyone, man, woman, or even non-human. So if we set aside gender and look only at strength, what truly distinguishes Jin Luosha, He Luosan, and Bai Linglong? Damien studied their petitions, mind-racing. Then an idea struck him. Perhaps both Jin Luosha and He Luosan have been on trial the moment they stepped into the Void Temple. After all, merely withstanding its oppressive aura and reaching the summit constitutes passing the test. Their very presence there, human or not, proves their unwavering will and genuine desire for divine favor to become stronger. Of course, this was only Damien's hypothesis. He couldn't be certain until Jin Luosha and He Luosan actually reached the peak, or until Bai Linglong activated the Commandment's monument to trigger the true trial. Only then would he know for sure whether his theory held. Damien frowned as he studied the faint imprint of the distracted will in the Commandment monument. It had sprung from his own inadvertent thoughts and beliefs, yet now it felt strangely autonomous, part of him, and yet not. From the fleeting notions that had passed through his mind back then, he knew one thing for certain: anyone who came seeking the monument's blessing would face a truly fair and unrelentingly rigorous trial. But because this stray will was born of both his intent and accident, Damien couldn't be 100% sure what it would do next. He resolved, therefore, to wait and watch in silence. Inwardly, he hoped that Jin Luosha and He Luosan would rise to the challenge rather than shrink from the battles surely to come, battles that promised only to grow tougher and far more dangerous. Meanwhile, Jin Luosha and He Luosan leaned on one another for support as they shrugged off curious glances and made their way back to their villas in the accommodation district. The new mist bath ceremony might have sounded intriguing, but they both still preferred the simple cleanliness of a regular soak. Yet after last night's trial, even that luxury had turned punishing. The once comforting water felt like a swarm of scalding needles probing every nerve ending. Jin Luosha, unable to stifle the pain, let out a string of expletives into the steamy silence. Damn it! Damien staggered back, sweat beading on his brow. To any outsider, the Void Temple's final trial might look like a mere illusion, but Damien, the golden Rakshasa who had lived through it, knew better. This illusion inflicted real pain, tormenting both body and soul. Any warrior with weaker limbs or a less ironclad will would have collapsed, begging for mercy under such relentless pressure. He clenched his fists. This, too, was part of the test. Summoning every last reserves of his strength, Damien stabilized his trembling form. He endured the onslaught for a full minute longer, then pushed his power inward, regaining control over his body's temperature. With a few precise adjustments to the hot spring controls, he dialed the water to a soothing 30-some degrees Celsius. Then he stepped into the indoor bathhouse and eased himself into the gently steaming pool. "Now that's more like it," he murmured, sinking until only his head remained above water. The warm liquid curled around his aching muscles, washing away the temple's cruel trials. After months of unyielding discipline and pain, this simple comfort felt like a luxury. It was precisely this shift, from extreme stress to calm, when the mind was most tempted to stray, to forsake ambition and yield to ease. Damien forced himself to stay alert, breathing slowly as the warmth soothed his body, stealing his resolve for whatever lay ahead. Damien's convictions as a golden Rakshasa burned as fiercely as ever, yet an unexpected warmth of comfort crept into his thoughts. The idea of abandoning the climb up the Temple of the Void and simply enjoying ease for a time was seductive. Who could blame him for wanting rest? Still, Damien forced the temptation aside. He reminded himself of every sacrifice he'd already made, and of the future he yearned to see. For thousands of years, the ancient St. Nicholas civilization had been reshaped by those advanced organisms. In that time, anyone who spent the first century or two indulging in comfort risked accomplishing nothing. Now, with St. Nicholas teetering on the brink, someone had to step forward and break the cycle. Damien hoped that someone would be him, and his comrade, Hailuo-san. He would not simply dream of change, he would be its architect. With that resolve, Damien let go of the promise of ease. His shoulders squared, his gaze grew unwavering once more, and the climb toward the Temple of the Void stood before him, an invitation he would not refuse. Once I've proven myself worthy and claimed the mantle of House Jin's head, I'll earn a 600-year reprieve, plenty of time to enjoy the simple blessings most people dream of, a loving wife, contented children, a peace view, El home. But ever since I drew my first breath in the Jin family's ancestral halls of the imperial capital, my fate has been set on a far grander scale. I carry a God-given fortune on my shoulders and a mandate to accomplish true greatness. I crave both the warmth of family and the glory of civilization. A fierce cry tore from my lips. Damn it! This trial, that crucible, will forge in me an unbreakable will, even without any divine blessing. It will steel my heart. If I back down now, I'll never achieve anything worthy of legend. I know this. Those who command real power must first master their own minds. Only by remaining calm, clear-headed, and unshakable in the face of choice can I navigate the challenges ahead and shape my destiny. Those who hold power are forever weighing pros and cons, and all too often they choose the path that benefits themselves. Yet what serves one person doesn't always serve civilization. History is full of moments when a self-serving decision unleashed catastrophe and stained its author's name forever. We are all fallible. Mistakes happen. Still, true courage, the kind demanded of leaders, sometimes means choosing what harms oneself for the greater good. Such courage cannot be summoned by words alone. It requires a steadfast, generous heart. Hailuo-san understood this well, which is why he refused to abandon the trial he faced. After more than half an hour soaking in the steaming waters, Damien and Hailuo-san finally stepped out of the hot spring. Steam curled around them as they wrapped themselves in towels, each glancing at the other. Damien broke the silence first. "You haven't seriously considered backing out, have you?" Hailuo-san shook his head, water droplets glistening on his shoulders. "To be honest, for a moment back there, I felt so relaxed I almost thought about quitting." Spending more time on Void Island to sharpen our power control techniques would have been a real advantage, Jin Rakshasa mused. "But letting him live isn't worth the risk," Hailuo-san replied quietly. "We should just end this now." "As I thought, we're on the same page." Jin Rakshasa's holographic projection flickered and he grinned at his companion. "First, though, you need to dry off. I'll contact Miss Bai Linglong and arrange for someone to tend to your injuries." Hailuo-san glanced down at Jin Rakshasa's sodden feathers. "I'm still low on energy. It'll take a while before I'm back to full strength." "I knew I should have brought the Four Seasons device," Jin Rakshasa admitted, running a hand through his dripping plumage. "You insisted you could dry off in mid-flight," Hailuo-san teased. "Now you're paying the price." Jin Rakshasa shot him a wry look, but said nothing as he began to shake his wings, droplets scattering across the deck. Despite their banter, both knew that once Bai Linglong's medic arrived, they would be ready to move, and nothing would stand in their way. Although under normal circumstances, Jin Luosha, the Golden Rakshasa, didn't need the Four Seasons combat suit, he had strongly recommended I bring it to Void Island. He warned that rigorous training there could leave me physically drained. I waved off his concern, swearing I'd be fine. "Don't worry about me," I told him. "Just focus on your own mission." When Jin Luosha saw my carefree smirk, he went speechless and abruptly ended the hololink. I shook the last drops of water from my hair, pulled on dry clothes, and activated my wrist communicator. I drafted a quick message to Bai Linglong. Miss Bai Linglong, are you free right now? I knew I could have saved time with a voice call, but etiquette in the St. Nicholas civilization forbade using official privileges for personal favors. Even a small request had to respect her schedule. Her reply pinged back almost instantly. I just finished training and was about to take a bath. Mr. Damien? Hey Luosan, how can I help you? Bai Linglong's reply was blunt and to the point. She outlined her situation and cut straight to her request. When Jin Rakshasa and I climbed the Void Temple, we sustained some injuries. Judging by how we felt last night, we'll probably be laid up for a few days. I need to know, who in the Void Cult has the best healing skills? Ideally someone who can get us back on our feet quickly. Having to rest for days would seriously set back both Jin Rakshasa and me. Hai Luosan's answer was almost immediate. Just go to Mr. Kyle. His healing power is extraordinary. No matter how severe the wounds, he can have you up and moving again within minutes. Bai Linglong hesitated before firing off her next voice message. You're talking about the Kyle I know, right? Because, honestly, Jin Rakshasa and I aren't that badly hurt. We're only scratched up a bit. We're not going to die, Bai Linglong protested. We wouldn't have come all this way if we didn't need help. What's so special about the Temple of the Void anyway? When Damien heard those words, a strange flicker of memory passed through his mind, something half-remembered and unsettling, but he quickly reassured her. Don't worry, you're going to see Lord Hercules Kyle. Lord Kyle? Bai Linglong echoed. Sir Lacey swears his healing gift is the best in the entire Void Temple, Damien explained. Apparently, someone once shattered both their hands during a practice session, and Kyle had them whole again in seconds. So there's nothing to fear. Just find Lord Kyle and he'll fix you up. Bai Linglong raised an eyebrow. He won't charge us an arm and a leg, will he? Damien grinned. He's not exactly cheap, but for what he can do, it's worth every coin. Bai Linglong let out a soft laugh. Who would have thought that the battlefield legend known as Hercules would be the finest healer around? No matter how badly you're hurt, broken bones, shattered limbs, as long as you're alive, he can mend you on the spot. Damien stared at his phone in disbelief. So it really is the Hercules Kyle, he murmured. It still felt surreal, but he trusted Bai Linglong. She wouldn't have lied about something this big. He tapped out a quick message to Kyle. Are you free now? Minutes ticked by without a reply. Damien told himself not to worry. Kyle was probably deep into his training at the gravity tower. After 30 long minutes, his phone buzzed. Kyle's response read, Sorry for the delay. I was in the middle of practice and saw your message just now. Since you didn't seem urgent, I held off replying. It's lunch break. About time I hit the shower and head to the cafeteria. If you want to talk, come on by and we'll go over everything. Damien smiled. Kyle must have guessed he wanted to talk about treatment. Perfect. He'd meet him at the cafeteria and finally get the answers he needed. Although Damien was fully capable of treating injuries, he refused to step in unless someone was seriously hurt. In his experience, too much medical intervention could lull people into underestimating real danger. And since Jin Luosha and Hei Luosan were only taking part in the trial, at worst they'd walk away with bruises, not fatal wounds. Damien saw no need to rush. Understood, Hei Luosan replied simply. By the time Jin Luosha finished drying the feathers clinging to his body, over half an hour later, the two of them were starving. They headed straight for the mess hall to grab some food. So, which doctor did Bai Linglong recommend for your treatment? Jin Luosha asked casually as he walked beside Hei Luosan. He knew the Void Cult wielded all manner of magic, some dangerously powerful, others surprisingly convenient, and he'd heard they even had void spells for healing. He said Damien is a miracle worker, Hei Luosan answered. All right, let's go to the cafeteria and wait for him there, Jin Luosha said, and the two set off again. Jin Luosha blinked in disbelief. Damien? Hei Luosan nodded. That's right. I thought Miss Bai Linglong wanted us to scout out new Void Cult heavyweights we'd never encountered, but apparently she meant him. But Damien? Jin Luosha ran a hand through his hair. I never expected we'd be sent after him. With that grim look and the raw power everyone whispers about, I doubt he cares one way or another about visitors. He might not even bother to speak to us, Hei Luosan agreed, his voice low. Still, It's been confirmed. Damien is our target. Let's just wait and see how he reacts. Jin Luosha forced a grin. Hopefully he won't get too intense. With that, they headed straight for the canteen. The two of them ordered some ready-made dishes from the cooks and claimed Damien's regular table. They were both starving, and as soon as the food arrived, they dug in without ceremony, each bite tasting better than the last, after so many long hours on the move. Just over 20 minutes later, the doors swung open. Damien stepped in, flanked by Renoli on one side and the Predictor on the other. Conversation died away as the trio made their way toward the empty table, the air around them crackling with silent tension. Damien stepped forward and fixed his gaze on Hai Luosan and Jin Rakshasa. What happened to you two? Any visible wounds? Jin Rakshasa shook his head. Hai Luosan spoke up instead. There are no cuts or bruises on the surface. Our bones are overloaded, and the nerve pain is radiating throughout our bodies. If we don't treat it properly, added Jin Rakshasa, it won't just slow us down temporarily. It could jeopardize both of our upcoming missions. Damien raised an eyebrow. You want me to help you heal? Hai Luosan hesitated, then nodded. Yes, Mr. Damien. Damien let out a small laugh. First, let's talk about payment. Jin Rakshasa frowned. We've already told you, these are only muscle strains and nerve flare-ups. They're minor. You don't need to charge us for this. Damien's expression softened a bit. He held out his hand. Come on, just let me see your injury. With a quick gesture, Damien drew on his inner reserves. A soft glow of healing energy flowed from his palm into their bodies. Beneath the surface, strained bones and flared nerves began knitting and soothing. Within minutes, the crackling ache that had plagued them both subsided. He withdrew his hand and stepped back. There you go. You'll feel a little sore for a day or two, but you'll fully recover in 72 hours. Jin Rakshasa bowed briefly. Thank you, Mr. Damien. Hai Luosan gave a wry grin. Next time, we'll try to get hurt a little less, but it's good to know we can count on you. Damien simply nodded. In his line of work, a bit of pain can be a valuable lesson, but he had chosen to help these two today. The coming days would be critical for all of them. Since Jin Luosha and Hai Luosan could only stay on the island for 3 months, Damien agreed to help them. The two demons didn't hesitate or ask questions. They simply held out their hands. Damien clasped theirs and channeled void energy into their bodies. Less than 5 seconds later, he released his grip. At first, both Jin Luosha and Hai Luosan gasped as a wave of pain rippled through them. Then, as suddenly as it came, the agony vanished. Their bodies shimmered for an instant, and though their overall stamina wasn't yet fully restored, they flexed their arms and wings and found no trace of the injuries that had plagued them. The two exchanged stunned looks, marveling at the thoroughness of Damien's healing. Watching them closely, Damien noticed another remarkable sign. Their kidney energy was off the charts. As demonic beings, Golden Rakshasa and Black Luosan, they were exempt from the common declines ordinary men faced. While most men could never sustain their peak kidney energy, these two had reserves so ample it bordered on supernatural. Kyle studied Damien and Banner with interest. Aside from Banner, he'd never seen anyone with such abundant kidney chi. Banner's surplus was the result of bottling up the Hulk's power. After first acquiring his gamma-enhanced strength, Banner couldn't control his transformations, so he'd kept everything repressed until his energy levels surged. Under normal circumstances, few adult men could cultivate that much vital force. Turning to Damien, Kyle offered a friendly warning. It's admirable to maintain self-control, he said, but everyone needs an outlet now and then. If you suppress these energies too long, it can do more harm than good. Kyle wasn't a formally trained doctor, but years of treating a wide array of patients had exposed him to countless strange ailments and taught him to respect the healing arts. Whenever he assisted in care, he always added practical advice born of experience. Damien leaned back in his chair and sighed. If we ever had time, of course we'd let off steam now and then, he said. But lately we've been buried under one responsibility after another. Mr. Kyle nodded, so it's hard even to find a moment to unwind. Exactly, Damien agreed. And since we're part of the St. Nicholas civilization, we can't just go out carousing without drawing attention. Kyle offered a gentle smile. Still, it wouldn't hurt to look for small ways to blow off steam. Damien glanced at him thoughtfully. He didn't bristle at the suggestion. After all, any man with too much downtime might chase a little excitement, but he knew how things really stood. When you're swamped every single day, so exhausted all you want is rest, the last thing on your mind is reckless fun, he explained. Besides, as head of the High family, I'm entrusted with sensitive duties and secrets that, even in jest, would be disastrous if they slipped out. He paused. I've seen too many people brag when they've had one too many drinks, spilling information they shouldn't. I'd never risk it for the sake of a momentary thrill. Kyle nodded in understanding. I get it. Duty always comes first. But don't forget you deserve a break now and then. Just a quiet evening with close friends. Nothing more. Damien allowed himself the faintest smile. Perhaps that's something I can manage. He straightened, resolving to find at least one small outlet for relief, one that wouldn't compromise his role, his family, or everything he'd sworn to protect. Chapter 7. Damien Black was one of the last direct heirs of House Black, one of the 5 great lines of the Imperial City. Generations of bioengineering and enhancements had left his family with more than just noble blood. They carried a physiological marvel few could match. It shaped everything about them. Their striking physiques, their razor-sharp instincts, even their personal tastes. Damien, for his part, found himself naturally drawn to women who shared that same high family heritage and its rare modifications. To someone like him, the usual enticements of wealth or status held little appeal. He sought only exceptional women of their own pedigree. Kyle watched him consider the suggestion for a moment, then shrugged. I understand, he said evenly. I'm only offering an opinion. It's your choice whether to follow it. Kyle had no intention of prying. He respected the secrecy and discipline that came with sustaining such potent life force energy. Damien inclined his head in gratitude. Thank you for your help today, Mr. Kyle. Jin Rakshasa and I will take our leave and rest. I'll call on you again when I need your particular expertise, Kyle replied with a faint smile. And next time, I'll be sure about the figures involved. Damien returned the smile, rose gracefully, and bowed. There was an ease in Kyle's directness. No veiled agendas, no insincere flattery, just straightforward conversation. Damien appreciated that more than anything as he turned to depart with Jin Rakshasa, the corridors of the Black Estate quiet behind them. I know your time is tight, Kyle said, but you can't rush your recovery. A few extra days of rest won't set you back much. He gave Damien and Hei Luosan a firm look, then let them go. Though his tone was easygoing, their injuries ran far deeper than they'd admitted. Almost every nerve in their bodies had been damaged, and their muscle groups were especially battered, hence their frail, unsteady movements. Hei Luosan nodded silently. As they stepped out of the clinic, a soft healing glow trailed behind them, lending strength to each stride. Soon they reached their quarters and, without exchanging another word, sank onto their beds and fell into a deep sleep. They knew they'd have to call on Kyle again at the Void Temple tomorrow morning, and pay dearly for it, but it was a price they'd gladly bear. With Damien and Hei Luosan gone, Kyle rejoined Renali and the Predictor at a nearby table. They settled in and began to place their lunch orders, the hum of the mess hall rising around them. Lord Kyle's voice carried a note of amazement as he placed his order at the counter. Those 2 candidates really impressed me. Nerve injuries aren't easy to endure. The pain alone would break most people. He shook his head, yet they never even flinched. I still can't fathom how they've tempered their wills so thoroughly. Damien, standing nearby, exchanged a glance with his friend but remained silent. Most superficial wounds aren't unbearable. Skin heals quickly, but once you involve nerves or bone, the agony is on another level entirely. I think I know why, Kyle went on, reaching for a tray. The whole point of the Imperial Capital's biomodification program, especially the procedure through its 5 major veins, is to eliminate any reliance on painkillers or induced comas. Lacey, who had just joined him, nodded in agreement. Exactly. You can't shut down your senses. You must stay awake, fully conscious, and endure pain no ordinary person could withstand. Just then, Bai Linglong and Lacey arrived in the cafeteria. Linglong paused in the doorway as Kyle's words reached her. It really hurts that much? She asked quietly. Lacey surveyed the crowded room before replying, her tone thoughtful. It isn't just about inflicting pain, it's about forging absolute control. You have to prove you can bear the unthinkable without ever losing focus. Bai Linglong drew a slow breath, absorbing the gravity of what she'd just learned. At the far end of the line, Kyle's admiration for Damien and his fellow trainee lingered in the air, underscoring just how extraordinary their resolve truly was. There are rumors throughout the St. Nicholas civilization that their most advanced biotransformations drive people to the brink of madness with sheer, unrelenting agony, Bai Linglong said, her voice low. Damien nodded, and they perform these procedures on children, so only those with iron wills survive the ordeal. Yet even those survivors can't unlock the full potential of their enhancements. Why isn't painless augmentation a priority? Bai Linglong met my gaze. Ordinary people always prefer painless modifications, and frankly, I'm one of them, but St. Nicholas's bioengineering has been mired in this same bottleneck for years. Therefore, we push the most advanced biomodifications as far as they'll go, the instructor declared. We're determined to wring every drop of potential from our existing technology, even if it means accepting some casualties. A civilization's survival in this galaxy doesn't rest on lofty ideals, moral pleas, or the mercy of other powers, but on real, overwhelming strength. Bai Linglong listened thoughtfully. Outsiders often balked at the ruthless philosophy of the 5 great branches in the St. Nicholas imperial capital, yet she appreciated their motives. They were forging the very power that shielded countless millions of their people. Now I understand, she murmured. No wonder Damien and the other candidate have such unbreakable resolve. Kyle, who'd heard rumors of just how excruciating those training sessions were, finally saw why their faces had remained impassive even under unbearable pain. That kind of agony still didn't compare to what Golden Rakshasa and Hailuo had endured when they were only 3 and underwent those brutal biological modifications. Bai Linglong settled into her chair and turned to Damien. Damien, have you asked Golden Rakshasa how their recovery is going? She could have gone down to the Void Temple herself. After all, she had her own training schedule on the island, but she knew Golden Rakshasa and Hailuo might feel embarrassed if she showed up unannounced, so she had left the matter in Damien's hands. If you hadn't reminded me, Damien admitted, rubbing the back of his neck, I probably would have forgotten entirely. Then let's find out when we see them tomorrow. Damien nodded. I don't know when I'll run into them next, but I'll ask around. If you don't mind, I'll rely on you for a reminder. I'll never forget, Bai Linglong said with a soft smile. I sincerely hope both of them make a full recovery. She meant it. From now on, she'd check in on Golden Rakshasa and Hailuo every day, not just to keep up with their treatments, but to offer whatever support they needed as they healed. Good. Kyle nodded in agreement at Damien's succinct assessment. The two fell silent, and soon a small group gathered around their campfire to eat and share light conversation, the mood warm despite the chill in the air. Night after night, Golden Rakshasa and Black Luo-san challenged themselves to climb the forbidding Void Temple. With each ascent, their injuries worsened. On the first night, nerves and muscles tore under the temple's oppressive aura. By the second, bones began to crack. The pain was so searing it would have driven most to surrender and seek a comfortable life far from such torment. Yet neither Rakshasa nor Luo-san would relent. Broken though they were, they pressed onward. On the third night, they reached the 151st step. Each tier beyond that point grew steeper, the atmosphere denser and more punishing. 10 nights passed. By then they had conquered 380 steps, over halfway to the summit. Their breath came in ragged gasps, their bodies battered from strain, but victory seemed almost within reach. Then, at long last, they crossed a threshold neither had expected to be so hard. The temple's mounting psychic pressure crushed them from within. With a simultaneous crack, both men's legs gave out. They dropped to their knees, howls of agony ripping from their throats. Even the indomitable wills of Golden Rakshasa and Black Luo-san faltered under such unbearable torment. They remained there, kneeling amid the echoing vastness of the Void Temple, as the true trial of their resolve, and the path to the very summit, truly began. Both Damien and his companion bore grievous internal injuries, their bodies trembling as blood spattered across the ancient stone steps. The bright red stains stood out against the temple's weathered silence, a startling reminder of its cruel trial. From her vantage point, Bai Linglong watched in growing terror, her hand flying to her mouth. It was as if the temple's very will opposed their ascent, determined to crush any who dared climb these steps unprepared. She longed to rush forward, to pull them back before it was too late. But a tall figure suddenly stepped into her path, halting her advance. "Master Kyle, you have to go to them, now!" Bai Linglong cried, her voice laced with desperation. Kyle's expression remained calm but firm. "If I let them continue like this, they really could die," he replied, placing a steadying hand on her shoulder. Damien watched the distant spire of the Void Temple with a tightening in his chest. Kyle stood beside him, eyes fixed on the summit. After a moment's silence, Kyle shook his head. "When they pause in their climb, we'll step in," he said quietly. "But not before." They knew what dangers awaited them here. That was part of the bargain. No amount of mental preparation can erase the agony they're enduring right now. If they waver and want to turn back, we'll persuade them to keep going. But if we haul them down prematurely, we'll only be doing them a disservice. Damien nodded. Their group of 4 had agreed on one thing. Master Cassidon, the god of the void, had already initiated the trial for the 3 most likely candidates, Golden Rakshasa, Black Luo, and one other. Only by reaching the summit could any of them hope to receive the void's blessing, and the outcome was unknowable to ordinary eyes. The challenges ahead were brutal, but they offered unrivaled training. Those who emerged triumphant would ascend at once, carving out legendary reputations across the cosmos. All they could do now was wait and watch the divine reckoning unfold. A sudden tremor rippled through the cliff face, threatening to unbalance the 2 climbers. If they turned back now, they risked plummeting to their deaths. Bai Linglong's heart leapt into her throat. Realizing her earlier objections had only distracted them, she bit her lip and fell silent, though her worry only deepened. "I've never heard of anyone dying on Void Island unless they deliberately broke its rules," she said in a trembling voice. Kyle offered her a calm, confident smile. "Master Cassadin's magical talent is unrivaled. Any injuries they sustain will be well within his healing abilities. Don't worry," he added firmly. "Even if they fail to reach the peak, they will not die." Bai Linglong swallowed hard. "Master Kyle, please, watch over them more closely." Kyle's eyes met hers with unwavering resolve. "You have my word, Lady Bai. We will protect them." Though fear still tugged at her thoughts, Bai Linglong knew there was no changing their minds. Instead, she turned her attention back to the other participants. Among the many family heads and rising leaders of the St. Nicholas civilization, Jin Luosha and He Luosan stood out above all, brilliant, determined, and admired by everyone who knew them. Bai Linglong believed that if these 2 young heroes ever rose to lead the future St. Nicholas civilization, it would spell great fortune for the realm, and she couldn't bear the thought of them dying before their time. "Don't worry," Damien said, his voice steady. "Over the next few days, I'll take care of everything." He offered her a reassuring smile. "Now go get some rest. You need to be sharp for training tomorrow." Bai Linglong's shoulders finally relaxed. "Thank you," she murmured, gratitude shining in her eyes. With that, she slipped away to rest. Damien watched her go, then turned his attention back to the looming silhouette of the Void Temple. There was something he hadn't told Bai Linglong. He could heal their physical wounds, but if the spirits of Jin Luosha or He Luosan ever collapsed, no magic could restore them. And could their wills truly shatter? Without question. He might not feel their despair directly, but the signs were clear. Damien clenched his jaw and stared at the temple's dark spires. Whatever it took, he would protect their minds as fiercely as he would their bodies. Chapter 5. The Trial of the Void. Master Cassidon, the god of the void, was not one for mercy. His test for Damien and Luosan would push body and spirit to their limits, no gentler than the legendary ordeal endured by Star-Lord himself. 2 years ago, Star-Lord had come to this island of nothingness, and day after day, he'd been mocked and dismissed by everyone who watched him struggle. Nerve pain had stabbed at him from sunrise to sunset. Bones had cracked under the weight of his own resolve. Most would have quit long before the 3rd sunrise, but Star-Lord refused to yield. In the end, he earned the right to call himself Pilgrim. Now, it was Damien's turn, and alongside him stood Luo-san, known in hushed voices as Hey Luo-san, the Black Rakshasa. Neither man would know just how grueling Master Cassidon's trial could be until it was too late to turn back. Day 1 brought the first taste of agony. Without warning, invisible currents of void energy raced along their nerve endings, sending electric jolts of pain through their muscles. Damien gasped for breath, Luo-san's face contorted in silent fury. Yet as night fell, they limped to the healer's tent, where stitches and poultices at least staved off infection. Day 2 was worse. They climbed the temple steps under a torrential downpour of void energy that felt as cold and unfeeling as the sea at midnight. Halfway up the staircase, Luo-san's left arm fractured with an audible snap, and Damien bit back a howl when his ribs cracked under a similar onslaught. Ugh! Most candidates would have collapsed then and there, begging for mercy. But for 10 relentless days, the two men endured. Each dawn they returned for treatment. Bones were reset, muscles bandaged, and wounds cleansed. Each dusk, they climbed those endless stairs again, their bodies weaker, their spirits warier. All the while, Master Cassidon watched from the shadows at the top of the temple, carefully observing every flinch, every tremor. He saw the way Luo-san gritted his teeth as he hauled himself onto the next step. He noted Damien's howl of pain each time invisible currents cut through him. He marked the widening bruises, the jagged scars already forming. On the 10th night, the moon shone cold and silver over the void temple's spire. Damien pulled himself to his feet, every muscle protesting. Luo-san's breathing was ragged, every inhale a labor. Yet neither man hesitated. Side by side, they began the final ascent. Master Cassidon stepped forward as they reached the summit. The two survivors collapsed at his feet, their bodies broken but their eyes burning with triumph. "Few have ever come this close," Cassidon said, his voice resonating like distant thunder. "Even Star-Lord would bow to your perseverance. Now, will you accept the blessing of the void, or will you walk away and leave this trial unfinished?" Damien lifted his head, blood trickling from his lip. He met Luo-san's gaze, and in that fierce eye contact they shared an unspoken vow, to endure, no matter the cost. Cassidon inclined his head. Whether they would truly claim the void's power, or whether their sacrifices would prove enough, remained to be seen. But one thing was certain, Damien and Luo-san had already transcended the limits of mortal endurance. Their journey, pilgrim or no, had only just begun. Damien would never abandon his friends. Golden Rakshasa and Black Luo-san howled in pain as they forced themselves onward. Their knees felt shattered, every bone in their bodies groaning under the strain. Yet, through clenched teeth, they hauled themselves upward, propping their weight on trembling arms and persevering step by agonizing step. By the 10th day, the goal of even reaching the Temple of the Void had slipped from their minds. All that mattered was the single, burning purpose driving them forward. They would conquer this trial, no matter the cost, to prove their worth, to everyone else, and most importantly, to themselves. Those 10 days had tested them beyond anything they'd ever known. Every moment of agony had also tempered their spirits. They understood now that as long as the fire in their hearts remained alive, no hardship could truly defeat them. And far worse than enduring this pain was the thought of their St. Nicholas civilization suffering calamity because of weak or unprepared leaders. If their own bodies broke in the attempt, so be it, but they would not let their people pay the price for their failure. Kyle wasn't the only one on watch. Damien had even rearranged his own schedule so he could observe through the night. From his vantage point, he saw Golden Rakshasa and Black Luo-san hauling themselves upward, their fingertips the only thing keeping them from falling into the abyss. In the pitch-black darkness, their unshakable resolve shone like twin beacons, impossible to ignore. Damien felt a genuine tug at his heart. Such steadfast faith deserved a blessing, and yet he knew better than to bestow it too soon. If he granted them divine favor before they'd truly tested themselves, before they'd pushed their bodies to the brink or actually reached the summit, it would only short-circuit their drive to prove their own worth. True power, Damien believed, came from hardship. The triumph that follows real suffering is the only joy born deep within the soul. Faith like that, he murmured to himself, is impossible not to admire. At that moment, Sonia appeared in the doorway. dressed in soft cotton pajamas. She paused, watching the cliff face in silent awe, then whispered, "Such faith! It really moves you, doesn't it?" Damien watched as Sonia stepped forward, roused by the anguished cry. From the shadowed entrance, her voice rang clear. "They already qualify for blessings, but I want to push them further, see where their true limits lie." Damien tilted his head. "If they find out they've passed the trial ahead of time, they'll be overjoyed." Sonia returned his gaze, a gentle smile touching her lips. She knew that both Golden Rakshasa and Hailuo-san had proven themselves worthy, that their unshakable faith and willingness to endure any hardship had already passed her scrutiny. "Indeed," she replied, "they'll receive the blessing and stand among our ranks. Their achievements are the direct result of their own hard work." At her words, Damien allowed himself a small, composed smile.